All right. Welcome back, everybody. Nice to see you all. And we'll just go quickly and get your take on what our guest said today. Let me start with you, forefathers.
Um, I didn't watch him completely, but the areas I listened to him was when he talked about, whether there was no absolute justice. I think that's what he actually meant. I appreciated that because we don't tend to have these type of conversations. It's more of a philosophical conversation. We don't tend to have that. And I think we do have them in Nigeria. They say they are in universities, but they don't tend to highlight them on the news or, advising and talking about societal stuff. And I also, he tends to approach stuff. He's not very obstinate. He's quite an intellectual himself. So whenever you present an idea to him, he honestly tries to you know, rationalize it and accept it for what it truly is. Because from the last point that Flagship made, that was something that if it was some other guest, they might push back and say, "Oh, it's not politics, is it?" But he understood that there are nuances to these things. That there is politics involved. There is also other aspect that we can take charge of. So I do appreciate the way he came across, and he seems to be doing all the right things, and he answered the question directly too. Some guests they don't even answer questions; you tend to have to badger them. But he also actually answered the questions the best he can. And I think that is how I think we should approach these type of conversations that way. The idea that when somebody has an opinion, some people just have a kind of insulting them and saying some negative stuff, acting as if there's no absolute knowledge in these things. We have to try to discuss with each other, have discussions openly, honestly, because in reality, it's going to get us to a better place. And this is why I think the conversation that he's had is quite productive for somebody of his caliber. He's not arrogant enough to think he knows it all. He just, accepts the information, gives his own opinion about it, and hope that the viewers make their judgment on it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, forefathers. Master Prince.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Rudolph. First, I would say that I would differ a little bit with forefathers' understanding of what OC actually said and all that stuff. My own thing is this: we all think differently, and we all see things from different perspectives. I could remember, in middle school when we do fine art, there is something that is, people see objects from different areas. He's spoken well, he's spoken to his own understanding, he's spoken to what he knows, and probably, in reality, what it is and what it should have been or what it should be. And another thing I have to say is, for that, I don't know what you do for a living, but there is this vibe that I keep getting from you, which you always try to make it look like we should be thinking of going back to Africa or going back to Nigeria. Most of us left Nigeria when things were good. We did not leave because things were bad. Most of us left because we saw a better opportunity. We could do things that we do. But then I always get this vibe that you're trying to say, let us all go back to Nigeria now. Let's go rebuild Nigeria and all that kind of a thing. It's not easy. It's just like the hospital that somebody talked about. They think, oh, doctors here should just go back to Nigeria and then they build a hospital. When you build a hospital, you don't have infrastructure. When you build a hospital that you're serving the people that can't even pay for paracetamol, they've not even eaten yet. When you build a hospital where there is not even a road to the hospital, Most of the governors said they built hospital. I could remember that of Cross River that said he built a German hospital in Obudu. And today, from what I had, somebody told me, my wife is from that area, that place is bushes. And if they tell you millions and billions that they spent in building those things, so that's just what I can say for now. But we'll just look at things in different places. And I love what I do. I love the people here. I don't see color. I don't see anything. Please, I'm not enslaved. I work and I work for my employers. I love them and I love what I do. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Lava.
So yes, sometimes it's been that was a very good guest we had, very knowledgeable, intellectual. He's doing his own best. I think he lives in the diaspora and he's trying his best. He has a what do you call it, a media house in Nigeria with employees. He's contributing. We all should. I can't fault that man in any way. He's doing his little best. A little bit mixed up with the Nigerian setting also. He understands it. He is pragmatic about possible changes and what we are to face regarding it. So the question still boils back to all of us. I still think, and I will continue to repeat like a broken record, that those of us in the diaspora, we have to do more. We have to do more because the rot is deep. I know we are divided in terms of philosophical ideology, in terms of should we divide, should we stay at one? But that rot in that country is deep. Even a medical doctor, you heard, he has to put all hands on deck. He's a contractor, the man has to eat now. They'll stay away from this corrupt system engulfing him. You understand? And then, the people's helping him with his media organization like the Belinda Gates, these are not people who have our interests at heart. I keep telling all of us who are educated, these white folks are not going to solve our problems for us. It is us. It is us. And I think what we need to fall back on, although Dr. Damage's medium is not the medium there. The other day, Ovie identified some key powerful people, not identify them in, like pointing to them, but he says, and I agree with him, that our financial wealth currently, as bad as there got to be some of them with a sense of conscience to say, this country is going down the drain. Where can I invest my money in to start to make the change turn? And those of us who come here and contribute our intellectual contributions, but we should be forming networks. And I'm not talking networks to champion one party after the other, like Chelsea versus Manchester United. No, we should be connecting. I don't know why, at least if it is just once a month, we shouldn't have a meeting with people like Rudolph, people like Mayegun, people like Dele Faro Intimi, all of us all gathered just to brainstorm on what's next. What are we doing next? Because whether we like it or not, it's not a question of changing people. We have to find a way to destroy that system. That system is the one that's creating the rust, and we are not doing enough. We're not doing enough in terms of technological usage, reaching out to people, things we could be doing here that would not have hindrance from back at home, things we could be doing here. We're not putting heads together enough, talking about the problem every day. Man, you guys just look, let me just tell you guys one thing. 40 years ago, that man that was smoking Igbo put everything on a CD. That man smoking Igbo. Go and listen to all his song. It will be as if you're listening to the news that just came out yesterday. That man smoking Igbo fella. Go and listen to all. It's as if you just heard the news just this morning. It was just as if the news Rudolph just read this morning about this president died, that one died, this one was attacked. The same. So we know the problem. So we agitating, discussing the problem, getting mad at each other. I like the description. Someone described it. It's like We are in, all of us are sitting on one big sheet, one big shalanga sheet, boo-boo. But we are so busy pointing fingers at each other that one fat, but meanwhile we there on top of sheet. Big sheet or real boo-boo, really bear. But we are busy playing that one. Atomic bomb fat. Do you know? But we are all on boo-boo. We are sitting on boo-boo. We know we got to do. And Rudolph, try and bring Dele back. Maybe I can direct this to him directly. Bring Mayegun. We got to do just more than what we are doing. This is unacceptable. Just us talking every day, every week. You know, that man was a very intelligent. People like him, all of us should be on the table. If it's our little penny we can put together, identify a few rich people in that country who still have a conscience. Talk to them. Come and put your money here so that we can save our country.
All right.
That's all I got to say, Doran.
All right. Thank you. I just wanted to correct that the people who are supporting Ikenga online is the MacArthur Foundation. And earlier on, I think last year, I interviewed the director, country director, West Africa director of MacArthur Foundation. And I can tell you here, Alaba, just so you know, without MacArthur Foundation, Ford Foundation, maybe Bill and Melinda, I don't know if they support the media. Without them, you won't have Premium Times, Sahara Reporters. You won't have almost everything you depend on to know what's going on. Media is expensive, very expensive. You keep throwing money, and so it's okay to question their intentions and the source of money and everything, but without them, you will just have Vanguard and Punch.
Yeah, but the question then is, what is the intention of these foundations?
No, forefather. Let's not question their intention. Let's accept
Why
their
not?
gift. And no, not now. Their time. Let's accept their gift and move on. Listen, what we should do is we should look inward. Who are those of our own people who have some little change?
But is that not CSR? Is that not part of CSR?
Is that not part of what?
Is that not CSR? What they do from their foundation, or is just grants? How do they? There's a way the government gives them.
All right. So hold on, guys. I'm going to bring. Well, maybe I'll bring back Dr. Shetima, or I'll bring the lady in charge of Ford Foundation to come here again and talk. But the point is, what is important to remember, those who are saying what is their intention, when you are giving a grant, they tell you specifically, you have to propose what you're going to do, and it has to fit into what they are trying to support. So one of the most important common grants is about how to help deal with corruption in Nigeria. They don't tell you what to do. You decide what you want to do, and it will fit into their goal. If, for instance, they say they want to help, the grant is for female education in Nigeria, and whatever you're doing is in that line, they give you the grant to do that. You report back to them. So it's not as nefarious as some people think. You know, it's okay. I understand how our antennas are always up about anything to do with foreigners and all these things. It's not that way. But I can tell you that today, if you remove these foundations, your papers are done. Everything is collapsed. People will just pack up.
I think that sometimes just because somebody is doing something that appears positive doesn't necessarily mean their ultimate goal is positive. And I think we have to also reason like that. If you think we are paranoid, we are not even close to being paranoid compared to them. And if you look at the West right now, the way they are behaving, that tells you that they don't care about free speech or anything like that. The idea that they are trying to fund you for free speech, you don't necessarily know whether we are being a useful idiot. And they coined that term, being a useful idiot, or whether we're actually doing good. And this is why it's good to ask pertinent questions.
Their help, because apart from that, we have nothing. We are not even as we are here. We don't even contribute $100 to set up a media for ourselves. And the little they are giving us, are giving people like Ikenga or Sahara Reporter that are still giving us some little basic news, we still want to complain. I said we take it. I said we take it. You know, or else we'll just
think
be
you have to ask yourself
praised
now.
forever.
See,
Can we go around the?
Can I
Okay,
contribute?
go ahead. If you want to say something, you can say
Yeah,
something.
let's go around. Yeah.
Let's go around. Yeah.
Let's
Now,
go.
you see,
Yeah.
I was quite.
It's my turn, please. Please. It's my turn, please. Let's go accordingly, please. Yeah,
All right.
we were talking about media organizations. This magazine I'm holding right here is our efforts in Europe here. Afro Community, it's called. So sometimes when I come here to discuss with you guys, I try to listen so I can garner more knowledge. But this is our effort here, and we're trying to spread throughout of Europe. There's no European magazine that's going to put Black people on the cover, and that is why we started this. And I think Dr. Rudolph, you have our website. You posted it here the other day. Yeah. So I'm back to the topic. I enjoyed the conversation with the Dr. Agbo. I wanted to ask him about Paulo Macchiarini, but there was no time. And I thought that the other man here, the other one who was a doctor, was going to give me a little headlight, because there are so many Paulo Macchiarinis in Nigeria. You find that you send your wife to the hospital for treatment, only for them to confirm her dead in the next couple of days. People go in, they don't come out. There are so many doctors who are performing, pioneer tricks, which are not acceptable in the medical practitioner, but they can still be allowed because they are pioneer. But they don't make the patients understand fully the implication that this might work or it might not work. Instead of telling the patient, look, I'm not capable of doing this, you can go to the next place. They simply try this experiment, and we have a lot of casualties. I would have loved somebody to answer that for me. I hope that this other man, whose wife is a professor, will come here and answer it for us. But by and large, I like a person who has the mentality of the world is not there's no justice in the world. That means you are ready for whatever life brings to you. That means you are ready to face life head on. That's my take on that.
All right. Thank you. KJ.
Okay, thank you so much. Dr. Agbo brought in a new perspective, into today's, as far as I'm concerned. That's my opinion to today's discussion, and I enjoyed listening to him. He was like, it was just like one of those people that you just like to listen to because they come with a lot of, experiences, and they make you think again over certain ideas and that you hold there. Now, I'll start from Espero. What you said, X0. What you said just now may not totally be true of the Nigerian medical situation. It is diehard, yes, but some doctors, most hospitals, most clinics still regard human life as sacrosanct, and they do everything within their limited power to save lives. If not, it would have been like flies. In fact, it would be every day that the street will be filled, because some of those doctors, even there are many of them I don't even want to mention, both in the north, south, east, and west, who spend countless of their money and time, who even treat people based on, okay, whenever you have the money, come and pay. You see, there are many factors. When we discuss Nigeria, there are many factors we are dealing with. A doctor that has a hospital buys a generator, okay, you run that generator with the same market price you're buying diesel or petrol, depending on what kind of generator you have. He pays his staffs. Those people won't come and work for free, even if you want to do a philanthropic or work. The people that are working with you will not work for free. You are the one who knows what you want to do.
I understand what you say, but you know that
No,
if
no,
you
let
go to
me
the
talk. I
hospital
want
in
to
Nigeria,
face your thought. Now it's my turn. Let me talk.
Okay.
Now, this is there's no government, there's no handout coming from any government circle, except you are able to secure funds from outside Nigeria. And then securing funds, just like we talked a little bit earlier. When you secure funds, I have the privilege of having one time or the other get funds from MacArthur to do certain work. When you secure that funds, at the end of the day, you just like Rudolph have said, you wrote in and said this is what you want to use their money to do. They agree with you. They give you their money. They give you terms, modes of operation. You may decide to say, okay, now you have collected the money. If it's a one-time payoff, they may have given you, say, 1 million naira. Okay, and then they give you that money, and then when it's time for you to retire, you not retire according to their standard. Or when it's time to retire, you retire and certain things that are not there are included. If that's supposed to be a 3-year grant, that's the end of that grant. You're not getting any more from them because you have refused not to follow their terms of agreement. So many people who go for these funds are careful to operate within that parameter they've been given, because if you go outside of it, you will not get funding any longer. Now, again, you see, let's just agree with some of our people go out of that. So some of those people, let me tell you something. Sometimes they go in to do those difficult operations because there's no other way to manage to save that life. You only leave the person, it dies. If you try, the person may survive or die. What option are you going to take? You take the option, okay, let me just go in and do as much I can as I can do. You may be in that process of operating it. If you're using public electricity, it cuts off. It costs off. Nobody comes to I mean, so when the patient dies, nobody's going to come and ask you, oh boy, how did this is just a simple operation. Why did the person pass? But they won't ask you, they won't put it into all this because you are the one it's just like a war. You are in the front, you are the one receiving the bullets. So
but majority diagnoses are false. That's what I'm saying.
Even in the developed world here, some of the diagnoses are also false. There's somebody, one of my friends, some days ago, like a week ago, almost died in Texas. Why? Because she was having malaria. They couldn't understand what was wrong with her. Luckily for her, somebody else came in from Nigeria and then met her and said, they said, the doctors they don't even understand what's going on. She said, oh, okay, let's try malaria. Is the malaria 2,000 naira malaria tablet that cured her from what they have been treating her for almost 1 month? So this is the situation we all face. And let's understand it, then we'll probably be able to judge ourselves properly. Okay, that's what I'm saying. And this guy has worked. What he has been able to put down is quite impressive. It's quite impressive. And if all of us contribute a little quarter, irrespective of whether people agree with us or not, the information is passed, news is created, and people can get aware. That's the most important thing of it all. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dubisi.
Good afternoon, Doctor. Good afternoon, everyone.
Hi.
Yeah, I didn't join Dr. Agbo's talk with you from the beginning, but I joined when he finished his talk and our panelists started asking questions. So I observed that Dr. Agbo is a very exposed and well-bred professional beyond his medical field. And all the effort he's making is to make Nigeria a better society. Like some of us who share the same opinion with him, what we have seen in the Western world, how life is reasonably better. And with all the little or simple things individuals and government can do to make life of everyone better, as they do over here, is what he's trying to put in place or suggest back home. And then I know that setting up that is media outfit, is a way of him to be present back home by bringing some of the ideas he has here back home. And I pray, and I know, like KJ said, getting support from this donor agency is not an easy thing. I was in government before. I know how hard it's difficult for you to get support from these people. They have a very high standard on expectations, on your budgeting system, and how you spend the money, and what your report you give to them. That report includes retirement of the money. If you suspect any thing that is untoward, they will not fund you again. They will not say it, but they'll just give you one excuse that you show that they're no longer interested in funding you. They will not look for new people. That's why Dr. Agbo being here already, he knows them very well. So that is about what he's doing. So we should salute him. And I know some of us, some among us here, and those who are not here, may have the same capacity. And like Mr. Ferreira said, it is necessary that we all put heads together and then see how we can um, make this a bigger thing in a way, because our country needs rescue. It is getting bad by the day. Those in government may be denying, and unfortunately, many of our people are largely illiterate or they don't follow the trend. They think that everything is going well, but we just pray that something will just jolt everybody to reality back home. Things are not, people are not smiling. I get reports from my friends and family back home every day. It's really, really terrible. So I want to talk about one area he mentioned. It's about the southeast where I come from, where I think I don't know who asked me a question about the synergy between elders in the southeast and the youths in as a way of trying to bring down this incidence of crime that is ravaging everywhere. And then somebody equally, I think he mentioned something about Ohanese, what they have been doing. So I think that's another area everybody should look at, not just in the southeast, across the country. We should look for, there are still some elders who are not really involved in politics, who just want their state, their region, or the country as a whole to be better, just like the way it was relatively better when they were youths in probably in the before independence or early independence. I know those days when people travel even at night, you don't have issues. Well, how come suddenly in the last 15 or so years, this thing has become a bigger problem for in our country? And I think if these elders who are still interested in making the country better, who understand, who will keep aside ethnic biases, religious biases, can come together across the country. Let them leave the politicians alone. Let them come together and begin to talk. I think these politicians they will know that this is getting out of hand, and then they will not equally talk to the youths, because some of our youths back home, they have gone haywire the way everybody wants to make quick money, and they copy what they see from some of these elders or politicians, or even some people who are even, I don't even want to go to the religious or traditional rulers, because many of them are like that. Even though I know some are nice, some are good, but it's like it appears that the most prominent ones among the religious leaders and traditional leaders are all emerged in politics, taking sides, because probably they get protection. People can come to their church, people can come to their palaces. But you've seen what has happened in the last 1 week in some parts of Southwest, just like it has happened in the Southeast, are still happening. These boys, they invade the compounds of traditional rulers and take them away or even kill them. So we have so much to do. I commend Dr. Agbo. I hope, Rudolph, with your wide knowledge in the media area, CJ, as some of us who have little idea, who were formerly in the media, if you can, there's a way we can all put heads together and begin to discuss this thing, even outside this kind of forum or in other forums, and get those elders and see how we can talk to them, and probably they can reach all these youths, and we can have a better country, because the country is going. These youths in the next 4 7 years now, they will become even like middle age, and it continues to get worse. The children that we are being born these days, what is the future for them back home? These are the things we should um, talk always, and probably send messages back home to get our country back on track. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ndubisi. The Black Son.
Yeah, thank you. I really enjoyed the submission of Dr. Agbo and all that is said, right? And like I said before, all that is doing, right? it's not easy for anybody to go into a venture in Nigeria, right? And doing what it's doing is involved in the medical services, involved in the estate business, in publication and awareness, right? Administrating books and everything. So I really appreciate his effort in everything that he's doing, and let us all actually appreciate him, because it's not so easy. Most of us are in diaspora. We are not even doing anything in Nigeria, right? We are waiting for somebody to start something, and then we follow up, right? That is not bad also, but let us try to have that mindset that anybody that you see that is empowering or contributing to people's life in Nigeria, try to make them better than what they are. Let us actually give them the praises. Let us really appreciate them, because they are doing it out of their own time. No matter if they are getting even support from international organizations, it's not easy to get support from international organizations, because they first of all have to put that Nigeria, they have to put that Nigeria factor into consideration, right? Because I think every international organizations look at Nigerians as corrupt, and before they are going to go in partnership with you, they have to be very sure that you are trusted, and that you are a worthy person, and they can be able to work with you, and you won't fail the conditions, right? Because all these people, in fact, let me put it like this: the condition they will give to Nigerians might be different from the condition they give people from other countries, right? So that, because that perception of Nigeria is bad all over the world, and so if you are dealing with international companies, they know what they expect. They are giving you a very high standard that you have to meet these conditions, right? So anybody that is doing something from diaspora, helping Nigerians, give them hope, at least some effort, trying to improve their life and everything, we should all appreciate that person, right? Yes, he's doing his own part. If we can support him, let everybody want to support, can support him, right? All of us have a part to play in moving Nigeria forward. Each and every one of us, we can start doing something, right? When you start doing something, people can back you up. People can start following you, right? That is the way I see it. And he has done what he has presented this evening for me was very interesting to me. It's one of the best guests I've actually enjoyed so much, because he presented all his answers to the questions in a way that it touches, at least it hit the point at the right place, right? And so if anybody have anything to support him, let us support him. Let us give him that support. And I will say that it's not only by talking. Let's start doing something. If it's one person you are happy to take out of the street, put into a school in Nigeria, you are paying the school fee for that person, it is something you are doing. You are empowering the people, right? There's something all of us can do to help the people in Nigeria. It doesn't have to be your family members or you who you know, you don't know. At least just giving hope to somebody to have life, to think that life is possible in Nigeria. It is something worth doing, right? And really applaud him for what he's doing. And and I think all of us should try and support him in any way we can. That let us push for it and things like that, So I think we like I said, we all have something to. We have a part to play in moving Nigeria forward, in taking Nigeria from this quagmire that it is, and giving hope to Nigerians. We all have a part to play. Let us play our own part in a small way. And if we can come together as a group, let's come together as a group and also do something. And at least we can be able to put smile in some people's life, some people's mind, leaders to smile. There are children on the street who cannot afford school fees. The parents cannot afford school fees. Sometimes school fees are not that so expensive in Nigeria for some schools and things like that. So you can try to do something. It's not that for the country, at least for individuals, right, that at least these children can have hope for tomorrow, right? And what he's doing, I don't like it, and it's given in the publication area, publishing informations and investigative journalism and things like that. Publishing in Nigeria is very expensive, and if he's doing that, at least we should be able to give him that praise or respect him in whatever he's doing, to be able to bring that information into the public domain. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, the Blackstone. Wale?
Thank you, everyone. I greet everybody. I'm not going to dwell on the problem. Like we all know, there's 1 million problem in Nigeria. But the thing I think we probably need to start with ourselves is the truth. I know that's a controversial area where Dr. Damages might be asking me what is truth. But truth to me might be different from Mr. Alaba. But I think we are 8 of us here. If we ask ourselves deep down, we'll know what the truth is. But the thing is, are we actually ready to look at the problem in the eyes and see, even if it's bitter? Right. For people who understand Yoruba, and I think Mr. Alaba can help me here. When I think about close to 15 or 20 years now, there's a movie called Shaworoide. It explained everything about Nigeria and what we are talking about now. The foreigners who came to carry the Gedu and all those stuff, when the youth rise and they say, oh, these chiefs that are exploiting and doing something, before Lagata came in. That movie is very interesting. It's an old movie. For those who have watched one Thunderbolt or Sun something, it tells you how the chiefs, the people, the foreigners that come to help and everybody, everybody's just looking for their own selfish interest until probably maybe people come to their senses, maybe it will work. So in that area, if you have the time, you can watch this Shaworoide there. And that's where I learned from as well. As per the Dr. Agbo that came, very intelligent. I'm not saying when people come to blow grammars and say all sort of things, education, or let me say people who are educated, they know their right from their left. Someone said yesterday, one thing is to be posh, one thing is to have a street education. The gentleman is a wrestler, he's a medical doctor, and you can tell from how he analyzed some of his answers. To me, I see a lot of practicality in what is said, and I respected him. So, when people could look at where they're coming from, where they find themselves, and they can look right and left and say, yes, this is what I'm going to do. It's not all about me, it's about other people as well. So I kind of really enjoy his conversation, and I believe his answers were very direct, very, succinct. So in a way, I kind of really thank him for his contribution. So with Nigeria, I don't know what else we can say. I think it will probably go to a point where the whole thing will just find its own balance. Like maybe there will be eruption, maybe people will come to their senses, maybe people will become cannibals, or I don't know, maybe they will become vampire and they will start eating each other when there's no food anymore. And then whoever is left will be, I don't know, maybe they will turn to zombie. Maybe I don't, honestly, if I tell you I know the solution to that country, I'm lying. But there will be a time where even you and I won't be able to say our solution or what we think would be the preferred solution. It will just happen. Maybe people will continue to suffer till Jesus comes. Maybe the business centers will continue to rip you and I off. Maybe, I don't know, maybe I will become one of those people that will rip everybody off tomorrow. I don't know. But whichever way, we'll continue to deceive ourselves till Jesus comes. Where is Jesus coming? they say prepare today, but I have 10 million naira in my account. I don't have 10 million naira before you come and kidnap me. Oh. If I have money in my account, Jesus come overnight. What am I going to do with that money? I don't know. But then I want more. So it's a road of, it's like I rightly said. I think someone mentioned yesterday. Let me quickly chip this in. The solution, if we, like Mr. Laban and everybody agree, if we can do our own path, one, let's see how we can make this platform bigger. The solution we might have is not supposed to be, we are not even supposed to say it here. Because all these PDP, all those people holding Nigerian down, they don't hold their meeting online. I mean, when they hold their meeting, we don't hear their solution online. So, Dr. Damages, what you can do is, if you watch that, is it Rebel? I know I'm a film fanatic, something like that. If you watch that movie called, is it Red Moon or Rebel Moon or something, where they have to be looking for people who are powerful to rescue. I think the second part is coming up in April on Netflix. It tells you that talk is cheap, but you need to look for the people who have the power, who can shake the table, who can actually do things. But you find them by, I don't know, by a lot of examination, or know their integrity, know where they're coming from, not that they just want to take advantage of people. So let me stop there and give others the chance to talk. But yes, there is a lot we can do within ourselves. We don't have to publicize it, whatever we're going to do. You can look within this platform. You know who can contribute positively. We know who, just put everybody in their places. Some people are very good in organizing. Some people are very good in mobilizing. Some people are very good. Just look at everybody's strength and see where they can come in to help. I rest. Thank you.
All right, thank you. KJ.
Thank you so much, Wale, for your contribution. Thank you also for giving me an opportunity to just chip in a little bit. Yesterday, a gentleman was saying, talk is cheap. We're always here talking. That's what I want to try to address. Sometimes people mistake this platform for a place where, strategies are profile, and then no, this platform is just a discussion platform, like any other, news media that will open, Hermann Paul, the rest, they all holding talks and all that. This is a place to hold talks. And if we want a place where ideas can now go from holding talks to something else, that's done. But I think, for my understanding, this platform is just established for us to be able to cross-pollinate ideas, talk about issues, raise awareness. This even talking about is enough awareness. And that's what I don't think that in Dr. Rudolph's mind, he was thinking of organizing a place where now you harness idea and begin to build a political party, or have a social platform that will become an NGO. I'm not sure of that. But I just want us not to continuously to hammer on that, because people come and they think, oh, we talked about this, they were talking here, we only talk. No, if you are invited to any of the social platforms on the TV, you're only going to go and give your idea. What they eventually you're not going to force the TV house to go now and begin to establish NGO because you have spoken. But if anybody who is listening out there is interested in your idea, they can contact you, and they can make use of that is totally out of their own control. But for them is to give voice to what you have said. If your idea is good, someone will pick it up. So let's, because of people keep coming every time somebody will, maybe even before today, and somebody come and say, people have been talking, both those in the comment section, talk, no action, talk, no.
AJ, what are you scared of?
Sorry?
What are you scared of? You hear the guest.
Oh, I'm just saying, you see, Aneke, Onweke, that's Igbo language. Work is divided. Okay? We divide.
You don't want to hold the bull by the horn.
No, there's a time to hold the bull by the horn. People like Ferrari can hold the bull by the horn. Or you understand? People like Rudolph is to generate the position. It's like when you go to the village, when you have a village square meeting, you're not doing it because you cannot stay in your house to have that thing, but just to create that communion. I don't know how to put it, but where ideas are expounded and people can pick it up. Okay, that's I'm not afraid. Though. Bros, you know now. I'm not afraid, but let us not begin to force this man to into the mode he's not. He's a journalist and he's doing his own part. This is the part he's doing.
The Rudolph I saw in Nigeria can do anything.
No, but again, that's where I'm going. X0. This place is just for us to meet, discuss, and then people of all kinds of a lot of people will listen to this, whether it is live or it's being repeated and all that, or they even stumble into it on the internet. But not for us now to force him now to become an NGO overnight and begin to look for who will sponsor the next political party on his behalf. I don't think that's the reason why we're here. If I'm wrong, please correct me, Dr. Rudolph.
Thank you so much. My takeaway from the conversation is really that something I've always been talking about. You don't have to be a journalist to own a newspaper. You don't have to be so many things. Anybody, if you're passionate about something, you can actually push for it. Like some people felt that you can get rich people to support media organization. You can set it up and just get the money from rich people and use it to support media. You can do anything you want to do. And he proved it. He writes novels. I used to think he was just writing essays until he sent me his novel that is coming out. And anything. He's a real estate developer. He's into tech. He's obviously a doctor and a publisher. So you can do. We are not limited at all, but you have to believe in that and believe you can do it. And everybody's doing things. I think we're all doing things more than one thing. I know that we already started a conversation about taking some conversations that shouldn't be on air here to somewhere else. It's not abandoned yet. It's still going to proceed. And the idea of this platform, any platform, is whether it's CNN or anywhere else, is for people to meet other people, like-minded people. We meet each other and go from there. It doesn't have to be under the roof of CNN that things like that are happening. People are forming companies, forming organizations as a result of meetings in platforms, different platforms. So it will happen eventually, and it will be natural, because what will happen is that people who feel any affinity to other people will come together with those people. You can't force people who are different to join something, Eventually, if I feel like KJ is really my man for this cryptocurrency thing that I'm thinking about, then I'll find a way to locate KJ, and you guys will be looking for me on Sundays and Saturdays. You won't see me because I'm trading crypto, So that's how life is. Anyway, but that's the way it's going to be. Tone, welcome to the show.
Yeah, hi. Greetings, everybody.
Yeah.
Well, I just went out to watch my beloved Arsenal smash Liverpool. So
you went
apart
to
from that,
you
so
went
apart from so I went to watch my team smash up their one of their biggest rivals. So I mean, life is not just all about football. I have a life and I have other passions other than politics and all that. But it's all good anyway. Yeah, yeah. Like
Were you
what?
there live? So were you
Yeah,
there
yeah.
live at the stadium?
Yeah. I just came in about 30 minutes ago,
Oh,
and
that's great.
I was taken to Ray actually when I was on my way back that year. So yeah, it was a good game. It was a good game. Right. Yeah. I just want to take off from where KJ just stated. KJ is not being a coward. I understand I align with him totally. Because a lot of people think that let's just go get it and all that. Listen, if you know one thing, I'm not afraid of anybody. But the people I am so pissed with is the people that um will come here because we actually form opinion. The media forms opinion. So things we say here, I mean, somebody sent me something last week. I don't know whether it's the Blackstone. Yeah, Blackstone. You remember what you sent me? that Rise News actually referenced these channels. So that goes to tell you
Yeah.
how much the reach of this channel. A lot of people. So we need to be very careful of what we say here. We don't, and that's what one thing I respect and respect Dr. Rudolph for. I mean, you need to back up your claims with facts, with very very hard facts. Somebody coming here open his mouth and saying that Igbos are behind the kidnappers. The kidnappers in that kidnapped the people in Ekiti, are they the Igbo people that sold the those children to the people in the forest, that the people that Fulani people do not come to the city, that is Igbo people? I mean, what is it? What everything Igbo, everybody knows on this panel. I am not tribal. Even in fact, I have a go at some of my Igbo people sometimes. I see if I'm not from there. No, I'm not tribal. I say it the way it is and all that. And somebody who is want to start shutting me down, shouldn't talk about it and all that. That's total. I will not be sitting here and you say something wrong about Igbo people or even Yoruba people or anything. You don't do that. So we form an opinion here. The reason for this panel, like KJ was saying, is to create that awareness and shut down wrong narratives and to correct, realign wrong narratives, because a lot of wrong narratives that are flying about. A lot of people in Nigeria are misguided. They don't even understand. I was talking today with my fiancée. I was telling her about, even though she's a Yoruba lady, she doesn't even know that somebody from their two of us from their state have been kidnapped and killed. She doesn't know. I was just telling her this evening. We're just having that discussion on our way back from the match. So the thing is, we just need to be very careful. What we say here is is very important. What we sell out there, because like Alaba will say, the most important thing is the mind. The people's mind are captured. You know, the people's mind are captured until we free them and tell them the real narrative. This is the way it is, and try to stir something in them to arise, because none of us here, we're not enough. If I say, KJ, Mr. Ndubisi, Blackstone, let's go to Nigeria now. I've got my AK. Let's go to Nigeria. I'm sure KJ will just block me. Mr. Ndubisi will block me and all that. It's not enough. So we don't have that. We don't have that number and all that. But what we have is a freedom of speech, because we live outside Nigeria. We have the freedom of speech. And then when we talk, I'm sure some people in the high places, and especially when they know the people in diaspora, are really put because we're a pressure group. We can actually gather ourselves. We don't even need necessarily go to Nigeria. Maybe we'll say, okay, we meet up in New York. I will go to Nigerian embassy or to the Congress and say, see, as Nigerians are concerned, this is our submission. They will listen to us. And that's a power we've got, something that we cannot do in Nigeria. If we do that in Nigeria, they will set the DSS on us. Not that I'm afraid of the DSS people. They are all clowns. These are people that when I was in the army, all of them were bloody civilians, and they're all clowns. Not that I'm afraid of them anyway. If they arrest me, they arrest me. So the thing is, we just need to be very, very careful of things we say here and all that, how our facts right. Because what is happening right now in Nigeria is very, very sad. You see, and we have not seen the last of it. Somebody was saying as of yesterday, because we finished on time yesterday, someone was saying as of yesterday that a monarch in Kwara State was killed. His wife was taken away. How come we have come? How come we have come to a place that life has no meaning? The police are so useless more than ever. The soldiers are so demoralized. The generals are so indifferent because they are so fat, their belly is so big and all that, they don't care. Tinubu has sorted out all of them. So the only thing we have right now is our speech, to shut down wrong narrative, to push back people that are setting up channels that are spreading lies and propaganda and bigotry. That's all we have. And furthermore, this is for Dr. Rudolph. Yesterday, we finished the show on time. Yesterday, I'm not happy because some of us that are of the night crew and all that. So,
Night
yeah,
crawlers.
Chim did a very wonderful job yesterday. Kudos to him. Kudos to my brother. But I think you need to raise some more moderators that will take up. Maybe it will be a shift pattern so that it will not be too much on forefathers, because sometimes forefathers, man, I don't know the kind of thing that man eats. He can see he starts sometimes 4 o'clock UK time, and he's not finishing like 4 a.m. Early hours of the morning. He's really trying. So I think we to to lighten the weight a bit and all that. I mean, people should volunteer. They are wonderful people. There is a flagship with the time difference in the US and all that, people can take over and then go further into the night. So that's my suggestion. Thank you.
All right, thank you. You said flagship. Yeah, we have new people who are getting ready. It's not easy. People don't get paid for this. People have lives. They have things to do, and sometimes it's difficult. But if we have someone to take over, yeah, there will be it will be on. If we don't have someone, if someone has to go. I'll give you an example now. I've been trying to reach forefathers in the last 10 minutes or 20 minutes that I have to leave, and I hope he will call back if he doesn't. But we will get there. We are trying to prepare some people, new people, to be able to volunteer and continue. Um, yeah, let me hear from Flagship. Hold on, okay. Let me hear from Gozeka and see what's going on where she is. There was an election that happened. Was it? Oh, there was a video I saw. One INEC officer was had fake results. What is going on, Gozeka? Are you not INEC anymore? I thought you were INEC. Are you not involved?
I mentioned, good evening,
What's
Dr.
happening in Enugu?
Davies.
Yeah.
Good evening, gentlemen, and those in the comment section and our viewers. Good evening. I did mention that I was an ad hoc staff. I did mention it. If they call us back, we'll go and work again. If they don't, and honestly, I don't think I want to do it again.
Why are you
Been
doing that
there,
kind of
done that, bought
dangerous
the
job?
t-shirt.
Is that not a dangerous job for you?
I wanted the experience.
Wow.
So every election cycle I tried to participate in one way or the other. In 2019, I worked as an observer. In 2023, I worked as an ad hoc staff. I don't know what I'm going to work as in 2027 if if I get it. But I just like the experience. Yes, I want to, like, when I'm talking about the election, I'll tell you, been there, done that, bought the t-shirt. Yes.
So, but what happened in Enugu?
About
The
I
by-election was
heard like you did that. I heard that I actually didn't know there was going to be a by-election. That's the truth. It was when I had, because I went hiking yesterday. It was when I was at the muster point, and a friend of mine that was waiting to join us, I was calling him, "How far? Are you not coming anymore?" He said there's by-election now, that there's no movement. I said there's no movement, okay. By-election is the only good part of those doing by-election. He said three local governments. That was even when I went to check, and they were doing by-elections in three local governments. I think Enugu South and other. Yeah, but the guy that you saw in the video, if I'm not mistaken, they said he wanted to Yakubu go and them wanted to do like Yakubu go on. So the people are still angry from the last election, and the man
What is
wanted to
Yakubu
act
go
for
on,
me,
please?
so they beat him. Yeah, so they beat him
What's
up,
Yakubu go on, please?
bloody. When they tell you you are Yakubu Gowan, it's just like somebody telling you are Buhari. There is this are words that need to be added to the dictionaries. Somebody does not. These are
I still don't
adjectives
understand.
used to qualify people. If I
Are you
call,
talking about Yakubu
no, you don't.
Mahmoud
You,
one? Mahmoud.
sorry, Momood,
Hey,
Momood. Sorry,
now you're
God
coming.
bless. Sorry,
It
brother
means
man.
it means rigging,
Sorry,
rigging. The person
all
wants to
of
rig
them
the
are
election. Simple.
Okay.
sorry, all of them are the same, Joe. It's Yakub Momood. All of them are the same. When you're in Nigeria, somebody calls you Buhari, you already know what he's calling you. When somebody calls you Tinubu, you know what he's calling you. When they call you Yakub Mahmoud, You know what is calling you. So these are adjectives you use to qualify people in Nigeria.
Okay. Oh, wow. Nigeria has changed.
Um,
All
that
right.
was it.
So, okay.
I don't know.
Yeah, no, okay, go ahead.
I said I don't know where to come in the discussion because I entered late. I don't
Okay.
know where you people were. I entered late. I started watching late. So I
Okay.
was hoping to get a feel of where the direction was headed before I made my commentary.
All right. Let's go to people who were here. Flagship.
Thank you, Rudolph. Am I audible?
Yeah.
Okay, great. It was a great conversation. I didn't join the panel because I had to take my daughter to the hospital. She wasn't feeling too well, but I was watching on my phone
Okay.
throughout the time. Uh, it was a great conversation. I enjoyed every one of his response, and I'm glad that we have somebody of his caliber and nature who also understand the situation we are going through at home, though in diaspora, but still is involved in what is happening back home in Nigeria. I was a little bit, he touched a topic that's of concern to me, and it's something that's been bothering me for so long, for the many years that I've been involved in it here in this country, and how we have been marginalized. That's why I came on to ask him. When I heard him mention money, in my opinion, and from what I've seen, from the angle that I've seen it, money is actually not what is involved. It's just that we are being sidelined. And many of our folks that are in the business are just fine and okay with it. I really wanted to talk a little bit more about the cultural aspect of healthcare in Nigeria and the disparities involved. It's hard for me to say this, but I don't think it's fair, but I still have to do it. If you juxtapose it with the practice here in the West, the disparity, the margin rather, is huge. And my question is, how do we bridge this gap? It's possible. We can do it. And he's very cleverly highlighted two aspects that are really key to having this culture and practices which seem to be the stumbling blocks to having healthcare dispensed to the people in Nigeria, as should be. And the two things he talked about are the international guidelines, which governs all practices in healthcare worldwide and globally, although it is specialized or tailored to countries. That's why he mentioned, which is true, that protocols that are designed and written seem to be similar, but they have little tiny differences if you look at them, just because of what the EDA or the FDA here in the US, as the case may be, allows, and also the folks in Asia as well. But Africa doesn't seem to have any at all. And for some reason, they don't care about it. They don't even want to know why Africa doesn't have set protocols and designs. The question is, are we in this group? We are not. We're not represented in any way, shape, or form. I've been opportune to attend some meetings right in your city, Rudolph, where they discuss these matters. And the things that I hear is just, it shocks me. And we are far behind. Like, we are left behind. We are way back there. And they just don't seem to care. It's as long as we're back there, it's fine for them, you know. But when we get on the table and we start asking questions, then they begin to think that, okay, well, perhaps maybe we should listen. Tell us why you think we should include you. These are the responses they are asking. Well, we have never heard anybody say anything about it from your part of the world. You can't wait for us to do it for you. What do you want? How do we be of help? You know, what designs have you put in place? And where do we come in? We can take a look at it if you have some sort of template, and we mirror it with what we have. If it works, we'll include you. And the same practice will be global. But Africa is just out of it, totally out of it. And believe it or not, the majority of the healthcare practitioners over this way are from Nigeria. They are from Nigeria. I can confidently say that if you group the African medical practitioners in the West together, Nigeria should be ranking about 50, if not 60%. But how come we're not involved in the conversation? And why don't we even say anything? Why don't we go back and sit down and say, hey guys, let's try to come up with some sort of protocol. Let's write something out. Let's put something together. Take it there. If they don't like it, we'll go back and redo it again. So we can at least start to tailor our healthcare system continentally to match up with the West, so that the style of healthcare that is provided to those here in the West, we can at least match it and work a little bit harder to better it. We have everything it takes. Yes, our country is just so messed up. Things are kind of upside down. We're going to get through that at some point. But let's not wait. The people are dying every day. Come on. He talked about the young man that was highly connected in society and was able to get lawyers and all of that to go after the doctor that performed a procedure on his wife and passed. That's because he's highly connected. What about the 90% that can't even afford a lawyer, not to talk of having a voice somewhere in government that could help them fight for the cause of death of their families? And I don't think it's proper for any medical practitioner to perform any procedure on anybody if they don't have the training and the specialization for it. Yes, I know you're trying to save lives, but you just can't delve into it. It's too risky. That's why we have protocols. That's why we have guidelines. That's why there are regulations around this thing. If you can't do it, you can refer to the person that can do it. Your goodwill to wanting to save that life does not mean you jeopardize it. It's not allowed in the medical practice. It's not allowed anyway. If you can't do it, you're not trained for it, you don't have the educational knowledge, even if you are within the line of the business, if you have not been certified to do that, don't experiment on it. Yeah, I know it's called medical practice. It's still a practice. Everybody in it are practicing, but there's some degree of specialization in it. And you can't just experiment on humans because you're trying to save life. There are guidelines. They have to be written down, they have to be agreed on, and they have to be implemented. So I think we've got a lot to do, but there's a starting point. Like they always say, the journey of 1,000 miles always begins with one step. So these are the things that I wanted to, if he had a little bit more time, ask him about to see how can we begin the discourse on this. Well, we'd like to put the little cracks on the wall until we're able to put a huge crack and tear it down and let the floodgates open so we get what other people in other parts of the world are getting. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Flagship. I'm going to bring a professor of medicine who is into research. I think this conversation we should continue that one way or the other. Who is into research here in America, so that you can connect it to how possible. But let me ask you, the Flagship, when we hear that South Africa they can produce or they are producing vaccine there, and Nigeria recently said that in 6 months or so they will be able to produce vaccines. Is it possible? Can they do it?
The point is this: we can produce vaccines right now if we have the right facilities, right? There are already written down protocols. It's not like South Africa designed it and wrote it out themselves. They've just been given the license to do it. They've been funded to have the facility to do it.
Flagship, if I may, I have a first cousin that is that works for Nigerian Institute of Medical Research. She's a PhD holder. There's a lot of politics in there. So any day that want to discuss something like this, I know that medicine, I know that I'm quite happy to get her to come on and to throw more light. You know, she's a research fellow as well. So even during the Ebola, during the Ebola thing, she was part of the team that fought the Ebola thing and all that. She works for Nigeria. She just always, I've told her, listen, you gotta get out of that country, but she just like one of those that believe Nigeria is gonna be good. I need to stay in this country. I'm not moving anywhere, you know. So she's had some few offers which she turned down.
Those are the kind of people that we're looking for. And I'll tell you a little personal story. I was a part of a team that was going to go to Nigeria. We met in New York, and they were trying to, and I'll be careful with my words, they were trying to set up or start something in West Africa. And Nigeria was a good choice. Main reason is the population. We've got it. So it's a really good place to get it started. And these are the nuances in our, again, corruption. So I won't blame them. Long story short, we got there. And we went to three of the quote unquote Ivy League universities we have in Nigeria. It was a team of 15. Lagos, Benin, and Ife. We were shocked at what we met. You know, it's, it was one of my most disappointing moments in life, where we were told before we get to meet and talk with the research team in the teaching hospital, we have to, so to say, scratch or pretty much bribe someone to get to speak with the secretary, who then lets us to talk to whoever the dean or whoever the guy in charge of research in the institution was. It was a pushback. Guess where it landed? Ghana. We lost that one. Okay, so that's a topic for another day. But if we have people like Tone's cousin, those are the people I need to sit down, or I can bring and put in the table and say, hey, let's put this person in and let's see how we can begin the groundwork there. And let's see how we can begin to talk about this International Conference of Harmonization thing and see how we can figure a way in the web of Nigeria to come up with something that we can at least, with time, broaden and get things done properly and in the right way in Nigeria, which will in the end of it better the lives of the people. So we have it, like I said. We just need to find the right people. And those who have the training, they have the knowledge, they have the expertise, they have the passion for it, of which, per what Tone just said, our cousin would be one of the very good candidates to do this. So we've got some ways to go, but we can achieve it, we can do it, we can make it happen. We just have to find the right people, of which there are. It's just a matter of identifying them. So in answer to your question, Rudolph, South Africa is just going by already written down protocol. You know, it's like a franchise. I've got everything written down. You want to start up your own, I'll set it up for you. Pick out where you want to do it. We get it rolling. And it's being done in the locality. You own it. But that's what it is. They can't just get up on their own and say, hey, yeah, this is what we have. We're going to make it. It's going to be used for Africa. And I wanted to respond to Dr. Agbo, but for the sake of time, even if we come up with it and say, damn the consequences, let's forget about what the rest of the global community says about this. We found out it works. It really works. But they have not given their approval to it. It's a tough battle. And until we get involved in there, sit at the table where these policies and guidelines are being drafted, and we're a part of that discourse and conversation, no matter what we find, it won't fly. What will happen is it'll be locked up in the freezer, and that's where it belongs. I've got one, mine, locked up in the freezer because they came to buy the rights. And I said no. My professor said no. We're not going to sell it. Guess where it ended up? Russia. It's being used in Russia today. But there's so much regulation here. There's so much politics in it. I mean, when I say politics, I mean politics. Like, you'll be shocked. And you'll be, this is not to save lives. I thought it would be allowed. But the politics will not allow it. If you're not at the table, you don't stand a chance. So that's where we need to be. And we've got the people with the brain, the intellect, the knowledge, the expertise, Nigerians who are in this field that can comfortably sit at the table and have these conversations.
All right. Thank you, the flagship. I will hand it over to forefathers, but before then, let me see.
I wanted to ask the flagship a question, but I don't know if there's time.
Yeah, hold on. You do that. You get a chance. Okay, you wanted to say something? No.
Hello.
Yeah, yes, I wanted to say
Hello.
something when Mr. Flagship
Can you
was
hear me?
talking.
Yeah, fine.
I
Yeah.
he mentioned
I'm okay.
something about research, and I remember saying on this. Who's making a call?
Yeah, I muted him. That's
Okay, so I the thing you said about something that the research center that would have benefited Nigeria being moved to Ghana, I am not surprised because even if they had managed to find a way, oh my god, what happened to it? Even if they had managed to bring it down here in just a little while, politics would have taken over and it would have been run to the ground. I have seen it happen one too many times. The only way to prevent it is to have the people who initiated it being part of the management. Have a stake. When I say stake, in the day-to-day running of it. I will give you an instance, and I don't know how to relate it, but let me just say this. I I will go back to this example. I was doing a research last year, and some of the people, I remember I counted more than 3 students. What is three? More than three of them. They had similar research topics, very similar research topics about the Civil War, different aspects of it, but very similar. It all had to do with the Civil War. And whenever they came in, the main what do you call it? One person was looking for newspapers that were in circulation from 1957 to 1960. No, from 1967 to 1970. Within those 3 years, I kid you not. Some of the papers were no longer there. The ones that were there had been so eaten by termites and molds that once you try to flip a page, it just falls like flakes. Falls like flakes. And I remember sitting down and I was looking at one of the girls. She was so frustrated. She kept asking the archivist, "Sir, don't you have any other document? Don't you have any other newspaper that this?" I said, "No, we don't have anything now. These are the only ones we have. You should be able to say, I can't find what I'm looking for. These ones are falling apart." He said, the other ones, I don't know. She asked for a particular document. He said, we don't know where it is. You don't know where it is. Did it grow wings and fly out? And you find this in every sphere, like every sphere, every department, every parastatal, you find this kind of habit. Once you're not there to see today the day-to-day running of the place, they'll run it to the ground. They will bring their incompetent relations or friends, and then they won't be able to supervise them. Their friends will be taking archival materials outside to go and photocopy, carry archival documents outside the archive to go and photocopy, and sometimes they don't make it back. Sometimes when they carry these documents outside, they mix it up. You are looking for something in something about health. The people that carried it outside to go and photocopy, to go and put it in the place of education or technology or commerce or something, and you come back to the archives next time and you're asking for the same document, they're telling you they can't find it, and there's nothing you can do about it, and that document is gone like that. Only God knows which how many times they've been beaten by the rain. They'll carry it outside and they'll be beaten by the rain with their car. You can imagine documents that are 50, 40 years old being beaten by rain. It's just sad, and I don't know how they're going to stop it. I I just don't know. I don't know. If such a thing was ever to happen and you are involved, please tell the people involved that the only way forward is to make sure they have one of those people that initiated it run it, being part of the day-to-day running. That is the only way it will be sustained. If not, In 2 years' time, you're not going to believe what your eyes will see. You won't.
All right, thank you. Before I go, let me
Thank
hear
you.
Geneva.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Janaba, is that your camouflage? Are you going to Odumoga with it?
Killing my people enough. So if I wear camouflage to go fight, I don't think I'm wrong this time around.
Can you try that in Nigeria?
Yes, I do.
All right, Janaba, go ahead.
Thank you for having me again. There's a noise. Okay, so I think it's okay. Rudy, you are a wonderful man. My head doesn't work well sometimes, but I manage to work with you. Even though the only day I make sense, you say it's not me, it's Paul, but it's okay. It's all part of being a minority. Oh, your life is a good life. You brought good people all the time. Sometimes, Agbo is a good guy. He's very deep. The only thing that I was trying to follow up with him would be the satanic worship. I was trying to he define it in a way, but I don't think he really give me the answer because he said we all know what is the norm of the worship. So I wanted to, if it is a sacrifices of human life or those things, I was trying to let me hear from him, or that kind of sacrifice made is out of norm. But also, uh, the question of what make the society going towards looking for such power or such belief. I want him to share more light on it, and I want us to have a conversation in a broader way that uh, everything that we all worship is whether image in our head or image they present to us or image we crafted. So all the story they tell you, so we could have expand on it in the sense that we can always channel something and make it better. It's not that it's just the fact that people are looking for power or people go to shrine. I don't think that is the problem. The society, the youth are craving for something that they feel maybe they go to church, pastors scam them, scam their auntie, scam their uncle. It's a scam. There's something make that. Or they look at the history and say, okay, we are like this before we were better. The morale of the society was better. So there is something that is driving them to that extent. And that is what I want to hear from him on that issue. But in general issue, some of the things he says to you is our culture, is our tradition, which we are all familiar with. For instance, you ask him a question that why the doctor in Nigeria don't want to tell people about the prescription. They say, don't teach me my job, go and fill it up. And he told you that, oh, is that a normal practice? And he says to you, no, that is the they don't want you to go to the chemist later and go and buy it from the pharmacy on your own. They just want you to come to them. It's about self monopoly. And then what do we do to improve our healthcare system? Uh, uh, we all have many doctors around the world than Nigerians, than if their primary goal, which I believe that is their primary goal, is to save life and to improve quality of life and to make sure people die with respect and dignity in the comfort of their life. So, and why that is impossible in Nigeria is still going to go down to the root of corruption and lack of law enforcement. And political, I don't think the lawmakers in Nigeria understand the nature of putting things together to enforce it. And even if they do it, if the society have grown to that level, except we are among the 1% of Nigeria, like you mentioned in the situation whereby someone lost his wife and sue and makes and all of that. But how many Nigerians can go to that extent? So in broader way, he's a brilliant guy, and I have so much respect for him. The fact that he comes to Dr. Rudolph's show with all his busy schedule, and those are the people I respect, not because other people's life are not important. It's because they think that what we do makes sense. Not somebody to say, "Oh, we are not making sense. We're going to come here and spend countless of hours," and somebody will say, even if you don't have anything to do, can't you have love offering with your wife or your girlfriend or whatever? But that is not our society. Never value, and we never celebrate our heroes, and we never take each other serious. So I have respect for Agbo, and I have respect for you. I have respect for everybody, and you bring all those people that speak to our political, and he's doing so much. Kenga is doing so much to even went and read the governors uh, in the east, at least I think about 7 states that and he refused to take money from any of those governors. I just want to be neutral and not to be influenced by those that donate to the organization. It's going to be slow but steady in doing that, and it's possible. Sometimes I listened to electricity yesterday speaking, and I was impressed. And that is my belief. Change begin with all of us. Turn the mirror on yourself. What will I do? What will I do differently to improve the life of people, or to say no, to resist this unqualified evil that is lavishing our society? And he was talking about he will take a normal way. He will not go to the airport to bribe anybody, and he will not do that. If we are not going to do the right thing, and then we see whether the person that want to make us pay money for no reason, then we can now eradicate or start pushing back on this bribe and corruption. And that is how we build a better society. But the sense that some people feel entitled and the other are not, or they are not human being enough, where you are born and your career is to serve them, it's quite disturbing to me. But in Agbo case, he's doing so much, and it's not easy to have you here. You are here now for 5 hours. Yesterday, Chim, he was crying like a baby. He said, "I've not even eaten my breakfast." I said, "Wow, you know, eat your breakfast." You think, you see, sometimes it's easy for people to come and sit down, go in and out. But you can see this guy, whether he's wearing diaper, I don't know. I think when you're getting old, your brother will know.
All right, Janaba, you are revealing so much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Let me just say something before we continue. On Sunday next week, I'm bringing he's an amazing guy too. He's an actor, director. He's a playwright. He's a judge. He's a poet. Most of you may know him. He's a Nollywood actor based here in New York City. He's going to join us and to talk about the role of Nollywood in the branding of Nigeria. He's also a judge in the court system in New York here, and his play has been shown off Broadway. So he will join us next Sunday at the same time. Thank you, guys. I will now hand it over to
Dr. Rudolph.
Yeah.
Before you go, I want you to give us a prediction. Did you watch the Grammy?
Oh yeah, I have to watch it because
between Davido and Burna Boy, who you think is going to win a Grammy tonight?
Between who and who? Burna Boy and who?
Davido and Davido and Burna Boy.
Everyone, you always wanna overtake somebody. But KJ was about to speak here, and you shot him. Yeah.
Mazi, you speak. I'll let you speak. But I think it's I'm rooting for either Burna Boy or Ashake. Is it Ashake? Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think Davido will win. Well, thank you guys.
Okay.
I don't think he's good.
Dr. Rudolph, before you go, Dr. Rudolph, I've just spoken briefly to her. Is a yes. So we'll talk in the background.
Okay. All right.
Even if you want her to be on for this Sunday, she'll be available.
No, I already have somebody Sunday. So.
Yeah, but it's a yes. We'll talk in the background. I'll call you later, perhaps tomorrow. If you just let me know when the best time to call you, New York time. Just send me a message to my phone.
I'll do that. Thank you, everybody. I will see you next.
All right.
All right.
Okay. Thank you. So where were we? So who is next?
I was going to ask a question to Dr. Falegan, but I think he's left. Dr. Flash. Oh, he's there.
I think Mazi wants to say something.
Sorry, Mazi. I told Rudolph that I wanted to ask the flagship a question, and he said after Ngozi can speak.
Before then, I've been raising my hand. Even
okay, you can
then.
talk. You can talk. You can talk. You can talk.
John, I wanted to ask John about something, and my question goes like this: when we talk about Satan and all this stuff, I wanted to ask: is there any of you here who is in the diaspora that doesn't shop at Chinese store and all that Asian store? I believe we all shop at the Asian store, right?
We don't not shop at the Asian store. There are not that many of them to be ignoring them.
But some of us do go there.
Are you talking about Indians? You are referring to Indians.
Speak for
Both
yourself.
Indian,
I go to the Chinese shop. They have some special things there. They sell.
Good. No. It's not a special thing that they sell. What I'm saying is that what I'm saying in essence is that we all claim to be Christians, right? And when we go to those shops, you see that they have shrines in most of their stores. As a Christian, why don't you say, oh, because of those shrines that they have there, you're not gonna eat anything that comes from that place? That's also to show you, that's also to tell you that this church of a thing, Christianity of a thing that we talk about is of the heart and not of a building, nor is it of, it's just the heart that you have towards others or the things that you do just to be, Christ-like. You don't discriminate and you do all that. Why I brought it up, Janaba, is when you start talking about Satan. I know some people worship Satan. That's them. I don't care. That's their business. As long as they don't bring it to me, that's their own. But I cannot say, oh, because you worship Satan, then I won't talk to you or I won't associate with you. Your own thing, as long as you keep it away from me, it's all good. And then we also Tone. I was gonna say when you talked about Weston. Oh yeah, you see here. Please do make it a priority that when you finally say yes to the person, that it will be the first that you invite to your wedding and will graciously attend. Hmm? That would be so nice of you. If you finally arrange everything, we'll attend to support you. So did anybody get to hear what this guy was saying today? Is it Yule Doche? Good. And yes, he has a ministry today. And somebody could open his mouth and say that his testimony is that after listening to Yule Doche, that his testimony is that he used to be a 1 minute man, but now he's a 30-minute man. So is that what they're preaching in that church? You understand what I mean? See, the thing is this. I'm trying to, like, let us live in reality of life. I'm just trying not to go into politics because the politics is depressing. I'm just trying to live in reality of things that people do, that you start questioning yourself and said, what did I just hear? What just happened? Jesus Christ. Yeah, you just ask yourself. And for me, I think we all have different reasons why we're on this platform. I'm not here because I want to go and fight part two. Is it World War III? No, I'm not here. I'm here to listen to people, to learn, to get informations, and the ones that I can support, I support. The one I can use to also support those in Nigeria, I will, pass on the information to them. So yeah, that's my contribution for now. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, KJ. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Bros, Mazi, um, um, religion, or should I say worship, the act of worship, whichever form you choose, is a personal thing. And we are not going to go as a practicing Christian. We're not going to go and find out what the people are, what they have said. Or, I mean, that's how we're not. It doesn't look. We if we as Africans, like I said, an elderly man schooled me, on Friday. If we as the Africans who are supposed to be the cradle of the earth, who are the beginning of the beginnings, there's something we know that the white man don't know, and that thing which we know that the white man don't know is what is keeping our communities running even till tomorrow. Because if you go into the forest and you cut your hand, your cutlass or whatever you're using, cuts your hand. There's a leaf. Just I still know the leaf. You just plug it, squeeze it, put it there, and it cuts off the blood flow. Is that do I have any way to go and explain that on medical terms that this is how it is done? No, I don't. I may not have the medical understanding, okay, but I know based on my living, and I have experienced over and over and over that these things happen. This are if you go to Genesis 1, it tells you every herb is given for you as a medicine. Okay, for medicine is there in the Bible. So the practice of local medicine, which the doctor will not agree with me, it is very real. If it's not real, majority of our people would have died. Tomorrow, if I have malaria in the community and I don't have anything to do, I'll go and pluck the goyaro leaf and I'll squeeze it, put it in one cup. I drink in the morning, drink in the afternoon, drink in the evening, and malaria is gone. Do I have any medical proof for that? No. Do I have to do some abracadabra before I drink it? No. But this is what our people have practiced over time, and it has worked for us. Let us not accept modernity and throw them away because those things do work. Now, if you look at it in the first place, if you do, I'm not a doctor. I'm not going to be one, not in this life at least. But if you look at it, even the word pharmacy, the pharmacare, is what? It's witchcraft. That's what it means. Okay? So, but we're not looking at all that. All we're saying is, we who believe in Christ, not going to leave us to practice our own. Those who want to practice their own, let them go and practice the way they want. We no block road for them.
I know how now.
Bros,
So,
the way bros
so,
they talk, the way they talk, if like say you dey go one direction, you dey go one direction.
no,
Now that direction dey go block. Okay?
I'm a I'm a
Suppose
Christian.
no.
I'm a Christian. I'm a Catholic. Okay, by
Okay.
marriage and all that stuff. And
So
just
I know you are speaking on behalf of those people when our own is let them continue. We no go block them, they no go block us. So that all of us go do what you see, if we all understand life this way, we will have no issue. You do what will benefit you and yourself and your family, and I do the one I think is, and then we all agree on a common goal of the society, of the community, and develop from there. We'll have no issue. And a flagship, I want to also say that sometimes these things are political, because remember the Ebola case. Okay, then there was a minister in Nigeria, Onyema. Is it Onyema? What's his name now? I've forgotten his name, who was able to muster a big team in Abuja that stopped that thing from ravaging Nigeria. Before now, when I was still, when Nigeria was still moving in the right direction, we had a research institute in one part of Abuja. I'm trying to remember the name. Okay, that was run by Professor Wabebe and all of them. That research institute was doing a lot of veterinary medicine and all that stuff like that was coming out of that place. It was a big institute, okay, and things were coming out of it. But eventually, see, the thing the West like to do to us, they tell you, do you have scientific proof? Do you have this? Do you have this? Oh, your setup is not even qualified to be able to do this. Can't do that. But they will do their own. The question I want to have for you, flagship, is this: who authorized for us to be able to use COVID-19? How many of you guys who are in the profession who took those things and say, let us even examine this thing that's sending to our people, whether it is good for consumption? Two, why is that it's only one protocol that's accepted when it comes to COVID-19 protocol? If you don't follow this one, if it's not the one brought for these people, if the idea does not come from this person, then it's not an idea that should be implemented. It must be these people. It must be this one. So If you can balance, give me an explanation to that, I'll be very happy. But if you
Okay.
cannot, it's okay.
I,
Thank
I,
you.
I will say I will say
because
what
there
I
is
can.
hold on, we have to wait. When your turn comes, you can answer the question because we don't want to make it
Okay,
about
I've got some
this.
guests. I've been hanging around because somebody there said they had a question. If not,
Yeah.
I wanted to leave.
Jagon, are you okay with flagship going ahead to answer?
Forefathers, we wanted to ask the flagship question because he's also in the medical field, and the guest that just left is a medical practitioner, and because he left, we wanted to throw the question to flagship before we continue the rotation.
Yeah, when his turn comes, then he can answer.
Well, I'm about to step out, is what I'm saying.
So I'm about to step out. I'm going to watch ground.
I've been waiting. They've been in the living room.
Let's respect other people's time now. Jagun 2 is here, so let's try to
I
be
don't have any
fair.
problem with that. The
Jagun,
point is,
are you
I have
okay
to
with
go if their questions
flagship
can wait.
answering the question?
Oh, sorry, you didn't hear me. You didn't hear me, guys. I was muted. Good evening, everybody. Flagship, I want to ask you, well, not ask you, but I want to comment within this arena. However, please go ahead.
Okay, great. Go ahead, flagship.
Thank you, KJ. Your first question, and I'll speak within limits, if you will, and understand what I mean. When COVID started, I was privileged to be in the first team of those who started gathering data for the first vaccine that ever came out. Now, what I saw after 6 months or thereabout didn't make sense. And when we heard about what was told about Africa, with specification to Nigeria and how it will affect us, we started the outcry. But of course, it was called conspiracy. And the cry was, please, do not be in a hurry to get the jab. Wait. You see, vaccine in research, to get it, you don't get vaccines approved normally in 3 years or 5 years. It's a rigorous process. It takes years. You don't get it in 3 years or 5 years. And even if you get it in 3 years or 5 years, it's not the entire picture of what you're looking for. That 3 to 5 year time frame that it's been studied, it's just some preliminary information they've gathered that is suitable enough to at least help to manage whatever the epidemic or pandemic is. But to get one in 8 months, now that's crazy. We don't have enough data to back it up. So the question was, how do we get our people to understand what is really going on? We started out at that time by saying, I remember calling a friend of mine who works in one of the radio stations in Lagos. And I said, no, I know your programs are censored, but look, this is what I know. Please, as much as you can, you have one microphone, but your loudspeaker is very huge and loud. If you can, tell the people not to be in a hurry to take it. There's still a lot that needs to be done, but they shut them down automatically. It was called a conspiracy. And guess where that instruction came from? From here. I saw memorandums from the folks above who give the go for these shots to be taken to doctors. And the information in it is crazy. I'm telling you, like, why are we doing this? So I understood what the big agenda was. And you can't speak beyond that. If not, you'll be sought after. So I'll end it there. Then the second question, I think you asked about, remind me, please. I'd like to say something.
No, this why you've answered is good enough for me. I mean,
yes, sir.
Point. Yeah, I can't even remember the name because you have excellently put it. And
I think so as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
If I can come in now, guys, if I can come in, I would like you to stay around for a little bit more, flagship, if you may. I'm not quite sure how we got to the subject of Christianity, religion, and health all at the same time. I was a bit perplexed. However, that configuration does indeed make sense, a lot of sense, in terms of things that are written scripturally and where we are right now. Sometimes when Nigerians, I'll put it in that way, kind of seek for the the right to have the vaccine, as it were, I sometimes scratch my head, because I'm wondering if we just want to copy and paste everything without understanding what it is that we're actually copying and pasting. Now, in the West, as far as the vaccine was concerned, it was a real hard push, both politically and through the media, as to the panic that we are in as a nation in Europe, and how deaths are occurring all over the place, and we must be afraid, and therefore we must take the vaccine. Now, just as underlined fantastically by Flagship in speaking about the perplexity he had in his own research as to the vaccine, it didn't make sense. And so much of it doesn't make sense. And indeed, it takes at least 10 years to develop a vaccine with as minimal harm to the human being as possible. It takes that amount of time. Some vaccines have taken that long and have been stripped away because they didn't really function well within the grand scheme of things. Now, for me, the fundamental question that seems to be ignored by most of us is, what is the genesis of this COVID thing? How long has it been with us? Is it natural, or is it man-made, generated in laboratories? Now, these questions, I think, are fundamental to our pursuits for health, because there is no individual. I mean, we are, as for those who are biblical, we are wonderfully woven by the Creator to be who we are as individuals, and there is nobody that knows our body better than we do. We should know our body better than the doctor, because the doctor does not know our body at all. All the doctor will do is prescribe medicine prescribed by him by Big Pharma, and that's basically how it goes. So when we are seeking health from institutions, which we should, and it's our right to, when we are seeking health from these institutions, we must be vigilant that it is us as individuals that are imbibing whatever medicines that we are being offered. So given that premise, I was against the vaccine because I didn't see it as a vaccine. I saw it as something that was even pre-made before the COVID began. I saw this all as a wonderful global experiment, where they can see what's what and where they can go as the WHO, if you like, the World Health Authorities and other global authorities. So I'm just saying all this to say that we can and should already have a wonderful healthcare system in Nigeria, given the nurses and the doctors and the medical staff that are coming out of Nigeria and are in all places in the world. In the UK right now, the amount of Nigerian nurses, both male and female, in the system here in the UK, it's a great number. It's a great number, and these numbers should be back home, teaching our people back home within the industry, so we make ourselves a robust healthcare system. It has been said, I go on just a little bit, Forefather, if I may. It has been said that health is extremely expensive, and surely it is extremely expensive. But it is an expense that a country like Nigeria, with the kind of workforce it should have given its population, we in Nigeria can easily afford a great healthcare system. It is all down to organization. It is all down to the positioning of the most talented in the most sensitive positions, so that we can see for ourselves that we are caring for ourselves. Because if we leave ourselves in the hand of the Western um, um, hegemony, if we leave ourselves in that direction, I think we leave ourselves at great risk. So I'll leave it there.
Thank you. I think there was something KJ said about witchcraft, being linked to pharmacy. I think what the Europeans did cleverly, I mentioned it before, was they separated some of all these things, superstition from empirical evidence in science. And that is where they are directly. That's what made all the difference in most of the stuff that they did. We knew how Dongoyaro worked. We knew but we never really bothered to study what was behind the efficacy, for want of a better word, why it works. We never really bothered to understand those things, which should have been part of the process of learning. Because when we learned that Dongoyaro can do that, yes, we learned something
I don't
based
think
on
that's right.
experience. We didn't take it further.
Further.
Yeah.
I don't think that's right.
Okay.
I think the medical profession, just like in every other industry, they have industrial basis. America and the West is where the big money is. That is why even if you are good or you're an expert, you're so highly professional in Africa, you still have, there's one trajectory, you go where the money is. Most of those scientists you see in the US and the UK, where are they from? If you go to the clinic in the UK, it might likely be treated by a Nigerian. So the money, they follow the money. Even if the discovery is tagged an American discovery, some of the scientists come from different countries. You saw what happened during the war. Some of the scientists were taken from Russia and here to the US and Germany to the US. You follow the industry. So I don't think we didn't work on these herbs. I think what happened is those who worked on them all these medicines you find in the US, most of them are still from Africa. What are we
See,
saying?
if you commission somebody to build a house, I don't know who you want them to attribute the owner of the house to be. Point is that it doesn't matter who you who did, who actually physically did it. It's the people that commissioned the stuff to happen. Those are the people that take the credit for it, and because they are the ones that own it. To be fair, because they are the ones that commissioned it too. And the idea that the point I'm making is that in terms of, if you want to attribute it to our own traditional way of looking at these things, we didn't separate it. And you can also argue that Europeans didn't separate it in early enough. It's more recently they started implementing the scientific methods. We think that it goes back thousands of years. It didn't. I think it started happening around 500 years, just during the period of Enlightenment, and they started separating science, from religion and superstition and some of all those things. And I think within our own discourse, we should be having this type of conversations too, because I don't think on that level we have even developed our own approach to science, our own approach to philosophy, our own approach to the purpose of life in general. They have it. And it's almost, for me, the example I always give is that it's like when you attend, some people that attended university, studied their masters, and somebody that dropped out of secondary school. They don't have the same realities. And this may be it may be that significant, the gap between the way they perceive reality and the way we do. And because this is why you can see Tinubu talking about sending people over to them to go and study, to go and work for them, because our realities are so different.
Well, that's not totally true, forefather. You see, that's what they tell us. But when you come to the West, most of the people you work with didn't even go to university. Some of them didn't even do any of such studies. Okay, the truth is that they've been able to deceive us that what works for us is not. It cannot be real. For instance, if you go to there's a part of Bauchi where they treat people who are bitten by snakes, and there are plenty of snakes that they have a vaccine, a hospital there that they harvest vaccine and they treat snake bites. And like I said earlier, there is part of Abuja that had a vaccine vaccine, what do you call it? Is it a pharmacy or factory or something like that? I'm trying to remember the name because I have Dr. Wabebe, Professor Wabebe, and the rest of the team people working there. We have this thing, but somehow we accept that what we have is inferior, and we don't have anybody who can give us an empirical explanation of why these things work. Therefore, our own shouldn't work. Now, we do not arrogate to ourselves to having all the knowledge, but we don't also say to the West, you cannot take this because we don't agree with it. So, but when it comes to us, they say no, these things must be done this way because that's what we accept it is done. You see, it goes a long way. If you look at it, there's so much of politics into it, much more than trying to explain because
See,
they
from
have.
what you said that we have these things, the problem is that most of us still think of our science or our knowledge in terms of these things in the traditional sense, because you gave the example before, or we go to inside the bush, you take dongoyaro and all those things, but you never brought up these people that learned how to create vaccine for snakes and actually did it in a more scientific manner.
If I can, real quick, guys.
Oh, sorry,
I
KJ.
think KJ, you don't necessarily understand where forefather is coming from. I think, if I'm right, because I understand it in terms of we have to have an approach to medicine. We have to, and that's what forefather is saying. We don't have an approach to these things. We just are seeing it from the eyes of the West, just in general, right across the board, patient or doctor. And what it is that we have to recognize that there are things that we have done in those as Africans that pertain to Western medicine. We were doing open heart surgery before it ever happened in Uganda. We were cutting the baby from the womb and giving what's that kind of, I've forgotten the birth that is coming from cesarean before the Europeans, and they watched us doing it. Yet still, we do not have an approach to sciences. And I think that's a very valid point. I think we need to really register that. We can't just be saying, oh, we had it. We didn't have it if we don't have it now. If something of purpose was there and we allowed it to vanish, then again, we have to look at ourselves. You see, as much as we can blame the West, but the real blame is with us, man. We need to really take responsibility for what we are doing in that country, for what we're doing as Africans.
Can I come in again? We say, for instance, forefather is that doctor that was performing those cesarean section in Uganda, and then America comes in with their billions. You think he's going to refuse the money?
I'm not sure what you're saying.
I said we were talking about the cesarean section, which you said was practiced in Africa before the West ever started doing it. And yes. What I'm saying is, if America came with their billions and presented it to this man who was doing this cesarean section, do you think he will still stay in Uganda, or he will take the whole knowledge he has and take it to America?
Well, in real terms, that didn't even need to be done, because they saw the doctor, I've forgotten his name, who actually saw this for the first time in the 17th century. Listen to the time. He saw it being done, and as he saw it being done, he learned everything. He was in that village for like 3 or 4 years doing his research before coming back to the West. So it's not a question of billions all the time. We love this argument of money. The argument of money is there and it's valid, but it's kind of invalid to what is worth. There's a worth and a value to everything. And some of what we do as Africans, given our best for money, which is paper in real terms, it's not worth the exchange, I'm afraid. It's just the psyche doesn't allow us to think.
I'm just using that as a quick analogy. The truth is,
and I'll put back to you.
Yeah, the truth is, there was a point in our history where our development was at a standstill when the Europeans came in, and there was, I think, there's a book written about it. We had there's a word for it, where our civilization was cut and there was massive influx and taking up all these things. This is the trajectory that played out over a period of 4 centuries, where your people were massively looted and stolen. They stole humans, they stole everything, they stole our artifacts. We are just getting back the ones from Benin. So it has been a trajectory that stopped our civilization and improvement.
Yes.
You know, so
again, whilst we know this history, we still got to look in the mirror as to who's to blame. Masca, we haven't seen you for a long time, or my brother, make I welcome you and show you forward.
Thank you for joining us, this is Masca.
Well,
please go
Father,
ahead.
can I ask this guy a quick question before he leaves? Flagship, my question is: do you take the vaccine or not?
Say that again. I didn't hear
from
you.
his utterances now, you don't know the answer.
No. What did you say?
I said, do you take the vaccine or not? The COVID vaccine, do you take it or not?
Listen. I did not take it. And I'm not afraid to say it. I say to the folks I work with, when they ask me to, I told them no. And I
What was your reasoning?
Again, the data don't match. It just doesn't make sense. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you one thing. Listen. So when COVID came, and this vaccine story was on, over here in the U.S., our senators and House of Rep members will make phone calls in their districts. You get an automatic dial on your phone. You answer it. Senator Craig is on a town hall meeting, and everybody in this district push one to log into the conference call. The call takes, in my district, we're well over 1 million people on a call. And he was there talking. They had CDC experts. They had doctors and all of them, on the call and trying to educate the people about why to take the vaccine and so on and so forth. And I asked the question. I pushed the option to ask questions when it was question time. And my question was this. Every year, the CDC takes records of death caused by the flu. Is that right? They said yes. This year, what is the numbers as we speak of death related to flu versus death related to COVID? They couldn't give me the answer. Nobody's taking count of death rate caused by the flu. But we have this astronomical number caused by the
absolutely.
Yeah, but didn't you think about the potential? Because the reasoning I had for
all right,
not
listen, let me
taking
land
it
here
was
before
different.
others. Let me land. The symptoms of the flu and the symptoms for COVID are the same.
The same.
Put them together, they're the same.
I did all of that same research.
So why are you asking me to take this vaccine that's out in 8 months when you don't know much about it?
Exactly.
Yeah, but the question I wanted to ask was if there was a potential. You heard about the numbers of people that were dying and all the rest, and you felt that, okay, yes, I have my reservations, but you still have to be concerned that, okay, what if this stuff hits you, and even if the vaccine it may not have been tested, is it not better to stay alive than to die? What was your reasoning for dismissing that argument?
Listen, I dismissed it because I know. If I did not know, then you can ask me that question.
But
I know.
Did you dispute that people were dying?
Forefathers, listen to me. There are some things I can't say here in this forum. Like I said, I saw things. I saw data. Part of my job is data. I look at data and gather them, begin the process of analysis, and hand it over to those who do the actual analysis on it. From what I saw, it didn't make sense. There's no way. This doesn't add up. So when they shut down the entire country, my job involves travel. I'm everywhere within the US and Canada and part of Western Europe. When travel was cut down, a lot of those within the team of thousands of people that I work with chose not to fly or travel.
Yeah, but when you look at Italy, though, Italy, people were dying. The question I'm asking is that because at that time they claimed people were dying, so I need an explanation for those deaths.
Listen
And
to
what
me.
was your reasoning to dismissing those deaths?
Again, if I take comparative analysis of the data they are presenting and the data that I have, which I collected, it doesn't match. My question is, where did you get this one from? I'm collecting the raw data. I'm looking at it. I put it together.
Forefather, all you
Then
have
I
to
hand it
do.
over to you.
I don't know why you didn't do this.
Because my
Let me put
concern
it
is
this.
that even in
Wait,
Russia,
wait,
they had
wait.
ambulances lined up. I don't know
No,
what
that
is the
was just
explanation for all
that
that.
was
Maybe this
us
will help
living
you.
through the TV.
Maybe
That's
this
us.
will help you.
That's how they create the panic. Now, I'll
Let-
just ask you, forefather. I would just
Jagan,
like to ask if you've
let me
come to the
say this.
same conclusion as not to take the vaccine yourself, and somebody's telling you through the data, it tells me not to take the vaccine. I can't understand where you're arguing.
My
Where you're
reasoning
pushing
is
from.
simple. My reasoning is simple because
No,
of the data
I
that
think
they gave me, that the people that are susceptible to the vaccines were of certain age, that the chance of it hitting me is not going to be that severe. Even if I got it, I stand a better chance of surviving it. So when I evaluated based on the risk that the vaccine may be dodgy and the fact that it may not hit me, I thought better not to bother having it. So that's my reasoning. I evaluated it. I didn't completely dismiss
Evaluate
that
this. Evaluate
COVID-19
this.
didn't
Do
exist.
you know that in 2020, in the UK, the deaths were high as far as COVID was concerned? Yes. But then if you looked at the 5 years prior to that, the 2002 was lower death rate than all the 5 years, which tells you something about how manipulation of numbers work. And unless you're doing this kind of forage, you're not doing anything.
No, I'm just trying to
You
understand. I'm
no,
just trying to understand.
I'm
I'm
saying
not
to you,
doing
it's in
anything.
the data, just as
The
Flagship has said.
data, we
It's
don't have access to the data.
Let me
no, the data.
ask.
What do you mean you don't have access to the
In this
data?
discussion, I
The
mean.
data
Let me
is
say this.
there.
Let me
The
say
data
this,
is there.
Jagan, let me say this. But perhaps maybe you guys don't do this. But if you don't, please do. When next you do this, when you go to your doctor and he's telling you everything he's telling you to do, please ask questions. Don't just take it hook, line, and sinker because he's a doctor. You're giving me this pill.
Yeah, same.
Why should I take it? What does he do? What are the side effects? What do I expect? How long should I take it? Do I need to stop if I see the symptoms subside? Ask questions. Why are you doing this test? Why is it necessary for me to go here? Why do I have to take this? Hey, I read somewhere that this medication, while it's meant to treat headache, but could give me hypertension. It could cause liver disease. It could do this and that and that and this. Have you ever asked these questions? Listen, if you don't know, let me give you a little bit of insight. You see, any pill you take, right? When you look at the box or the container, go to the section that says active ingredients and inactive ingredients. You find out that the active ingredient makes up about 10% of what you're putting in your body. So what's the 90% for? Why not give me that 10% in 100% form and I'll take it and this whole thing is gone? That's where the African medical practice and the Orthodox practice came. You guys were talking about it now. And I wanted to chip in this. Medicine is practiced in 3 ways. There is preventative medicine, there is medicine to manage your disease, and there is curative medicine. Back then, when we were doing herbs, we practiced preventative medicine and curative medicine. Modern day medicine is medicine that's designed to manage your disease. It's not meant to cure you. You know why? Because they want you to come back.
Money.
If he gives you a pill that will take care of that thing and you're well and gone, he won't see you in the next 10 years.
But it's not entirely fair.
Forefather, can I add a question to your question? Forefather, can I add a question to your question, please?
Let Mascal speak now. He hasn't spoken. We haven't seen him in a long time. And we need to know what he's been up to. What have you been up to, my man? Why have you been away?
Thank you for that.
Welcome, Masca.
Oh dear.
I didn't know that.
Does he still have that problem?
Don't worry, we can hear you
You
now.
guys can't hear me.
We can hear you, Master.
Now.
Okay, so good evening, everybody. But I will single out KJ, Austin, and Tone for respect, because these are people that I know have been in my corner even in my absence. So thank you, guys.
Okay, guys, can I log off? I'm sorry to interrupt.
No, please, just a moment.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, just quickly, I would say what forefathers, what flagship is trying to explain to you is that modern day medicine is not an altruistic medicine. The basis of medicine, modern day medicine, obviously it's capitalistic in nature. The person who is giving you medicine doesn't care about you. All he cares is about the money. It may not be the doctor directly sitting in front of you, but the fundamental architecture of modern day medicine has been constructed for
Oh, sorry about that. Your audio is gone.
It's the internet. It's the internet.
I think you guys should allow flagship to go before he.
Please, I have a question. I have a question for him, please.
The discussion is getting interesting now.
I think it's going to leave it.
Hold on. Before you all just start asking questions, hold on, because I'm not going to let some things just run away like that. See, hold on now. Jesus Christ, let me just say my piece. You will not let me talk.
Let Master speak.
Let me say my piece. See, the idea that medicine is all just about making money sometimes is a bit unfair. We have to.
It is about making money.
Hold on now, please.
That's the bottom line.
Father, I think you are being unfair. We have a man of knowledge who is.
Can you Exero, please let me talk, please. Let me talk too, because he the man of this thing medicine also said you should question your doctor. So why can't we just question him too? See, point is so my point is that medicine has led to life expectancy basically doubling within a century that they've had so far, and we know some things are actually being cured. If you have infection, penicillin actually cures you. There are curative ones out there, and there are chronic diseases that they haven't found cure for. You can argue that maybe they could have dedicated more resources to finding the cure to some cancers. But to say that the whole thing is entirely cynical, it's about making money, is not fair. They've preserved more life to the point whereby we have 7 billion people on the face of the earth today. So let's be objective about it.
So let me make a comment to that.
Forefather, can I just bite a bit before he leaves?
Let me make one comment, forefathers. I'll let you know this. There is no disease, mark my words, there is no disease known to us as humans today that doesn't have a cure.
Even HIV/AIDS.
That's a bold statement too.
Trust me.
It's a solid statement.
Do you have the cure?
I like that.
Do you have the cure?
No disease known to science. Known to science today. Again, mark the words. Known to science today that doesn't have a cure.
But you have to. Okay, then you are arguing that some of all the richest people that are dying in the world today, either they're now actually dying and they're going escaping somewhere, or the disease, they deliberately keep the cure away from them so that they will die, so that just to deprive other people of health. People are physically dying. Some of the richest people actually die from disease.
Can I ask you my question?
I don't understand. How do you square that?
Forefather, can I put in my question so you can jump?
Please, Augustine, I've been here waiting
Exero, leave Augustine, Jare. Exero, you've been asking 1,000 questions. Let Augustine talk. Augustine hasn't even said anything. Exero, you go there. What is wrong with you? Let other people ask questions.
Exero, sorry. Thank you. Sorry, my question is just direct. Flagship, I'm thinking that what you're saying is also conspiracy, because you belong to a school of thought. And when you say you have your raw data, which hospital are you working, and how did you collect your own data? Because also I have privilege of also working in a hospital, and I also have access to their own data. and I've seen COVID patients, and I've been with them. But to address the question where you're going, I would have loved you to address the question Jagu asked. Is COVID a laboratory invention or a disease from somewhere? If it is a laboratory invention, then why are you telling me that the process of providing the vaccine had not started before they release the COVID? So these are also the questions I want you to attack on this. Thank you.
All right, I'll ask you to read up about two things: lobbying in medicine and politics in medicine. Get on Google when you have time, read about those two topics. I bet it will answer your question in a broader view. And I do not work with one hospital. I don't gather data from one hospital. I oversee hospitals nationwide in the US, parts of Canada, and parts of Western Europe. And I'm privileged to look at data globally from other continents.
Come on, man.
Privileged to sit in meetings where this data is discussed.
Bro, it's a privilege to be here with you, man.
So
Simple.
Simple. When I say
all these people, you guys believe logic has no this thing privilege.
I'm telling you reality.
No, why can't he be pleased? I mean, this is somebody that we have.
Those things doesn't make him right.
So he has not addressed the question I asked. Let him address the question.
Thank you for your work.
Listen.
Thank you for your work. We appreciate what you have done, what you are doing, and please keep doing the good job. Please, can we give my brother Maska an opportunity to also put across his own idea?
I hope he has not answered my question.
He wants his question answered.
He has already answered your question. You know where to go and look at.
KJ, you're not the one they asked.
Flagship, let me ask my question,
Flagship,
Flagship, let me ask my question, please.
Go ahead.
All along, we were talking about when the guest was here. We were talking about how he was giving us his ideas about how things work in the medical profession. Then I wanted to ask a question that we have this doctor in Sweden here. He was finally found out to be a fraud. His name is Paolo Macchiarini. He was doing surgeries, bronchial surgeries with plastic made ones to replace people's worn out bronchitis or something. So he was stitching these things inside. So after a while, those things they rot, and the patients died. He was using the patients as lab rats, and he did this internationally in several countries until it was found out. These are things this is the question I wanted to ask, because you are in the profession. A lot of people go into hospitals in Nigeria and are given diagnoses that turn out to be false, and they later die. Or sometimes you hear that somebody there's this popular place called Igbobi, and they say, okay, they must cut off his leg. If that person was taken maybe abroad, they would have fixed the situation. From your knowledge and your experience in the profession, how many Polo Macchiarinis do we have in this profession?
Well, I will speak about, again, there's what they call regulation. You see, the US does not just allow anything, no matter how smart you are, no matter how convincing your findings are, that this thing is going to work. If I come out with a cure for lung cancer today, and it's evident that it will work, it's not just going to be thrown out there, even if they see 100 people treated with it and they get well. There are regulations, strict regulations. That's where the FDA comes in. You can't just bring anything out that they accept. It has to go through a series of checks. In Sweden, in Europe, I'm not sure what, I can speak for them. I don't know what their regulations are and what kind of leeway they give.
He was doing what they call a pioneer treatment. That means patients are allowed to test with him.
We have that here, and it was banned until Trump came and said, let's give the doctors who have these pioneer discoveries a chance to try. I mean, what would he do if the patient is going to die or being predicted to die? they will die anyway. But if they think this will work, let's try it on them. He made that open during his time in office. But it's not what is allowed here in the US. They talked about it. Was it allowed? I'll go back and check again, but I'm not too sure. So in Europe, they have their own regulations. We have ours here. And that's what I was saying initially. Africa doesn't have none. In Asia, they have theirs. There are things that are allowed in Asia medically that are not allowed here, even if they are working. I was involved in a project with one of my professors back in the day here while I was at school. And two sentence hypothesis he gave to me and said, go read up on this. Come back with the data you find, and let's see what we can do. It's on breast cancer. I went and I did my research and findings. It took me about 6 weeks. I got out all my literature and everything from past research that has been done, put all of them together and say, hey, this is what I found. Excited he was. Long story short, he funded the research. 3 years down the line, we came out with a possible cure for breast cancer. Possible cure for breast cancer. It works. It works. Excited we were. I took it to Galveston with 20 other universities to present at the symposium. I was sitting with Harvard students and the rest of them. And mine actually came up tops of the 21 invited schools to this research facility in Galveston, Texas. And because I met a professor there who came actually from North Carolina, where one of the world's most secretive and topmost research facility is located outside the one in Wuhan, in China. He walked up to me and said, do you know what you have? I said, well, I'm excited about it. But he said, look, this is phenomenal. It's first of its kind. You need to take it up. I went back to school, talked to my professor. We sent our documents in, FDA and the rest of them. We were invited to Philly to come sit down and talk. 2006, this was. That was when I found out about lobbying in medicine. That's why I asked you to go read about it. Listen, they know it works. They see it. The data is there, but they don't want it out there. Hey, how much will you spend doing this project? All right, listen, we'll give you X amount of millions. Give it to us. Don't talk about it again. We don't want to hear you say anything about it. That's the end of it. If you don't want to give it up. We don't want to hear you talk about it again, ever. We were surprised. I was shocked. My professor, he's from Russia. Guess what? Took it out of here, ran to his country with it. It's working up there. They allow it. But the US does not allow it, even if it works. So what I'm trying to say is this. There are many of that guy you spoke about out there. They may be in countries that allow such novel or pioneer procedures that have been discovered to be tried. But here, it's not done. I don't know about Asia.
So
Africa does
by
not
that
have
logic,
it.
then
So in
are
Africa,
people
you
not
can
dying
do
of
it as
breast
much as
cancer
you
in
want.
Russia then? Are people not dying of breast cancer in Russia?
Sorry, say that again.
Are there no deaths from breast cancer in Russia since the cure you found cures
So
breast cancer?
let me give you a little bit of education about it. You see, cancer, that's my specialty, all right? When it expresses itself, it's in different forms, right? I worked with a strain called HTN21. You can read about it, right? And what that does is when breast cancer expresses, every human being on earth has a potential of developing cancer. Every human. But the way God designs our body is this. There are enzymes that are put in your body that work like your police in your community. They check crime. So these enzymes check these cells up. As at that time, there were two that we knew. The first one is called endonuclease G, and the second one is called ribonuclease, DNase 1. I'm sorry, DNase 1. Nobody knew nothing about endonuclease G having any relationship with breast cancer. That's what we found out. So what we found is that these two enzymes, if one is low, the other one, if it stays up and high, that lady will never have cancer. If both of them are high, they stay good for life. If both of them are low, Yeah, you get cancer after a certain age. So think of your car battery like this. What we found out is this. This enzyme, whether you are low on both of them, as long as you are before stage 3 and you get injected with these for 6 months, it can jumpstart the enzyme production in your body that will make you fight off the disease, even after stage 1 and 2. Now, after stage 3, our studies did not go beyond that. We stopped at the end of phase 2. So we can cure breast cancer after it's been diagnosed. If you're at stage 1, you stand a good chance. Stage 2, you stand a good chance. 3, we need to do some more work on that.
But then it's not a pure cure. Then it's not a
Hold
total
on now,
cure.
hold on. Listen, I'm trying to give you some knowledge. All right. Now, when you have this expression at any of these stages, and we try this enzyme on you, you've got a 70 to 80%, and that was the question we were asked, 70 to 80% chance that it will work. And what they threw back at us is, what about the other 20%? What is going on with it? That's what we needed to take back to our drawing board and work on and come back with an answer before they provide. We've got the answer. It's just the duration of dose.
I'm not disputing the idea that there are there is politics in in pharmaceutical. I know clearly they do buy out potential competitions. They buy them out and kill their products. That is happens in tech industry, happens in all industries. I know that, but the question I was trying to get to was the fact that you said that there was a cure, and I wanted to say to X0 that you have to be careful when somebody tells you that so and so is true, but you have to also think that there are also larger amount of experts that are saying the opposite, that are also just as credible as the flagship here. So you have to be balanced about the way you assess things. Don't just take one side.
I work with what I know. I don't work based on assumption. If they have data to prove otherwise, let them come up with it. But mine is showing you that it works. You're asking me to go debate this? I don't have time for that.
Sorry, the flagship. One of the reasons why I listen attentively to the flagship is that for one, I didn't take the COVID-19 vaccine. But several of those people who took 1, 2, 3, 4 jabs, they're still coming up with the same sickness again.
Absolutely.
What's happening?
Probably took all 3 of them.
What's happening?
It's very clear. You can tell KJ took all 3 of them.
Just last week.
I didn't take it too, so but I'm sure KJ took all 3 of them.
Just last week, a colleague who has gotten the 3 or 4 jabs since 2 years ago fell down again to corona. I didn't take any jab. I didn't take anything because I was skeptical.
You are not in the what they call it, critical group or something. You are not you're not high risk. You are quite young, and I think that's part of the explanation why Africa didn't have.
Let me tell you just 1 second, 1 minute. I'll be through. Let me tell you my own personal research. I didn't publish anywhere. When I got into the States, and based on the high number of deaths, I said to drive around the cities and look at the morgues, and all the morgues were all closed. So every day I go around, I go like 2, 4, 5, look at 3 or 6 or 7 or 8, as long as I born that city, I'll go look at it, and there's nobody there. So if there's nobody there, and those places are closed, and they're telling you every day, you see in CNN so and so number, this high rate, then where are the people? Are they being incriminated? Okay. That's another question. I mean, that's why you should know that there's something.
Thank you, KJ. Thank you.
Yes.
Are you saying you didn't take it, KJ? KJ went and took it 3 solid times.
You are trying to put words in my mouth, but I will not tell you anything.
I know you took it. Your mother will not let you rest now. Please, flagship. Okay, sorry, Jonathan, please go ahead.
I think flagship, of course, is very knowledgeable about what he's talking about, but from every indication, he's a Republican. Thank you.
You can see, John.
Exactly.
What has that got to do with this?
That was
What
a
has
good,
that got to do
Because
with
the
this?
Republicans are tend to be more skeptical
John,
about
how
this
about that was a
vaccine.
good one. That was a good one.
I speak the truth. I think Flagship, you wanted to say something.
I wanted to ask him something before he goes away. You don't want me to talk. You keep talking and talking.
Tone,
and
go
talking
ahead
and
then.
talking.
Go ahead. Go ask him so he can summarize.
Okay, Flagship. With reference to my cousin, I had a very brief talk with her, but I don't want to say it over here. If you can leave me your contacts, I'll get in touch
Oh, you
tomorrow.
got it. Remember, I responded to a text you sent to me.
When? Where was this?
In the WhatsApp group.
Okay, the other group.
Right. You got it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll go there and check it out. Yeah.
I'll shoot a message to you.
Yeah, I'll drop my personal contact there for you.
Okay, great.
Okay, cool.
Wow, these people say there's no high risk group. All those, all those old people's homes where they were just dying like this thing, they were just carrying them out. All that was not movie. Was it fake? Is that what we are saying?
Let me ask you a question, forefathers. How many people do you know that have old people that were reported dead?
Quite a few actually.
And they told you it was COVID.
Yeah, and I also know somebody that said she had it, and she even had the after effects of COVID. Some of them, they lose sense of taste. So the point I'm making is that let's say COVID is a kind of flu. If there is a new strain of flu that shows up today, it's going to take a lot of people down, because the vaccines that they normally give for protecting the elderly is not going to be effective. So you're going to find that a lot of elderly people start passing. That could be the conspiracy. That could be the real conspiracy, whereby they just omitted a vaccine for the elderly and allowed them to just start finishing. Yeah,
let's let this guy talk.
Xero is very interested in this thing big time.
No, we're just ignoring people who are coming on new. Let them talk.
Suddenly, Xero is very curious. Suddenly, about
when you have people like this on their house, and then the topic is very interesting, and you want to learn. The questions just keep coming, and like what?
It's true. I agree with you, but you can also learn from those who haven't spoken.
I don't know if I objected to anybody who has not spoken.
And let this guy speak the truth. Come in now. He's been there just lounging.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I speak the truth is solid now. He does take his time. He's taking
his time, bro. Oh, Father, I wanted to ask you, did you take the jab? And then
no, I didn't.
The result is called antibodies. People who have gotten it before, they might have developed antibodies.
Absolutely. I didn't take it. And my reasoning was that I wasn't in the critically at risk group, whereby if you get it, it just catches you and kills you. And I wasn't. So I felt like, okay, because I'm skeptical of the vaccine, I'm not sure about it. It's too new. I don't want to be a guinea pig. So I thought, okay, I'll take my chances in between the COVID and the vaccine itself. So I didn't take it. That's why. If I was older, I will err on the side of caution.
With this, your gray beard here, you're saying you're not older.
No. My point is that I'm vital enough to take it on. That's my point.
Okay.
So, but if I was older, I would take it. I would basically say, okay, yeah, I don't want to take the risk. I don't want to go and die for nothing. But what's the risk? I'll take it. So that's how I would look at it anyway. But
Xero, having white beard these days does not determine your age.
I know. Wow, that's true.
You don't know about this Xero guy.
I'm probably older than forefathers.
You really?
I don't. No. You see, I'm old. If I'm old, I don't have any problem with it. It's just, you have been alive long enough. It's a good thing. It's supposed to be a good thing. So nothing to cry about. If anybody wants to add something to it, you can go ahead. Flagship, if you want to round up everything. I think the convention got a little bit excited. Flagship, he was supposed to leave more than 30 minutes ago. He started answering a lot of questions.
Exactly. My guests are in my living room listening as well. So I'm sure they're enjoying it. But I'll be here for another 10 minutes.
But somebody that is in medicine, I find it a little bit interesting that you are quite skeptical about your own feelings.
I'm happy. I mean, personally, I'm happy about that because I've got a lot of doctors in the family, and unfortunately, what I read from them was that they were reading from a hymn sheet because they all said exactly the same thing as to taking the vaccine. And I don't want any query. I really don't want an argument about this. I'm a doctor. I know best. And I'm thinking, my goodness, that's harsh. That's a harsh way to look at it.
Do
And that's the way.
you know why that was?
I'm quite clear from my own suppositions.
Because there was a communique that was sent out to them, asking them to say that, regardless
I'm sure
of what anybody says.
I'm sure.
There was even a communique that was sent out to physicians here to diagnose anybody that walks in the door with COVID, regardless of what they came with.
Something here in the UK. Most people that because I've had long COVID as well, and I remember when I caught it, they were to take me to one of the hospitals they set up. But because what the little I knew about biological weapon, I thought it was because that was how I felt. And I said, listen, I'd rather die in my house, go dump me in my house, and that was it. But I survived it.
This is exactly the point I
Took me
made.
about a year and a half to recover because all my joints were gone at some point. I couldn't even hold a pen to write.
There was something out there. We don't know what it was. There was something out there.
There was something.
Because
I don't think anybody on the panel is saying that COVID was just a big hoax, but it was, as I said, it was an experiment, a global experiment. And the way I see it, unless we understand that this was a man-made, laboratory facilitated exploit that was taking place, as opposed to anything natural. So I caught it, and immediately I knew that this thing is not man-made. The phlegm that was coming, yes, the phlegm that was coming was not the kind of.
you look like the kind of person that will have to force to inject. Did you take the vaccine?
Me? For what? Never.
They have to force you now.
I mean, from the very beginning, when the COVID began, everybody was surprised. I was not, and I'm not saying COVID per se. The lockdown. When the lockdown began, everybody was panicked, and it's the level of physical panic that was in the air with the people that you have to understand that these things are energies, and they are working with these energies. I don't know how to explain the depth of these levels that we're in. However, I was not afraid because I was expecting it. I've been expecting a stop in the global proceedings from 1988. I've been expecting it from then, and my expectations came through in a way that I didn't necessarily expect. I don't know what COVID necessarily was, but I knew what this time period was. I knew this time period has to happen. And as it happened, I'm observing things very closely. I went to the hospitals when they told us that the hospitals were full to the brim and that there was no space and all these talk. And then we were seeing bodies in photograph, body bags, I beg your pardon. Not bodies.
They showed us
We're seeing body bags without showing us the bodies. And there were all kinds of ways of death that was happening. When I went to about 15 hospitals, and there are many hospitals around me here. I went to about 15 hospitals. Most of them were empty. Empty. So all these things weren't adding up. What they were telling us in the news and what was happening on the road were not adding up. So
in addition to what KJ said, KJ, what he said he did, I didn't do it the way he said he did, driving around mosques, but I asked questions. And my questions were, I remember in New York, I wish Rudolph was here to maybe throw some light in it, but I know because I go there a lot. They tell you that the morgues were full to capacity, and they were bringing refrigerated trailers, parking them outside, and bodies are all in them. Now, were the trailers there? Yes, they were. New York was the epicenter of the whole deal in the U.S. And where are these bodies Nobody was showing them out. I think Cuomo was governor then. Where are the relatives of these so-called patients that are dead? They can't find them. Has anybody come to claim their bodies, their family members who are dead? They don't know. Is there a mass burial? Nobody could tell. Did anybody have anyone in the hospital that died and they can't seem to get in contact with them? There was no record that matched up the astronomical numbers that were given to us. So these were my questions. The other part to why I said this thing doesn't add up is this. New York was the epicenter in the US. The majority of the deaths that were recorded were in New York, right? Washington State is in the West Coast. New York is in the East Coast. China is a couple of hours to the west of us. If the disease, before they shut down the borders, from Washington State or from California to China is a one-way flight, you tell me, where should the epicenter be then between the East Coast and the West Coast? Why was it that we didn't hear about so much death in the West Coast where we have direct access to China? But it so happened to be in the East Coast, New York, where before you come down from China, you make some stops if you don't fly direct. And then why is it New York only? Atlanta, where I live, is the busiest airport in the world. Every flight comes here. It doesn't close down. We didn't get them. We heard about an Air France flight that landed in Atlanta, and it was reported that a guy that lived in a city here called Marietta had COVID. On that flight was about 297, they said, passengers plus flight crew. So what happened to them? Why didn't they get it? Why did Atlanta not become an epicenter? It takes flights coming directly from Europe. Why New York only? What are you guys trying to promote?
I think if we ask these type of questions, you can start spinning around.
So when these things were not being answered clearly, that was when I drew my conclusion. In addition to what I was looking at in front of me, that okay, perhaps there's something they're trying to aim at. Whatever it is, this thing is not coming into my body because I don't believe in it. It ain't take time for them to look into it. And if you are experimenting on people, I think it's wrong.
So what do you think they are trying to do to their own people? Because they were injecting their own people with these things. So
listen, my friend, go read about saline
if they
water.
were injecting Africans, I would be more suspicious if they were just injecting their own people.
I'm glad that Africans caught the vibe quick and ran away from the vaccine as much as they could. I'm glad
that would have been terrible because we didn't manufacture it. That would have been a terrible thing for us to even take it as much as we.
Because there were questions about the vaccines that were being manufactured and used in the West, and the ones that were going to go to Africa. They were not looking like the same.
Yeah, they said they were sending them the ones that were due to expire very, very quickly. So it's not the best quality to send to Africa.
You see what I'm saying? I mean, Africa didn't take it. They did not die like they projected. As a matter of fact, if you were in Lagos at the time, people were still riding in motorway buses. And social distancing was not observed.
I suspect that is the population, the young population of Africa may have stemmed it.
Not at all.
And the genetic diversity may
have
accounted for it too.
What stemmed it, apart from the fact that it wasn't functioning in that kind of heat, they were saying. What did it was what we are taking generally for things like malaria, ivermectin or whatever it's called. Now, this thing in itself was put forward as an antidote to the COVID, but again, generally within the medical society, they said no, this is not what to take. Don't take ivermectin.
That was chloroquine, isn't it?
All these things appear in the malaria medicines. So these things, that's why it didn't really catch in a place like Nigeria.
You know what? There's one thing that supports, that lends that's just one evidence that may lend some weight to what you are saying, because even on the continent, the areas that seem to have higher death toll from COVID were the areas that didn't have malaria at a pandemic rate, like South Africa now.
Absolutely.
The death rate in South Africa is a little bit higher than other parts of Africa that has malaria, like Congo or Nigeria and other parts of Nigeria, this in Africa. But I don't know whether that is the malaria medicine or is just the fact that we have other things killing us. According to one guy, there are so many diseases that want to kill this thing.
COVID, COVID had to get in the queue.
He's back of the queue.
They sent him to the back, Joe.
So that may be the reasoning.
But you know, to be fair, there was one time they were just carrying body bags in I think it was Kano State, where people were just dying throughout that COVID period.
That body bag, it seems like they use it to scare people. That's not put heebie-jeebies, man. When I saw it in the UK hospitals, and but we don't know what is going on there behind it. But there was something out there, because Tone is an example that has had it. I know somebody that had it here. So as a matter, I think I caught COVID too, and it wasn't like it was normal, like normal flu, but it wasn't. It wasn't it was not nothing.
How were your joints after a while? How were your joints? Were you getting weak?
I think I recovered fully. I don't think I had any of those other symptoms like loss of taste or all that stuff. It wasn't there at all. Because you test yourself. When you test yourself, this stuff is showing that I have COVID. So that's how you know that you have COVID. You don't go out.
You've been engineered to believe that's what it is.
It depends on the strain. It depends on the strain that you had. The UK was shut down in, if you remember, forefathers was shut down in April, right? Jagun was shut down at about April. And the people that got theirs between April and May, that was when I got mine. It was really, because mine was everything, the hallucination.
You got it early. I got it very, very late. My own is 2 generations removed.
Yeah, that's way
off. Is a bit milder.
Yeah, so it was really bad though. A lot of people did die.
That's risky. You got it early. Yeah, you got it. Yeah, that early one was
people would ask a lot of questions. How come this? How come that? But I think people really died even those refrigerated.
They were showing them on TV. People actually did die. It's not.
Jagun, you live in South London. Lewisham Hospital. The Lewisham Hospital, they had about 10 trailers, and there were bodies in there. It's not that they told me. I know.
My brother,
my friend's father.
When you talk about Lewisham Hospital,
died,
wait. When you talk about Lewisham Hospital, that is it's not my closest hospital where I am, but it's a hospital I know very well. I know 4 doctors in there, and I know a good 14 nurses who work in there. Me speaking to them, they were telling me that they don't really know what's going on, because what's the panic that they're talking about. They said that there is a COVID unit, but it is not as easy as that they're saying it is, and all other units are still working in the main. So all this hearsay, I'm not into hearsay. I'm into finding out on the ground what's really happening. Me, during that time, the streets were so calm and cool. Public transport was still working. I was just going around the whole of UK by myself in complete privacy from the rest of the world. It was so easy. You could get on the bus and the tube without paying, for goodness sake. You just get on there. You understand? Because it was running. And they were saying that for those people who are working, they would have this service. So for me,
then there were some couple of bus drivers that died, though. I know one of them that died.
Look, you keep saying about this thing. I'm not telling you that it's not real. I'm not telling you that. I'm asking, where does it come from? Is it natural? That's my question. Now, if we're asking these questions, we have to go into them. But unfortunately,
I think it's likely not to be natural.
We are just panicked. We are just panicked by the news of death. As soon as the news of death comes out, everybody's panicking. People die in this. Wait, let me just land on this. People die in this world. And when I look back at the numbers of deaths in the years prior to the COVID years, the deaths were similar, if not more. So it's a manipulation of numbers. And it's a manipulation of what they're saying that this disease really is.
Actually, to be fair, there was a term they call excess deaths. And there was excess deaths, especially.
Bro, you're just saying what they're saying. You're not looking at the numbers.
I am trying to be fair. You see,
No. Go back and look, because you repeating BBC statements to me doesn't mean anything. The BBC is talking to you and so many other millions of others. And that's the point of view you're taking on board.
I wasn't lazy. I did check this is out just to
No, you
confirm.
didn't, bro. I can tell you didn't.
For every 5 people that died, I think they added a 0 to it. That's my own perception. Every 5 people that died, there's a 0 to it.
I think the statement is excess deaths, and there was excess deaths.
What Jago said, you see, don't allow BBC to be talking to you. Some of these media houses, what they are doing is talking to you. They're trying to, change. They are twisting and turning things. You should be doing your own research and listening to professionals in the field.
I think it's something that we can ask the question to find out. I think, but I know I checked the data. I was actually looking at the data. They didn't say the excess death. They were checking the deaths in certain months and certain times of the year. And I was observing that the previous year they had less, and the year of the COVID it was a bit higher than the previous year. It wasn't massively excess, but there was excess. This is that you would expect for during cold periods and during this in the summer and other periods. The reason why there was excess death, you can ask, maybe because they locked people at home, that they started dying because they were not exercising and all that. We don't know. But the point was, there's always that question. Nobody answered it, but the point is the number was indicating from the one I saw.
When you have winter, people are always indoors. Nobody is doing that exercise in the first place in Europe. Because though people go to the gym, but I mean, there's not that kind of, in Africa, you just wake up, you can just wake up and start strolling because the weather is fantastic. You don't do that in Europe. There's winter outside. How many months of summer do we have here? We have just 2 or 3.
We have to be careful. We don't go too deep into this COVID thing, because from what I hear, they are very, very mean about it. When you talk too bad,
they are very.
They come for you. And Flagship, you're a medical professional, and we don't. It's not fair that we threw all these questions.
No. I think it was always saying that, and that might be important. What's more important is if there's another one, and I'm saying if they're saying they themselves are saying there will be another one.
Yeah.
I was thinking it may come last year. It is now supposed by many experts.
So you're not going to take the injection the next time. What if it was 10% mortality?
Bro, let me tell you this, bro. Let me tell you this. Let me just explain this to you.
Yes.
And I know that many people are afraid. They're not necessarily free-born human beings. In this life, we live and we die. That's what takes place. So if somebody is telling me I would offer you a way to die, I'll tell them to fuck off, to straight. You understand? And I don't mean that just to be blasted. I'm just saying that's my attitude. There's a need for medical assistance in anybody's life, but we have to understand where we are in this life right now. And as much as if they came to my door offering me a vaccine, saying that it's to prevent something from happening, I'm saying thank you very much. Go away. If it happens, it happens. If I die, I die. And that's the bottom line. Nobody is prepared to die. And that's why it makes our eye wonky. We can't see the wood for the trees. If you like,
we should be ready to accept all that life has to offer, including death. Yeah, so the point is that look at some of the numbers that you find out about these things. So the idea that there are no numbers out there are. Please go ahead.
In moving forward, you see the story of Aisha, who's being threatened by the DSS. Someone called her to say the DSS is discussing her issue because she's wrote on the X that there is no problem in Nigeria, and that famous journalist, that's the best journalist.
What happened to him? Okay.
Yeah, that's universe saying we don't want to hear no propaganda.
I think the original discussion was about the way we practice our own health care and our own scientific methods. We don't tend to promote it enough in Nigeria, I have to say, because whenever we talk about medicine, we tend to hack back to traditional old ways. I don't understand that. We should be having ways of talking about our own medical excellence, or development. I think that's where the discussion was, because KJ said something about how we used to use dogoyaro to treat ourselves. Then later on, when to qualify that we were able to, create vaccines for snake bites and stuff like that. Those are the kind of areas we want to be highlighting, and some of the processes we are using, because that is very, very important to our ability to develop. If we don't have a scientific process, if we don't have a process for actually creating things that are actually useful for solving problems, then we will always hark back to these old ways. And I think this old ways, is getting a little bit, how do I put it? We should find a way to talk about these things without always harking back to our old ways.
Well,
That
listen,
old ways,
let me say
not
this.
relevant anymore.
Let me say this briefly, please. Let me say this briefly. You see, we cannot diss the African style of science. We have it. You're saying it's not scientific because it doesn't look like the white man's style or process of the way they analyze medicine and so on and so forth. The African people had their own medical practice, and their medical practice was to prevent diseases, and should there be any disease that pop up, they've got what it takes to cure it. When the white man came to our land, that was one fascinating thing they found. I was opportune to meet with a man, Papa Joe, God bless his soul. He died at 105. I spoke with him when he was about 103. I used to go visit my grandmother where she lived then. And Papa Joe, just like Tales by Moonlight, will sit underneath the tree in front of his house and tell stories. He told me 2 stories, which when I look back today and coming over here to the West, and I've read the history books, and I've read about how we came here and so on and so forth. Our brothers and sisters who actually today are called African Americans. I kind of saw what he explained from having experienced it personally and from what his father told him and what his great-grandfather told him. So that was a wealth of knowledge that he passed and talked to me about. 2 things. When the white man came, there were 2 things that fascinated them: the way we governed ourselves and the way we treated ourselves when we were sick. You fall sick. My grandfather could walk behind the house into the bush, come out with some leaves, rub it off on his hands, squeeze it into my mouth, or rub it on the part of my skin that is infected or affected. And by morning, it's all gone. Or in 2 to 3 hours, I'm sweating so profusely and everything is out of my body. That was fascinating to the white man. They wanted to know, what was that? Where did you get it from? They tried it. It worked. This was something they needed to get. They collected all of these plants. Believe you me, it's part of what they use in their pharmaceuticals today.
Absolutely.
Greenhouse of all of these plants. They grow them.
Absolutely.
They use them.
Can I quickly add this? Can I quickly add this? Just to buttress the point that
mine is your 50 seconds so that you can go with what you are saying. The point I was making was that they furthered the science so that it will be repeatable and they capture the active ingredients from it. That is something we never bothered to do. And I think we have to shift to such
let me lay this down.
These type of things. Yeah, please go
Well
ahead.
said. Well said there, forefather. It is that arena I wanted to speak into. When they went to South America and they saw the way the Aztecs were working and how organized that they were in their working and how structured they would work for a good 16 hours a day, they wondered what it was that they were always chewing. They came across the cocoa leaf. When they came across the cocoa leaf, they looked into it and then they took it back to their labs and worked out what it was that actually was providing that energy. And that was truncated, if you like, into cocaine itself. That's how cocaine came about. Now, what we have to understand is that that cocoa leaves that these people were eating did not affect them
It
adversely.
wasn't a cocoa leaf, it was a coca leaf.
Coca, fair enough pronunciation. This now, the whole leaf has other things in it that balances out that active ingredient, as you put it. So they can continue doing what they do without any health adversary. Once they've now chemicalized this thing and strained it into medicine, so to speak, yes, this now becomes actually a potent thing, and it can be used in all kinds of ways. And this is what we have to measure in our head. Sometimes we think it's all glamorous and wonderful how the European have streamlined medicine, but we don't know what's taken away from it that doesn't give us balance, that provides all these health hazards, that provides all these side effects. There are all these things to put into our understanding.
I think you are correct there. They have different ways of doing things. For me, the idea is that we shift from this traditional way of looking at our own medicine, and because it makes us seem like if we are always going backwards. Because the Western people used to be like that, then they moved to this empirical method of doing medicine, and we have to have that to maybe even create something superior to it. Because after all, they advanced on what we already had. So there's no reason why we can't advance to what they have.
As
We were
Africans, we
taking a
already
slave for 400 years.
as Africans, we
Forefathers,
already.
What
can
are
I add
slavery
to what
got to
you're
do
saying?
with
As
Forefathers, can I add to
Africans,
what you're saying?
let me finish. You can add later. As Africans, we can. As Africans, we already have a superior method, like Flagship said. But I'm going to go back a little bit because I do agree with you on the fact that just because it's Western science, that don't mean it's always right. And just science comes in different ways and different methods. I'm not a scientist, but I do understand some other types of sciences, maybe not necessarily Western science, but outside of that, you said a bunch of stuff that I don't agree with, and you used New York as an example, and you
Who is
apparently
you?
said most of what was happening during that incident, because I don't want to mention it, because there's
Who
people
is
in the
you,
comment
sir?
section saying the only scientist on the panel, baby, to Flagship. So,
Okay.
so I'm saying you said basically most of it was made up. That's what I get. Like there was deep refrigerated trucks, and there probably wasn't no dead bodies in them. And I'm here to tell you, you're absolutely wrong. Now you might be in ATL, and that might have been true in your neck of the woods. But where I'm at, what I seen, I know people. I know a lot of people that lost their lives. Lots of people, not just ordinary people, not just neighbors, not just friends. We knew a lot of celebrities, like people you could actually go on Google and see, for example, if you what's his name, the DJ, K Slade, he passed away, Freddie Godson, they passed away. Numerous people died. New York was like, it was ghost town. There were dead bodies everywhere. Like you could literally look outside your window and you could see them come to pick up people like they was picking up garbage. And I don't mean it in a disrespectful way, but that was how it was. It was like you could literally look outside and you just see in one building they probably bring out like 3, 4 people. So I understand that there's a lot of conspiracy theories, which I also believe. Like I understand some of the panelist submissions saying, there was something else intricate that we as ordinary people do not understand. I get that. But to try to say that it did not happen or the bodies was faked, maybe outside, maybe in certain places, I don't know. But we have, come on, you're from the United States, we have vital statistics here. So you cannot just die and go missing. It's going to be registered somewhere. Someone's going to sign the death certificate. Someone's going to do an autopsy, even though they said they wasn't allowed to do autopsies. But
We have vital statistics, like you could cross-check, you can cross-reference, and you can say if it was true or not. But again, not discounting anything you said, I'm just trying to bring this up and say, in my neck of the woods, this is what was going on.
Appreciate that. Can you hear me?
Let's allow Augustine to add then, because I think Augustine is going to add to what you're about to say too.
I was gonna say something real quick. 2 minutes, 1 minute rather, to what he said.
Okay, take 1 minute then. Go ahead.
My brother, listen. Whether, and I agree with what you're saying. I'm not disputing anything. I'm not debating none of that. But whether COVID was real or not real wasn't my conversation to have. My conversation was, whatever it was does not warrant any vaccine to be put in the body of anybody.
Wow.
That's where I stand. So whatever the data and stats they may have show that they're reading off on the news to me doesn't match what I collected. That's all I'm saying. And because of that, I'm not going to stand in line to be jabbed. And my biggest concern was for the folks in my community, the African American community. I was really upset that we were being offered little to nothing to come take what they manufactured when we said we will not. And they tried to pressure us, and we said no to it. They brought some crazy stuff to try to trick us to get it.
Imagine.
So that's all I'm saying. If
Why would they offer black people weed? They were offering black people weed to come and take the vaccine.
I saw them in New York, right? I don't live in New York, but I go to work there. I have meetings there. I saw trailers outside hospitals. But do you know what else I saw? A camera crew that came to report what was not, and they were caught. It made the news, and I'm sure you saw it too.
I think we seriously have to be careful about making such statements, because something happened, and Tone can testify to it. We know this stuff.
I'm not doubting it. Listen, man. Listen, what I'm saying to you.
But then you start implying that they are making it up. That is not.
Listen, what I'm telling you.
Well, if he's seen that, he's seen it. Like, he's not lying.
No, he's not lying. It's insinuation. It's what it is insinuating, that it looks like the whole thing was made up.
Listen, again.
Okay, so that's
whether it's real or not. That's not what I'm talking about. What I'm saying is, whatever it is, does not warrant you to get that stuff.
That's an argument. That's a fair argument to have, because if you feel like it's not, whatever is going on didn't merit it, but by saying that, you could also lend weight to the idea that they may not have known that at the time. Well, because when they saw that something was happening that they could not explain, they had to act. Otherwise, it could have been, well, what if the death rate was around 10%, or it rose to 5%, or it mutated and turned to something else? You don't necessarily know the decision making that went into the stuff that went on. I'm sure politics got into it, money making, gouging, and all this stuff got into it. But the original reason why they acted that way could have been out of fear, because every 100 years from history, from what they suggest, there seems to be a form of pandemic. We had it with Spanish flu that resulted in a lot of deaths, even in Nigeria, in the early 19-something, 20-something or so, almost precisely 100 years before now. So let's allow Augustine to add to it. I'm sure he will say something that Flagship needs to respond to again. Please, Augustine, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm seeing a lot of gaslighting on this issue. And the earlier Black Sheep chose to accept that he belongs to a school of thought. And this school of thought is not far from any part of the world. There are a group of people in high ups that believe exactly what you believe. But what you are missing here is politics and the reality. And the question forefather have been asking you is reality. Did anything happen? And the answer is yes. Now, the political aspect of it is, how did it happen? Which Jagu race here Is COVID a natural occurrence or a laboratory manipulation? This is a question that needs to be addressed. But if you're telling me that the jab didn't work, then I am also doubting your level of research, because your immune system as a black man is not the same level of immune system with Americans. Their immune system is not the same with ours. We've been taking malaria medicine for a very long time, and it has some deposit in our body.
Let me stop you there. Let me stop you there, please.
No, you can't stop me. Let me finish.
Wait. No, I was going to say this. Listen, when this thing came out,
you just say malaria medicine has a deposit in our body.
Listen, when this thing came out, when it came out, right? Listen.
Oh my God, that's funny.
And I'm sure you heard this part. When this thing came out, the race that they said,
I think people are saying that we need to change this topic as soon as possible so that we don't get flagged.
The race that they said was most susceptible to dying from it was the black race, not the white race. So when you say our immunity is not as strong as theirs, meaning
that's not what I said. That's not what I said.
What did you say? Let me not misquote you.
Our immunity is higher than theirs. What you will not get, they will get it.
Listen, the truth is this. I'm not arguing whether something was in the air or not. All I'm telling you is, for vaccine to come out good enough to get in your body, the least number of time it would take is 3 to 5 years.
Yeah, I live in Florida. This COVID vaccine started in the same university where I work. Gainesville. This is where the lady that started especially Johnson & Johnson COVID vaccine, the lady started in UF. When her money finished, now she went down to Pennsylvania. It was in Pennsylvania that she was until she was picked up by the pharmaceutical company. So when we say these things, if you are telling me that this is a laboratory manipulation, I will not doubt it. But if you're telling me that the vaccine didn't do anything, I will doubt it. I had COVID 3 times. If I hadn't vaccine, I don't know if I would have survived it.
Okay.
And we were telling people here that the medicine here is quite different from what we might imagine.
Are you sure you didn't catch cold like your normal
I
cold?
don't know about the vaccine,
it could be
man,
cold, or it could be vaccine. It could be COVID.
It's not the vaccine that players do.
Did you test it, Augustine? Did you test it?
How many jabs do you have? How many jabs?
I have 3.
Probably
3 jabs.
7.
That
is straight. Chop.
Lab rat.
Gentlemen, let me round it up. Let me round it up by saying this. Let me round it up by saying this.
Flagship, sorry. The reason why I was this close to taking it because of the pressure, but when the mRNA thing came up, I had to do a lot of read up because I'm not science inclined. Asked a few questions. Even spoke to my cousin. I'm trying to get to the program, and I just concluded, man, I'm not sure. Thank you very much. Hold it. And I'm glad I was proven right. And I know 1 or 2 individuals that took the vaccine, and one survived, one had a stroke. 2 of them had a stroke, as a matter of fact. Healthy people. One died, one survived. So this thing was real. People did die at Flagship. Maybe it's perspective. Perhaps
again, I didn't say there. I'm sorry, Tone. My apologies.
Yeah, maybe the facilities you went were not, I don't know, at the time. There were a lot of things, but things did happen.
Okay.
Let's just put it this way.
Okay, again, I said,
Blackstone, we see you there. You have been so well behaved. It's all good.
Like I said,
we can
whether
see
it existed or did not, it's not my conversation. That's not the conversation I'm having. I'm saying that 6 to 8 months was too short a time to put anything
vaccine
called a
out.
vaccine.
Yeah. I agree with that too. A lot of people agree with that.
In summary, I'm not telling anybody now to take it. It's your choice. All right.
Let's try to kill this topic. Let him finish talking. Then we'll go back to our own African medicine and our own methods. But in the end, that's even more critical to us.
When you go to your doctor,
they go and ban us because of COVID.
Before you take any medicine,
needs that drama.
When anything pops up that you don't know nothing about, and they are telling you they don't know nothing about, read about it. Ask questions, gather information, make sure you satisfy yourself before you make a decision. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, so like now, does anyone know about
Let me give
any
my
big research?
experience. Forefathers,
Oh
let me
God,
tell
the
you what
Blackstone
I
you
let me
started.
tell you
No,
what
no,
I
let's
did when
not do COVID. No, we want to go away from COVID. Sorry, because they said it's not a very good topic. They tend to flag channels that talk about it for too
that
much.
was those days, not this time again.
Yeah, you mean they have
We are
done all
trying
these
to
things
kill the
want to do,
COVID topic.
but you know, forefather, you know that after the COVID there was inflation.
You are still
They were-
talking about COVID.
okay, after the corona there was inflation. I leave it, Joe.
Can we just move on to our own medicine? So I want to ask: does anyone know
Can I
about
just end like this? Let me just end like let me just cap it off. I will say anybody who took the vaccine, you are in my prayers. We end the topic. We end
Thank
the
you.
topic.
Amen.
I didn't take it. So
When I
okay,
had,
so
me myself, when I had it, I only took ibuprofen and vitamin D. That was all that I took.
okay,
I
you
never
see
took it.
that's good. That's really good. You didn't take medicine. You didn't take a vaccine. I mean,
No, I never took the
okay,
vaccine.
that's
So
good.
what will not
Because
happen to that passport they say
In
they want
Germany,
to do?
it wasn't compulsory. It's a personal wish, personal
Yeah,
decision.
it
So
doesn't
I
appear
only
as if
took
you are high risk anyway. You look like a young man.
I took ibuprofen and vitamin D, and it was last for 5 days. That was
Ibuprofen.
all.
They didn't say that you
The,
shouldn't take ibuprofen. You are supposed to take paracetamol. Hi,
Blackstone,
this
where are
guy.
you? Blackstone,
Eh?
where are you based?
I'm based in Berlin.
Okay.
Okay, so I wanted to ask, do we
Where are
have
you based?
can we stop the Blackstone? You have been so well behaved. You want to start now? I wanted to ask.
I'm coming for you. Don't worry.
You see, it started now. Why did I even wake you up? I should have just let you stay there like that. So, do we have like research that is being done? Because we don't talk a lot about the research that is being done in Nigeria and some of the potential breakthroughs that have been made ever, whether there has ever been even. So, does anyone know whether in our Nigerian universities the kind of research that do you have examples of research that
Let
are
me
happening in Nigerian universities?
They have a
let me
research.
let
They
me
have a
take this
research
one.
institute.
I
They
have
have a
one.
research
Let me
institute in Nigeria, and when my cousin comes up, you can fire her all the questions.
She's
There's a
coming
very
up
good research.
as a
Yeah,
guest.
she'll be coming at some point. I don't know yet.
That'll be
Yeah.
great. That'll
okay.
be
So
great.
let me. Why does it have to be research? Why can't we have our own science and go with it and just improve? If you keep saying improve on it, to me it sounds like when you tell like a Caucasian or European something and they don't understand it and they say, well, why don't you say in my own way? Maybe for example, your name or something. So we have our own traditional ways of dealing with these things, whether you believe it or not. And there might be ways that might not be understandable to even Africans, even Nigerians. There might be ways that might not be understandable to them, some of which today people want to label fetish or they want to label diabolical just because someone came from across the Atlantic Ocean to tell them, well, this ain't right and this is not the way you do things and you got to do this the way I say it. So we have our own medicines. We have things that have worked
But do
for
you have
us.
an example
We
of
have things that have worked for us for hundreds of
do you
thousands
have
of
an
years.
example of the
And
methods that you are describing that
well,
you are saying that maybe we can
I mean,
It's not what
I
you say
said it
is
all.
research.
I said it. I basically said it all. I said it basically in the traditional sense. And flagship did.
but that is not
Uh, uh,
repeatable and that is not you don't
well,
exactly find out
again, that
the
means you're not listening to what I'm saying. So I'm saying you
okay.
don't have to always dwell on the Western way of doing things, which is what he said too. Just because science is coming different ways, and science just don't
Yeah,
mean
but you just said the traditional way is the way to go, and I
no.
try to flesh out what is that traditional way
I
you are
didn't say
referring
the
to.
traditional way to go. Well, that's just like asking me to describe the way Flagship was trying to say something. I'm not an expert in these things. I might know a little something here and there, but I am not like a virologist or a cardiologist to now, or you say, oh, a rocket flies this way. I know you say, well, why don't you explain to me how the parts go? And how don't you explain to me how you strain the fossil fuel into to propel the engines. That's not what we're saying. All I'm saying is we do have our own ways. We can go with our own ways. Now, do we have to maybe go back, find out the people that know these sciences and bring them out somehow into the open, maybe fund them? But our ways are not necessarily the way. Someone said something about they give our back in the day, you make his grandfather. I don't know if it was Flagship that said it. His grandfather would go in the back, give someone
Yep.
some grass or weed and roll it up and mix it and give it to somebody, and they chew it and they start sweating profusely. So why can't we do this thing? We have other methods.
You can't just say that. That is not a scientific method. That is not an efficient method that gets us any further.
Let me say this.
You can't just say they cut grass and they give somebody and the person starts sweating. What kind of medicine is that?
Go crazy for
I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not sure why.
Wait, hold on. Let me. I can handle it.
You have to be more.
Okay. All right.
You have to do something that is actually better than what they have now.
Okay, but it's better. Just let me ask you this. Do you believe, for example, something like barrenness or mental illness can be cured without you going into a hospital?
I don't
know. It's a yes or no question.
I don't know.
You don't know. So let me tell you.
I don't. You know those pastors? They say they can cure barrenness. We have all kinds of ways in Nigeria.
Yeah, not them.
I need you to be specific about what you're saying. That's why.
I'm a land. When you speak, let another person speak because you jump into this, and the way you curve this question, I was listening to you. When you talk, listening is also an art. Forefather said something. He mentioned research.
Sir. Sir.
I'm coming.
No, you can't come. You can't come. You're gonna wait. Sorry, because you interrupted me.
You do away research, and you are using ways.
So
ways and research.
Well, that's your research. So let me land.
You're jumping into the same thing.
Okay, so you're doing exactly what you're trying to pretentiously caution me for. So let me land. You're pretentiously now saying, "Oh, this," but you're doing exactly what you're saying. So what I'm saying is very simple. There are some sciences that no matter how, especially if you have a certain way of thinking or indoctrination, there are some sciences that you will never understand. It'll always look crazy to you, except when the result finally affects itself. And let me just leave it at that.
Wow.
So I'll add to it.
That is very concerning. If you think that's science that looks crazy to us is the science we want to be aspiring to. We have to look for something more tangible.
The flagship, he wants to say something.
Please, flagship. Okay,
let me add
flagship. You had more than enough time, so try to give it brief so that the Blackstone. We don't need the Blackstone going starting now.
Let me add to this. You see. This is one thing that we Africans do that make us stay at the bottom of the spectrum a whole lot. You wouldn't believe how much respect the white scientists have for the black man who sits in a hut in the bush somewhere in Africa and can come up with medicines that will cure diseases that will take the white man donkey years to study and figure out how to dose it. We have a lot. They marvel at our science. Believe you me, man. They marvel at our science. I've talked with a few of them. They can't just figure out how we know dosing, cure, indications, what leaf to use, how to apportion it. These are things that take them time to study. We have our own science. For some odd reason, think that if it is not done the white man's way, then it is not correct. Listen, the only fault I have with our African medical practice is this: we never documented them.
Exactly.
them
We
on to
don't
the
know how
next
many people died
generation.
from the.
If we no. I'm talking of the medicine.
We don't know
I'm
how
not
many people
talking of
died
death.
from the
I'm
dosage
not
that they
talking
were
of
given
death.
them before.
Listen to me.
Please go ahead.
Listen to
Please go
reason.
ahead. Yeah.
You may learn a thing or two from this.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is, our forefathers. I use your.
Now you have.
I see
not
the
this,
porn.
not this forefather, or not this one.
Not this one.
I know.
Not
That's
this one.
Our forefathers did not take time to document what these leaves are. Teach them to the next generation so they can carry it on and on and on and on. They never did that. If they did, trust me, we will not need the white man's medicine that much.
No. That knowledge was passed on orally, flagship.
Yeah,
It was passed on orally.
Not
that is so
documented.
accurate, isn't it? Oral
Not
information is
documented.
so accurate.
It's different from me
It's
telling you.
typewriter. See,
It's just like Chinese whispers.
It was
exactly
a white
Chinese whisper stuff.
It was a white man's incursion into Africa and taking of slaves for 400 years. That's stunted our growth. These things would have been passed on organically. That was what I was trying to explain before.
Not
But it
necessarily
shouldn't stop
because
us
you don't.
from marching forward. The Japanese, the Asians, actually, right now as we speak, the Asians are actually advancing faster than the Western hemisphere. So it didn't stop them. They started inventing and innovating their way into the future. And the question I was asking was that, how do we do our own? We have to find methods. Maybe we'll copy from where they are right now and advance on it, because that's what they did themselves.
Let me say something. When it comes to African traditional medicine, it is the African doctors, Africa medical literates that actually destroyed it, right? Because they believe, just as we are talking now, they believe in the Western ways of proving things. That's how they destroyed it. There was an experience in the 80s in Benin. A traditional doctor used to operate on people. He give them a certain leaf, they eat the leaf, and when he operates on them, they don't feel the pains. Right? We did the first one, was successful. The person lived and everything. He was healed of the sickness. The second one, he did it. Then they went and arrested him. That he has no right to operate on somebody, on a person. That's how they killed that traditional medicine man practice, right? Because this has always been the issue in Africa. Because we are so inclined to the Western way of doing things. So instead of us to go into research, to take all these leaves, and research it and try to extract the active ingredient and see how it will be formed into a medicinal substance, or have some chemicals to it to be more effective, and maybe can actually. I can tell you that the leaves have no dose. You can take any leaf as much as you can, as long as it's not some type of leaf that are like marijuana.
So are you saying that particular leaf that can numb pain, you can take it to up to any dose? It is still just numbs pain.
But what are you saying now? We have these things now.
No, excuse me.
Zero, you need to stop this now. How can you just say if you take too much of that, it will kill you if you take too much of that leaf.
Forefathers, there are some medication you take.
How can you say there's no dosage?
Wait. There are some medication you take today. If you take it, at least at first time, okay, for example, they use people to carry out tests in medicine, right? And some people die. Some people die from it. People get disabled from it, because after the test, they know the effect it has on people, right? From there, they look around to come out with dosage. Okay. If a person that take that leaf, right, and see that this leaf is it takes the quantity of it and is over dosage, right? Then from there they can then begin to reduce the quantity of it or dosage can give to people. Right?
Exactly. What do you think they are trying to do there? You see, this is the point that we are trying to get to. What were they trying to achieve by doing that?
Yes, they're trying to it's somehow like a scientific method, but it's not actually a scientific method, right?
No,
but the people
they are
that
just trying to make it repeatable. What they are trying to do is that they are trying to make it repeatable, predictable results. That is what they are trying to achieve, and that is what scientific method is.
Right. No, but I don't know those that actually killed the traditional medicine in Africa are the Western trained doctors, because they don't even believe it. Even till now.
Why would they believe it when they have something better?
What is something better? Do you think that the medicine you take? Excuse me. Do you think the chemicals you take pour into your body, right, are better than natural leaves? Can be better, because everything has effect.
The question,
right?
I'm not sure that question is appropriate, but if I'm to answer it straight, I would say yes. Why? Because we have 7 billion people alive in the world today. Secondly, we have people living, our life expectancy has practically doubled.
Do you know,
because of modern medicine. For us to dismiss all that is not fair.
Died? No, can the number of people that have died out of this 7 billion are saying now? And this is the situation of the world. How many people have died?
I think from what somebody said earlier on, I don't know whether it's still true today, that there are more people alive today that have never lived before. So I don't know whether that is still accurate now.
What
we are trying to say that.
Let me chip in something. Forefather, have you heard of this herb called?
Despite the fact that somebody is lifting hand or somebody.
Zero, you are expert at doing this today. You kept shutting everybody down. They want to say something.
I saw you doing those. I don't know you were talking to us because somebody.
I'm just giving an excuse. I'm just saying, can I talk? I don't have to
say it out. Say it out now. There's
don't make me to be like you. I have to look.
No, but I don't know, because somebody can just put off his microphone and be.
I don't. Yeah?
I used to do it. So
they are killing my people. They are killing my people too much. So I'm not degrade them.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Yeah, thank you, brother. It's good to see you, Austin. It's been a while.
It has.
Your background look like those European background now, like Blackstone. Now those background is looking the same. This is a fact. My younger brother's wife, she's a medical doctor. And I'm not trying to, of course, I'm not measuring her name, but of course, she's a medical doctor. She had a fibroid, and practice their quack medicine, whatever. And she conceived. In between that, the baby twins died inside of her. And in the processes of that, they still never take the fibroid out. And this is in Lagos. And the point I'm making is that her auntie, after that, I felt concerned. We talk about it with the hospital. Why this is a patient, this is a medical doctor. I said, well, why do you guys treated her that way? Is it because of money? You're going to open somebody up, take feel that is dead, and you didn't take the fibroid? So, but having said all of that, the auntie brought whatever you call traditional medicine, and she came out of her naturally from Ibadan. So the point is that there are those people who prepare, know the dosage. They have done it over and over. There are so many of my grandfather, when I was growing up, I never used any pharmaceutical medicine if I'm around him. He knows what to do. Like you mentioned before, the dogoyaro is one of the things he uses with other herbs and every one of us will be okay. Well, I understand that they're supposed to improve on it to make it that to know the dosage, but those who are into it, they know the dosage. So they know what is essence and they know how to. Did I agree with the political talking point of flagship all the way? No. But I respect his knowledge in his field, and I told him he's a Republican, so I know where he's coming from on that side. So, so, so that is okay with me. But then say it all, we have our own way, even till today in some remote area. And if you say that this medicine improve people's life, those that do not contaminate their system, unlike me now and other few people now, me, I took that vaccine. So if I die early, it's part of it.
You know, it appeared that
Well,
dongoyaro is not a cure for
John,
malaria.
John
Dongoyaro
Albert,
was never a cure for malaria. I think what it treated was
I'm not saying
symptoms.
I didn't mention malaria. I'm trying to say that dogoyaro was part of those leaves that my grandfather used to mix with other herb that he gives to me. I didn't say dogoyaro cure malaria or not malaria. But then I'm trying to tell you that those people that are into it, they know the dosage. Then because what is about it, and we cannot say it doesn't work. But the concern is that how do we refine it that it will not become XX and just some of the forefathers' question is that I saw a guy that the calorie of the pounded yam you ate, how many calories? So you're gonna ask the African man that eat pounded yam to come and tell you the calorie before you think it's gonna blow you up. I expect if you're going to talk about the modern one that they are doing, then you can ask that question because that one is a pure flour mixed with something and give to us in this. But are you talking about the one from Benue? You don't know when you are full. You're not going to stop eating. You know, there's nothing. So you cannot going to ask me, oh, what is the calorie of this pounded yam you are eating? I think that is some of those things you are asking that when you are people that are into it, and like somebody have said, above all doctors, we know our body better. And there are things that work for you may not work for me. So,
You see, that kind of talk that gives me trust issues when people say that. It's like saying because you drive your car, you know your car more than the mechanic. Yes, you might know your symptoms better, but the doctor might know the solutions better. There are always a trade-off of these things. We have to be careful when we start making blanket statements.
the doctor just go and diagnose you or he ask you a question.
He will ask you, then you give him the information, then he will be able to
Then
diagnose
he will
you.
use his expert because that is what he went to school for, and he will tell you this and that
Exactly.
and that. Right? Okay.
Yes.
So the point is that when I say you know your body better, I do not say you shouldn't listen to your doctor. I'm not. No, I already make my case clear. I have a Republican doctor here telling me what he wants to tell me, and I respect him and I hear him, and I'm going to stand by that. And he's a very brilliant guy. And you see, the issue is that what we don't know in this life is that if you don't believe what I believe, we are all unbelievers to each other. So the way he said it now, somebody else, another doctor can come and tell you the essence of medicine, the vaccine, and all of the other things, and perfectly it's going to make sense. But also, I'm not going to doubt and discredit him. He's very eloquent. I think he should be on the talk show. His voice is very authentic. It's okay. I believe all of that. But I disagree with so many of his political way of denying a science.
He belongs somewhere. He belongs somewhere. That's what we know.
Because I think whenever we have conversations about stuff, we have to look at the hold on, please. We have to look at the results over we have to try to be objective because we can easily get misled when somebody just comes in and say, "Oh, this is where you should go." But you should ask yourself, okay, this modern medicine, and I think modern medicine has not done a good job of even promoting themselves for some reason. Maybe they are just too arrogant for themselves. They've never promoted. They don't care about promoting the benefits they've provided in the world. And if anything, they've probably made more difference than any other institution. Them, and you can also argue that the political system that we have in the world right now has made a big difference. Look at the world you live in today. How advanced it is. We are talking to people from all over the world. right here, right now. So
let me ask you a question.
we don't give enough credit to the work that went into doing these things. The other day, hold on, I heard somebody was working in this lab, and they use the term femto. Because I've heard that term before, I was like, what is that? Then he said it was the number 10 raised to the power minus 15. So in other words, millimeter, you know how tiny millimeter is? It 10 to the raised to the power 3, minus 3. To get to minus 15, do you know how small that used to have to be? They are designing something that small. That is where science has taken them. 10 to the minus 15 is billions upon billions of times smaller than a millimeter. So when you have people thinking like that, and we are here talking about somebody taking medicine and start sweating, it concerns me that we are not in. It's like we are not in the same world.
Fathers, let me ask you a question.
Please
simple
go ahead.
Question. A simple question. Have you seen a medicine that cures one thing and tell you the side effects? They have 10 or 15 side effects.
I'm sorry, repeat that again. I didn't catch that. Sorry.
Have you seen most medications? It's just to cure one area of disease, but the side effect will be 10 or 15.
Oh yeah, that's true. A lot of medicine have side effects.
So what does it tell you?
Has side effects.
Wait now.
No, but if the side effect is dead.
Wait. Let me finish.
If the side effect is dead, there is not a
Wait.
medicine.
Let me finish. Let me see why I asked that question.
Mm-hmm.
John Abba just said something. He said, you know your body more than any other person, right? If you go to the doctor, the first thing they ask you is a medical history or how you feel. If you cannot explain properly to the doctor, right, or other medical issues you have, it might give you a medication that will even kill you if it's to solve the problem you went there for.
Yeah, but that's why they check. They do check. They don't just take your word for it.
They do check. The word you gave is their first parameter they use in dealing with you, right? Before they take a blood test and everything, before the result comes and everything, right? It's only when you are in an emergency that you can go do a blood test and get the result immediately. You understand me? They will recommend for you and come back, right? What happens? So most of the issues we have today in medicine, as part of them are the doctors are doctor mistakes, right? You understand me? Yeah. I can tell you a person example. You understand me? A person went to the hospital, went for an operation and everything, right? When they finished the operation, he went to see the house doctor. When the house doctor checked him and he asked the question, was this operation done in the teaching hospital? He said yes. The man was surprised because he was a professor in that hospital. He retired from that hospital, and that was his own department. So doctors also make mistakes, and so create more problem for patients.
Oh yeah, they do make mistakes.
So if so are so research and sciences, have you not heard how many medicines that have been withdrawn?
The results, like I said, the result is what you want to look at. I'm not saying that they don't have problems. You have to look at the results. It's the result. It's the overarching result. That's why I said what I did last statement I just made. You have to look at the bigger, greater result. It's not just about the errors. Obviously, they make a lot of mistakes now. We know that.
So let me say one thing, please. When it comes to medicine, modern day medicine, I'm talking of pharmaceuticals, medicines you put in your mouth, through your veins, or on your body, whichever way you decide to inject it, or excuse me, not inject. Whichever way you decide to ingest it into your body. It's a rat race, right? There's a big race within the pharmaceutical companies to bring any one medicine out for any one indication. And these medicines, when you get to understand that modern day medicine that is designed, it's not tailored to cure you of any disease or sickness that you have. It's not designed to do that. They will never do it.
because it doesn't.
That is not fair. You're actually maligning a lot of good researchers.
Hold on. You
It
can
doesn't
read
sound
about
right.
it. You can read
Some
about it.
might be doing it, others may not.
You can read about it, forefathers. If you understand the politics of medicine, you will know what I'm talking about very well. Again, somebody just asked you a question, a very legitimate question here, and I was going to ask it some minutes or moments ago. And I think I said something about it. For every medicine you take, the active ingredient is only a small percentage of whatever that entire composition is. It's not designed to actively do what they want it to do.
But that is not accurate too. You know, some
It
of
is,
the other
it is very
ingredients.
accurate because
Hold on. Let me add it because you made that statement before. You made that statement before. I may not know a lot, but I know that the other ingredients may be delivery mechanisms too. So it's not fair. You are making quite a lot of unfair statements. I'm telling you.
Yeah, okay, again, listen. All right. And I was going to say this, and you just mentioned it. It's called delivery mechanism. That's the language they want to use for you. All right. In medicine, they call it vectors. All right. It's a transport system to get it to the cell where they want it to go to. It sounds nice and cool, but that vector they are using is causing damage in other organs in your body. The question is, can they design this medicine to get into your body without it causing any damage to any parts or any other organs in your body? The answer is yes. And then you now ask, why are they not doing it? Because it will not profit. Do you understand?
I agree with that. There is always a profit motive.
Hold on now. The African medicine traditionally, as practiced by our great-grandfathers, I don't want to use that name again, by our great-grandfathers, has no adverse effect, rather. It does not affect.
Were you there? How do you know? Were
because
you
I
there?
used it. Because I used it.
How do you know? You know, we just say stuff. There's no adverse effect. Maybe because it didn't cure you. There's no adverse effect.
Listen to me. Listen to me.
I have a question.
Listen now. Hold on.
I have a question.
Hold on. I've not landed. Hold on. You all know what they call Agbo in Nigeria, right?
A lot of people are drinking it and having a lot of problems in Nigeria right now.
Except it's adulterated. But the original Agbo, when you drink it, it doesn't have any side effect on your body.
Hi. The kind of stuff you are saying is dangerous, you know, because there are Nigerians out there, instead of them to go to hospital, they'll go and take Agbo and then they'll go and die and needless deaths.
Sorry. I don't know what, Father, what are you saying? What are you saying?
No, what he's saying is actually dangerous. He's saying that Agbo, okay, what does Agbo specifically treat?
You said Agbo has no side effects, but you said it is.
Of course, it does have side effects.
He said Agbo doesn't have side effects. It's a natural herb.
Which somebody that drank Agbo and his kidney, his kidney almost packed up.
No,
I don't know why you keep saying this stuff.
Sorry. No, at this point,
you want me to be supporting something that is not very accurate?
Father, with what Jonathan have mentioned, we need to interrogate Flagship. Flagship, are you a medical doctor?
No, I'm not a medical doctor.
Okay.
What? You're not a medical doctor, and you're just.
But I'm involved in the. Listen.
Oh my God!
Listen to me.
You see the information.
You see yourself.
Listen.
You see how you guys.
Listen to me. Hold on. Let me
see how you guys
just accept stuff. You don't question stuff.
Let me say
question stuff, man.
Hold on.
It might not be a medical doctor.
This guy is saying that he's don't get the word.
Go ahead, Flagship. I listen to you.
Hold on.
Come on, man.
Listen to
it's
me.
not right. It's just not right.
Listen.
You must not be a doctor.
Forefathers.
We're all in the same boat now.
when you meet knowledge, it's good that you listen and learn. If you don't know,
I do learn, but you have to be fair. You have to be fair. You're not being fair.
Listen, I did not.
I think this guy
not
is
say
asking
that
a
I'm a
question,
doctor.
right? We should
But
give
listen
him
to me.
Austin, right?
To be fair, it doesn't matter whether you're a doctor or not, but you have to be fair with what you're saying because you're making assertions.
Would you allow me to clarify?
Genuinely unfair.
Let him finish.
Would you allow me to clarify?
Yeah, please go ahead, please.
All right, and please just pay attention. I'm not a medical doctor, but I'm involved in the process of
any medication that your doctor gives to you. Before he gives it to you, it goes through me and thousands of other people. If we do not say it works, it doesn't get on the shelves in the pharmacy. That's where I am. I'm not a doctor. I don't have to write the script for you. But before the doctor can use it, it comes through me and thousands of other people. All right? So get that part. Now, what I'm telling you is this. I'm not asking people not to take medicines. I'm saying that prior to conventional medicine, what we practiced at home had no side effects that are as damaging as your modern day medicine does.
Sorry.
That's a fact.
Man, that is a blanket statement again.
Sorry. Because my face is here, your face is here. Somebody cannot just come loud and give information. And you live in the Western world. Let him declare whom he is. Because he can be telling me that he must give approval for medication to work. Then who are you?
He has just told you he wants.
No, it's FDA now. It could be part of FDA. People that approve drugs.
It doesn't have to be clear.
Again, you don't have to
say
more than that.
My brother,
my face is on the platform.
He doesn't have to necessarily
my
tell
brother,
you that.
I don't have to tell you who I am.
I don't care whether he was a doctor. I didn't care whether he was a doctor. I was questioning the rationale of what he was saying.
Information.
Flagship.
He is giving a sensitive.
You don't have to take the information. I'm not shoving it down your throat.
Proclamations here, because you're making a sensitive proclamation, and our faces are attached to it. Because our faces are attached to it. I was listening to you thinking that you're a medical doctor. Now you are not. Now you're
a medical doctor. No, Augustine, if I may, Augustine, wait, Augustine, if I may, guys, if I may, Augustine, wait, if I may. So, if Flagship has come out now and said he's a doctor, so you believe him?
That is clear because his face is
here. Is that what you're saying?
If he has said that, it's fair that they believe him.
A doctor has nothing to do with medication. There's pharmaceutical. There is research.
Exactly.
That's what we don't understand.
Exactly.
Come on, guys.
See my position. He has made a lot of blanket statements, a lot of statements that needs to be verified. So for him to tell me to believe him, and for the millions of people that listen to this platform to believe him, he needs to tell us his background. If not, the information
he has just told you. He has just told you to read. He told us earlier to read and research.
Listen to me. I did not tell you to take anything that I said.
Anything.
It is up to you. I've always said, go and read. Go read. Go and read.
Yeah,
My
like P2B says, go and verify. Go and verify.
You will get the knowledge
P2B
yourself.
says, go and verify.
If you don't believe, you don't have to believe.
Unverifiable.
You don't.
I don't know what is going. I don't know why you are accusing him of making a blanket statement.
I don't know what he's saying.
But he made a blanket statement. He said, no, hold on. He did make a blanket statement that traditional medicine doesn't have any side effects. Jesus Christ.
Side effect of traditional medicine?
There's a lot of side effects. How do you know that?
What is the side effect of eating your food, your natural herbs? What's the side effect?
Go and drink Agbo now. Then nobody will tell you whether it has side effects or not.
Did I say you should drink a bucket of Agbo?
That narrative is being
then why would you say
driven by the pharmaceutical companies.
If they say go and drink Agbo, if they say Agbo doesn't have side effects,
then you can't then say there is no side effect. That's not the responsible statement of the professional. You can't say there's no side effect. Even if you eat Gary too much, there will be side effects.
The flagship.
He didn't say so. You are looking for
the flagship.
He doesn't have side
He said there's no side effect of our traditional medicine.
He's telling you this, and you want to believe him.
Okay.
Flagship. The flagship.
John Alba, one second, sir. Please. Again, this is how you get, process, and absorb knowledge. When it is dished out to you, you don't take it at face value. Go back, read about it, and make your decisions. That's how I process knowledge. You don't talk to me on the screen and I take it. It's not everything. Even if Joe Biden comes and gives me an information today, I will still go back and process it. I will take it because he's the president.
If Trump gives you.
All right? I won't take it because he's the president of the U.S. If the head of the CDC today comes to tell me something, I still have to go back and read. I won't take it and jump.
Even if
right?
your doctor
So you
gives
don't have
you
to
a
take what I'm
medicine,
saying.
go
As a
and
matter of
read
fact,
it. If it is
I'm
right
sharing
medicine
knowledge.
giving you.
I am sharing knowledge with you. I am not chugging it down your throat that
I
you should
understand you
take it.
perfectly, Flagship. You don't need to force anybody to understand. It's a conversation, and those who want to understand,
It's your
understand. If you don't
choice.
understand, just give your own opinion and then do your
See,
research.
I like to be more like specific when I'm making my own criticism. I don't have a lot of problems with what he's saying generally, but I have a problem when he starts implying that like people that are conducting research, they are not doing it for curative reasons.
I've read this. I knew this already before now.
Come on, Exero, come on. Let me see. It's only fair because there are. You see, this is that we do something. We dismiss the good with the bad. It's not
I'm
right.
not dismissing. I'm just saying I knew that already. The medical
Hello,
profession
folks.
is
Hello,
corrupt.
folks.
Oh my
I'm
God!
sorry.
I thought
I'm
that was
sorry you have
Jago.
to-
Hold on.
I was going to say this.
Okay, it's only fair you have
Hello,
been in.
folks.
Olumide, hold on. Olumide.
Fathers, I want to give you kudos for the first time.
Yeah.
I'm going to give you kudos
Wow.
for the way you've handled this discussion and for being very, very rational. You know me, I'm going to say things the way they are. I've not been on the show for a long time. I've just been, fed up with the way things are back home. And I'm going to tell you, forefather, you've been very reasonable. You've been very, very objective.
Now you know.
Especially with this line of discussion that you guys are having. And then Flagship, I'm going to... Paul, I apologize for going before you. I know you came before.
Apology not accepted. 100% not accepted.
Go ahead.
I just want you to go on, but apology not accepted.
Regardless,
Go on,
I will still go
but
on.
not accepted.
Flagship, I'm going to push back on you. You claim to work in the scientific field. From what you're saying, I don't know exactly what you're doing, but you can't push statements that you've been making. Augustine is right. What Augustine was asking you is that when you make statements, back it up with evidence. What they practice in this part of the world that we are in is called evidence-based medicine. Everything you do, you have to back it up with evidence, but everything you said, from my observation, is contrary to scientific views. You understand? When we come out with scientific statements or statements that medicine is using today, is backed up by evidence and it is peer reviewed. When you say peer reviewed, you understand what I mean by peer review. When it is peer reviewed, you understand, these are people who are not biased. It is your peers from every field, every specialty, who have come to scrutinize what you say you have that will benefit humanity. You understand? And then when you come to make statements, some of the statements you've made, it is very unfortunate. I respect you. I respect your power of or your oratory power, but I'm going to respectfully disagree with you with most of your sessions tonight. And Augustine is right to have questioned you. You understand? You have, especially in this part of the world where I know a soldier, a military. It's in the Canadian news. A military guy, because he refused COVID vaccination. You understand? There were some military guys who were court-martialed and dismissed from the Canadian military force because they refused COVID vaccination. Because what they thought, the narrative they were pushing. You understand? If they had said, what, I just don't believe in it, they keep quiet. But they were going ahead pushing narratives that the military thought was unscientific and was unbeneficial to the rest of the forces. And I know doctors who lost their license because of their religious belief, their views they pushed against the COVID vaccine. So I'm not against our traditional or herbal practice, but it has to be evidence-based, such that when you take it to Norway, you can prove that it works. When you take it to Sweden, you can prove it works. When you take it to Angola, you prove it works. You understand? That is what the Western world, the edge they have over us. See, if you look at what the British did, despite the fact that we say the British and the Western world colonized the developing world, Africa and India, Asia, and the rest of it, do you know what they did that really helped us to discover most of this information we won't find out? They documented most of these things. Even what they did that was evil, they documented it and put it in their archives. And if they went in their archives, most of us won't even know everything that our forefathers experienced or how they deceived them, you know. Even the Israeli war and the Palestinian war, the declaration that they named after this British guy that is causing all this wahala today. This guy documented everything, how the manipulation they did to support the Israelis and everything. They document it. That is what we lacked in our own tradition. We don't document. If you don't document
Why don't you start it,
how do you want to prove to the
Why don't
world
you
that it
start it?
works? You can't just say it works. That is what we call anecdotal. There's no scientific basis.
Thank
What are
you.
you doing?
So Fofaras is right. Yeah. Sorry,
What are you
Blackstone.
doing about it?
Huh?
Olumide.
Can I just
Sorry,
ask
I didn't
Olumide?
hear you, Blackstone.
Sorry, guys. I just want to, with all, if I may, real quick, with all Olumide just said, would he agree that 8 months to bring about a vaccine that normally takes 10 years to bring, would you say the same thing as you said for the vaccine?
So see,
did he go through the peer reviews that you're speaking of?
That's right. So Jagun, I understand where you're coming from, but if you also understood the nature of the COVID infection that hit the world, you would understand why they had to expedite this vaccine, even without trials. You understand? Did you know that even when I will use my own environment here in Canada.
I don't accept that.
They enacted there's a law that during war times, you understand, public health can issue any directive, especially to help prevent the spread of disease or any infection, or in terms of any war, in terms of any
epidemic.
What do they call it now? Biologic war or anything. Public health can issue any directive to protect the citizens. So public health issued directive. That was they were the ones we issued the lockdown. You understand? Advised the government to issue the lockdown during that COVID situation. A lot of people were angry. They were upset that the government was trying to control them. You know, the Western world, they don't like restriction. They were trying to control them. They were trying to force them. You know, I even had to be educating some of these white folks who were against it, that, you know what? It's in your law. You guys made the law. It's in your constitution that in times of situations like this, public health can issue guidelines to restrict movement, to lock people down. It is the times. It is these times have brought upon us.
We don't want to go on too much about COVID.
You know, the WHO is trying to. It's just like they're not. You know, they're trying to covertly get China to open up about how this thing spread, but China is refusing to open up. You understand? And you can't force them, because it may ultimately lead to war. They're trying to question them. What happened? But China has answers for the whole world. Look at how many millions died, and the vaccine saved lives. You know,
my brother.
Let's not go on about that vaccine. They're going to flag us. I think people have been warning us.
But you see, can I just say this? I beg everybody's pardon. You see, I can't really understand. I'm listening to this thing quite carefully as we're going on, and there's a lot of pushback where flagship is concerned, and a lot of times we are putting words into his mouth, and then other times we are highly suspicious of his level, and then we go and pronounce even more suspicious levels based on the Western way of doing things. Yet we accept these ways, and I don't buy it. I don't buy the fact that somebody whose research is similar to my own, to be frank, we all have to do our. Wait. Let me land. No. Please let me just land.
Paul is the one that was supposed to be talking.
Please, it's going to be quick. Please, just because I've listened to you to the end. I listened to you to the end, and I'm basing what I'm saying on what you're saying, on what the panel is saying as a group, and what's going on in the comment section. It seems to me that, as I said, where Flagship is coming from is not really being taken in the depth that it's meant. We're picking points. We're asking him not to be so glib. From wherever point he's talking about on this particular subject, he would have to be careful, no doubt. So we don't even know how he's being careful and what he's not mentioning. That notwithstanding, it seems all of our objections are based on our own bias of being away from Nigeria, to be honest. We believe that Nigeria. Wait, let me land. You can't let me land, my friend. My friend.
Let's respect other people's time. Now it's not fair what we are doing. Now let's try to be
You're quite right, but I haven't spoken a lot. My forefathers, I haven't spoken. This is my first time.
Anything at all.
No.
I don't think it is fair. I'm going to land, my brother. I'm going to land, though.
What I was going to say is that I'm not.
No, let me just land. I'm not hearing you right now. I've heard you.
Statement is wrong. But what I'm saying
I've heard you. I've heard you.
If you have biases about the pharma industry, if you have biases,
all right, Olumide, all right, my brother, all right.
We have to give Olumide a little bit of this because he also is a pharmacist. He works in a pharmacy. So.
I understand that he's a pharmacist, but I'm talking right across the board.
The point down there because that's why he's interrupting, because you are not finishing.
My brother, that's not why he's interrupting. He's interrupting because he feels objectable. Now, I'm saying to you this, that not just Olumide, I've said it already, if people would effing listen, Olumide, the whole panel and those in the comment section have pushed back harshly, as far as I can see, against Flagship. And I don't believe that we're listening to the warnings as to what somebody in that particular arena is offering. We're not listening to the warnings. And I'm saying to everybody that in not listening to the warnings is practically because the state of Nigeria is so hellish that when we're out of it, we see such beauty and such wonderfulness and such normalness. But I'm afraid, as far as beautiful to you, to someone like me, bruv, this is normal. So when abnormalities occur, I'm very hyper aware. You just think that, oh, it's the way it's supposed to be. Oh, this is lovely. It's better than being in Nigeria. I'm afraid that's not how to look at matters. That's not how to look at matters at all. We have to understand what the F is really going on. We just believe that
we all can be paranoid, but I'm not going to be as paranoid.
It's okay. I don't ask them to be paranoid.
Now let him finish.
I didn't know that, bro. If you take it as being paranoia, fair enough. You get me? I'm not pushing that on you. That's how you see yourself.
Thanks a lot, Jared.
But I just want to put it like that and leave the stage because I would like this conversation to make more sense than it's actually making at the moment.
Thank you. If you guys would allow me 30 seconds. Listen, I'm not here to convince you. Neither am I here to force knowledge down your throat and asking you to accept it. All I'm saying is open up your minds, ask questions, read, analyze data, and think for yourself. Whatever information you get, go process it. It's not about who's wrong or right. When I get information, I take it and I go process it. And just like Jagan said, he put it in a very good way for me. If it looks abnormal, my tentacles are up and I want to scrutinize it. So I'm not here to say I'm an authority. I'm telling you what I saw and I'm sharing with you knowledge.
Can I ask you a question?
And asking you to go think for yourself.
Can I ask you a question? Which disease condition do you think there's a cure for and they are hiding that cure?
Listen, my friend, like I said some moments ago, there is no disease condition that is quote and unquote incurable right now that is known to science that there is not a cure for. Period.
And you have information to that regard.
Okay, Olumide. Let me come in.
This is nothing but hearsay.
Okay. Olumide, don't do all these things that will make them take you out of the channel all the time. Olumide, give other people a chance. Flagship, everything that you're saying to some extent, I the narrative that you're pushing, I can't get it very well. I, like you said, go do your research. I would love to learn. I'm aviator by training, went to school for it. But I can't say I cover the whole of aviation. There are things that I will talk about aviation. I'll keep my mouth shut. And there are things they will talk about the aviation. I can say something and I will back it up with facts and figures. So sometimes when you say go do your research, I want to believe when we all in school, when lecturers tell you to go do something, they give you things to go find to do your research on. You understand? Sometimes they tell you, oh, go read this book, go read this book, go read this book. Why don't you give us tangible things for us to talk? Just like initially some other persons think maybe you're a doctor, another person think in this same platform, maybe you are a scientist. So they don't know. Probably they want to believe that maybe they are listening from the place of who is a doctor or somebody who is a scientist. You are a pharmacy, a pharmacology, a toxicology, as the case may be. Why don't you give us something so that we can start our research from that place? I can't just go to Google and ask Google, is it true or is it lie? For example, I took the 3 jab and I'm okay and it worked for me. I had COVID several times. I feel the pain 1 or 2 days and I'm okay. You know, so I will speak from my own place that I think it worked for me. But at the same time, I equally don't know. Maybe if I didn't take the jab, I might also have that same COVID. Maybe 2-3 days, I'll still get my feet together. I still don't know. But I know from the part of I took it and it worked the way they told me that it's going to work. So why don't you help us and give us things? Then when you talk about the Agbo, I am a Lagos boy. I was born, raised in Lagos. The Yoruba people are very vast when it comes to this Agbo thing. And I take a lot of Agbo like crazy. Even the Agbo, sometimes when we blame the West and when we pride ourselves and when we make mistakes, because our Agbo, when we make mistake for our Agbo, they didn't document it. Remember when people take excess dose in some of these things, if they die, we label our wings, we label landlord, landlady, family member. But in the West, where they document it, where people will lose their life here, they'll still do all research. What is the cost of that death? It's still today, as we are talking in Nigeria, it's not there. From hospital, if people lose their life in hospital, we don't know the cost of their death. Anybody lost their life here in America, they will find out the cost of the death before they will put that person down. Those things are not there. So we didn't document our own, like Olumide is saying. But these people document their own. That's why we can pick 1 or 2 things where things go wrong. And they document all these things so that they can work better on it. And I want to believe that is the reason today why we have what is called iPhone 1 and iPhone 15, because they are trying to perfect everything they are doing as the day goes by. Then when you talk about the Agbo, there is a seed called, I may not pronounce it very well, maybe Olumide will know. It's called Oworoche, Aworosho. If you take 1 or 2 of this seed, this thing going to purge you. You're going to get weak that day. The next 2 days, you're going to be as strong. All your back pain and every other thing will be okay. But guess what? Now I want to use adults and children because you have those. I have been taking that thing all my life growing up. Today, I can take 3. Yesterday, I may not be able to take 3. Maybe my body has started getting immune to it. I used to take 1. Guess what? If I use my mindset and give somebody 3 today, that person will see himself in the emergency. You understand? These are things that somebody will use in the same Africa to say they poison you. Maybe they didn't poison that person, but the way I take my Agbo that I've been taking it for a very long time, I'm having waist pain, back pain, I'll take it. You may not be able to apply up to that capacity. So these are the things. So even in Agbo, the level you can take is not the level I can take. But in the West now, they minimize all these things. They base medicine based on age. Sometimes they even base it based on size. Sometimes they even base it based on other illness that you are having. When I see my doctor, they'll ask you what and what medicine, vitamins that have been taken. So they want to know. And every other thing. It works like that. I take one of my vitamins. I take Wellman. I am 48 years. When my pharmacy advised me to start taking Well 50 plus, even when I'm 48 years, I'm not up to 50, but they said no. Say that will even work much, much better than me. You understand? They just put benchmark on everything. But the way they follow me and everything, they said it will be better for me to even take Well 50 plus. That's the Wellman, the British vitamins, than for me to even take the less than 50, even when I'm not 50. And I started taking my Well 50. Truth be told, when I started taking my Well 50, I really enjoy it. It worked better than what I take, but these are advice that my pharmacists give to me. So the West, to some extent, I want to give them that kudos. I want to give them that praise that they document everything. They still, to some extent, challenge themselves. They still see where they go wrong. But in our own part of our world, we don't find anything. So when things happen to people, we just blame family member, blame landlord, blame tenants, blame neighbors, and everything. Or we just use the word God that give, that take it. So if you, in essence of everything, I will want you to give me things to read. If you want me to believe in your direction, if you say go do research, what do I want to go? I just go Google, go ask questions. All the conspiracy theory will come. Why don't you give me books that I will see the level of this research some of these people have gone with some of the things that they've been doing so that I can learn. Like they say, you live, you learn. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. I appreciate that so much.
Flagship, I want to say
Hold on. Let me
I just
respond
want
to
to
him.
say
Hold on, Olumide, please.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Paul, thank you so much. I respect your opinion and where you're coming from. Much of what I've said is public knowledge. What you're asking me for is to give you my data, which is not public knowledge. Now, listen, nothing is different again and inaccessible for everything that we have talked about. Much of this information comes with common sense reasoning and the evidence of the facts that have been presented to us in public media that we read about today. Unfortunately, I cannot share with you what I have, but I've spoken carefully within the limits that I'm allowed on what I know that I'm sharing with you. That when it comes to documentation, I mentioned a moment ago, that's the fault that I blame our medical practice, African medical practice for. We never documented nothing to pass on to the next generation with reference to dosing, application, what it can be used for, what the types of leaves or whatever the seeds are. These were not documented. These are the faults we have in our practices. And I did say that if we had all this information made available, maybe we would not be so much dependent on the Western medicine. And yes, I'm not discrediting what science has done with reference to Western medicine. They've done a fine, great job as regards to how these medicines are to be administered and for what indications they need to be administered to or for. But when we get to that part where we can either recollect or maybe start now to begin the process of documentation from all these herbs that we're using, it will help the future for tomorrow. Yes, that's where the modern day science beats us, but we have it. My point precisely is African medicine has less side effects than the Western medicine will do. Paul, you live here in the US as I do, and I could tell from your accent, you are from where I'm from. Listen, over here, you watch TV and you would see these commercials, and I'll end with this. You see these commercials that come on. If you or your family member has ever taken this medication or used this device, call this number. It's a law firm that is going after a pharmaceutical for adverse events or serious adverse events that have been noticed or seen within the community for either a drug or a medical device that has been cleared and approved for use by the population. These are what I'm talking about. When you get a medicine that says it cures diabetes, but it may give you something that would lead to Crohn's disease, hypertension, so on and so forth, and maybe even death. That's what I'm talking about. That if you take our medicine, and if we know how our dosing are, like you said, 1 seed, 2 seed, 3 seed as you age, it doesn't give that kind of side effect that will cause what these Western medicines have given us.
But how do you know that for a fact, though? How do you know that for a fact?
Know what?
Did you collect data with regards to our African medicine? Did you collect data? Did you collect data with respect to African medicine not having any side effects or not having any?
I was born in Nigeria. I lived there. I use this thing.
That is not evidence. Being born in Nigeria is not evidence.
It's my evidence. It's the evidence of
that is anecdotal. That is anecdotal.
Who are using it? But listen, man. Listen.
You can't. This is misinformation.
Listen. I'm not telling you that the Western medicine is bad.
Let me see the medication you are referring to. Let me tell you.
You tend to make blanket statements that leads you to errors. Even if maybe your general point may be correct.
You are buttressing the fact that the system in the West works.
I'm not having
the system in the West works. That is why you have patients suing doctors or suing pharmaceutical companies. Do you have that in Nigeria? The system works. That is what we call post-marketing surveillance.
Hold on. I know you are into pharmacy, but I know
hold on.
It's like when KJ wants to defend journalism.
I'm speaking from the aspect of years ago.
Like so
that
now.
Before the advent of Western
medicine
to defend their own. In Africa, we were used to using herbs to treat ourselves. That's the point I'm coming from. Before the advent of Western medicine, we used all of these things that helped us to either prevent or to cure. Today,
it was good for his time, the flagship. It was good for his time, but let's allow Jonaba to say something, please.
The flagship, let me ask you one question, then I leave you. So, now you talk about the Western medicine. I just want to say something, because growing up, when I think about my grandmom and today, my grandmom, you remember when we were growing up back there, maybe your parents asked you to grind pepper, to smash pepper and all those things, and every other thing. You mistakenly scratch your face, you feel the heat everywhere. These days, it's not like that. That is when they get the real 100% organic. These people, they eat. And remember, our food is like also medicine to our body when you eat healthy. So our grandparents eat healthy because they get healthy food. But today, you in the West and the man in Lagos, Nigeria today, we all don't eat healthy food. We, like you and I in the US, we eat more of the GMOs, the Monsantos and the likes. We don't eat healthy. So those things also contribute. So today, in Nigeria, you see people who drink this so-called Agbo morning till night. Even here in the West, if doctor give you pill to say, take this medicine 2, 3 times a day, sometimes we take it 1 or 2 times. When we feel okay, we stop taking it. But my brother, in Nigeria, people are drinking this Agbo every day by day. So which means if that pain that they are also going through or that thing that they are going through, if it's working, they won't be taking that Agbo every other day. Something tells you that it's also not working as my so-called Tylenol is also not working so effective because I get immune to it and I keep increasing my dose. The same thing with that herb, because the world today, very many of us are not eating so healthy. Few people who eat healthy are people who live in the countries, people who live in the village. You understand? We may cause them, but they are opportune to eat what they plant that end up come out more natural. So that keeps them.
Let me tell you guys,
their food, not their medicine.
Let me tell you guys
that keeps them for so long.
Let me tell you guys a secret. Let me tell you guys a secret. Let me tell you guys
the medicine is in the food.
Let me tell you guys a secret about the pharma industry. there's no doubt that in the pharma
Okay, thank you. I really
industry.
enjoyed this conversation. Maybe we'll continue for it. Thank you. I really need to go, but I like this conversation.
Paul, wait. See, let me
Thank you.
tell you a secret about the pharma industry. See, there's no doubt that the pharma industry, there's a lot of money to be made. There are some who seek profits, you understand? And there's also true that some companies are doing good research to finding cures and improving the healthcare of humanity. But they have a system that regulates itself, where people are held to account. Let me give you an example. In the West, see, when I came here over 10 years ago, I didn't know that they had a very bad drug dependence epidemic. The number one country with drug epidemic in the world is America. Do you know the number two? America is 300 million people. Number two is Canada with over close to 40 million population. Number two in the world. Can you imagine? UK is number three. The company that perpetrated this act was Purdue Pharma. Do you know how much money they are paying in fines that the courts, that the states that have sued them for the drug epidemic that has happened in some of these cities, where there are some cities, some
That
local
will listen.
equivalent of local
The farmers
government.
already gone bankrupt too because of the same thing.
The CEOs
Yeah.
are cashed out, that were paid large billions of dollar bonuses. Today they are telling them you are not running away with that money, you have to pay. They are suing them to come and pay. Because they were marketing these opioid drugs.
Stay a while and address some of these issues. Just let's allow John Aban to go on.
Sure.
Stay a while.
So I'm just saying the system has a way to regulate some of this, to call into account some of these people who are greedy. So don't just think that the system works there. You understand? So please let's be very careful when we make statements.
That's not what I'm saying. I already talked about regulation way past. If you care to listen, go back and listen to it. So that's not the point.
Thank you. Jonaba, please go ahead.
I will still buy your medicine from your pharmacy, so you will not stop your customer to buy your medication or the medication. So it's not and I know I was saying it that is from my own side of it. I agree that we have a problem with the dosage and the follow-up and the documentation, but I also believe that Flagship have a deep knowledge of what he's saying, but to me, it's from political side of it that I say here. And I think he's going to vote for Donald Trump. So it's okay. So that is your choice. But the other issue,
I love Republicans as I do Democrats.
And you have the choice to do that, and I respect that. Father, can you take this out of my face for now?
Yeah. I want to share about this link about the kidney disease, why you should not take Agbo. So these are things that are being found in Nigeria.
This is the problem.
Propaganda by the big
Oh
pharma.
my God! Oh my God!
I think I'm about done with this
Propaganda. They are warning people about stuff. You're saying propaganda.
You're not going to show the one that says that if you take this medicine, you can.
It's a propaganda sponsored by the big pharma.
Father, you know, I have kept quiet for a while.
We can't do this now.
I've been quiet for a while. Can I just give my 2 cents?
Let me finish now.
Can I give my 2 cents now?
Exactly.
So,
please let finish.
So, and I'm not going to take a break too, except we go tonight where the radar will come. So, in all of that, I respect your deep knowledge. We disagree on things and we agree on all of this. But as a senior citizen, after this, you said long ago you want to go, just go and take your evening and come back later. Don't let anybody drive you crazy. We're going to have a political talk on the Republican and Democrat. And whatever we see on the other side after the election, we're going to talk about it. But in all of that, have a good night.
Thank you, Jonathan. So, Father, thank you. Father,
Yeah, go
So
ahead.
sorry. Okay, thank you. Sorry. I just want to say this thing and I'll leave. I was driving home when the guy that was invited, who happens to be in medical field, left. And Ezero said, since the guy have left, Flagship, who is in medical line, will get some of our questions. And that was why I came in. And for me, this platform is not where we just come and share our views and go away. I feel that this is also where we educate millions of people. And this is where we put facts out. So when he started talking, and I started listening to him, and I am well read that when people begin to tell me, go and read, when I have them before me, and you're pushing me to go and read, there is an agenda you want to push. As whenever we're talking about flight, we also always allow Paul to come in. When religious issues come here, you give me time to address it. And he sat on authority on a chair of being a medical personnel. He asserted that authority. So it was my own goofing to associate him to being a medical doctor. And I am also aware that there are so many levels of medical care. So for me to take his knowledge and accept it as knowledge, because if he has said anything, it should be a knowledge. Then if I am reading, I am adding to what he has taught me. I would want to know his background. He doesn't necessarily would not tell me his name. Olubide is here with his real name. If I want to research, I can go on his site and check what he's doing. I can write him and say, I want this knowledge. But he is here with a coded name. So I can't even quote him. I can't even research on him. This is why I brought up these issues here.
I think your point is valid to a point because he doesn't have to share his name. Hold on, the Flagship. Let me say this.
Because he
You
said
don't need.
this
Let me
before,
just say
and I
my
need
piece. Let me
to
say my
just
piece.
so
You
I don't
don't need
forget.
the
So I don't
Flagship. Please
forget.
let me say my piece. You've said something that I've not even said anything since then. You don't need to know somebody's certificate. So sometimes question some of their assertions when he strays into areas that betrays common sense. No matter who is speaking. Don't make that mistake of conceding to people just because they quote their certificate. You are mistaken. If somebody starts making assertions that are generalized, like saying medicine is geared not to for curative reasons, but for these financial purposes, that is clearly false. It's not true because you should be able to question that. That is not true. It's not evidently true because we have people that cure this headache and cure all kinds of different things that are out there till today. So you can question somebody. If a doctor
What do
tells
you
you
mean by the
that that
word
is
pure?
true, you should be able to say
What do
that
you mean
is
by the
not
word
true.
pure?
If a mechanic tells you that because I fix cars, all cars are designed not to work, you know cars work. You should be able to question that mechanic and say you are wrong. You see what I mean? So you there are certain things you concede to the experts, but some areas when they stray out of it, that's what I was questioning. That he cannot be making that kind of statement.
Can I
Okay,
now say my piece
one
because I
second,
want to go
please.
and sleep?
1 second. I was going to address Augustine. Mr. Augustine, listen. The knowledge I share is not to raise any propaganda or conspiracy. It's your choice. You don't have to take it. I'm not saying take it. I'm just sharing with you. You can question my background and what I do, where I come from. It's not important. The only thing that I ask is go and do some more research. I still read. I still find facts. When I hear from even the best in the industry, I still go back and read. You don't have to believe me. So please don't take it that I'm sitting as an authority here. I'm not. I'm sharing with you the piece that I know of the bulk. You don't have to take it. Okay, but I hope that you, in your research,
that will give you all the time
put
to
it
educate
into
us.
perspective, and maybe it will help you and help somebody down the road. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, let me give you bread to eat.
So can I make my peace and go? I want to go and sleep, please.
Yeah,
For
go
me,
ahead. Well,
What?
who
What?
wanted to say something? Oh, yeah, go ahead. Go
It's
ahead.
like Sarah, yeah. For me, over the years here in Sweden, we've learned a lot about the medical profession, the medical field here. Even it has gone to the limit of a lot of people being scared of going to the quote unquote the hospitals. There's an organization that's called I can't remember their name now. They found out there's a lot of shit going on in the hospitals, that a lot of the percentage of people who end up passing away from the hospitals are blacks. So that kind of placed an asterisk or kind of question mark that a lot of people got scared. But what Flagship has been saying, it kind of is in tandem with a lot of what I thought about the medical field. For one, I know that there's a lot of medical fraud, and there's this money.
Where are you referring to now? Which area?
Please, I don't want you to say, come and quote me or this and that. I'm just telling you my own opinion. So don't come and attack and say, put me
So
on
when
the
you
hot
say
seat.
the blacks are
I'm saying
passing
from,
away, where is it in Nigeria? Is it in
I
South
say me
Africa?
offensor, because I don't want anybody to come and quote me, because
That
we're
one
also
is a known
buying.
fact now that there's disparity in healthcare.
It's a known fact. If it's a
It's a
known
known
fact,
fact.
don't
That's not
disparage me.
new.
I don't want to be quoted. Please, just if you want to buy in, you buy in. If you don't want, is your. Everyone knows that we are trying to keep ourselves, elongate our lives here. So most of what Flagship
All
says,
these unfounded conspiracy.
you just said it's a public knowledge. Now you say it's unfounded again. Baba, cool down now.
But I'm talking about your fears.
No, bro, you gotta shut up.
He's trying to say something now. Please
That's
let
a
him
bad
talk.
nation.
It's a
That's a bad nation.
I thank you guys for.
Oh, relax now.
I thank you guys for the
that is a bad nation.
Thank you for coming in, Exero. Thank you for your
Baba
questions and
oh,
all.
relax now.
Oh my God, Olumide, stop it. I did say earlier on that Olumide is defending the pharmaceutical industry just like KJ is defending journalism. And immediately, I summoned KJ. KJ, what have you got to say something? You've not said anything.
I have been listening from behind, and I am.
KJ, were you praying before? I saw you do up and down like this.
Well, that's my personal business. Now, I was listening from behind, and I want to say something to you, Flagship. You don't have to even put up any defense. You see, this is a platform. It's a public place. I mean, when you put up an information, and anybody who cares to listen or to hear can go and hear. I've always hold one thing when I come here. I don't have knowledge, monopoly of knowledge. However, I'm not a dunce. So when I come here, I give you information. If you feel I have any issue with it, or you have issue with it, you go research. If you want me to give you references, you ask me. You can write on the private chat. Can you give me more, places where I can look up this information I'm giving, if the person is interested? But if he's not interested, you don't need to defend there's nothing to defend. Okay?
Absolutely.
And having said that, I want to say two things quickly.
KJ, well, you quote references from Queen Anon, though.
Hold on, sir. Hold on, Lumide.
Yeah, this is a very
when
so professional.
They say this is conspiracy theory. And so I'm a conspiracy theorist. I've researched many conspiracy theory. Most of them have come to pass. And many more will come to pass in this our lifetime. So brothers and brothers on this platform, I, KJ, is a conspiracy theorist. I have seen them. They've come to pass. If you doubt me, you can go and look up all the conspiracy theories in the past.
Okay, can you give us an example of a conspiracy theory?
Hold on.
That is not Nigeria that come to pass.
That into the mix, they want to confuse you. I begin to defend that whether it is conspiracy or not. Time will tell. Time is, time is an umbrella. It unveils everything. Even what
so, KJ, tell us the conspiracy.
Don't give us your own. No examples. No anything. Assertions. Please go ahead.
So, conspiracy theory, yes, not a problem. Okay? 2, we have been debating about the African herbal treatment. Okay? And some people, I'm so surprised. Some people come to say Agbo does not work. The term Agbo is a particular tribe's language. But the whole Nigeria, if you call Agbo, everybody knows. Because of the efficacy of the treatment. If you go to Sokoto and say I want Agbo, somebody will give you Agbo that you will drink and get better. If you go to Madogri and say, I want Agbo, people there don't ask you what is Agbo. They already know what is Agbo. If it wasn't that effective, will it be that way? If you go to Kano, you will see dogoyaro trees people pluck to treat malaria. If it wasn't effective, will it be there? No. If you are telling us, and then you see, look, let me quickly put this in. Now the West have gone to Africa, and they've gone to get Moringa. They've gone to Nigeria and taken Moringa now. They're putting the capsule forms now. Tomorrow you begin to tell me that I don't know what it treats. Even you people who are sitting here come and tell us, oh, you didn't know the efficacy. You didn't know how many people take.
Tomorrow they will use to treat 20 million people. You are not using to treat that many people.
Hold on, sir. We have been eating Moringa. The Hausa people use for soup. These things, in fact, if you come to Igbo land, there are certain leaves that they use for soup, for porridge that helps you treat high blood pressure. These are things that are there available for you to see. The Hausa people have been using Moringa for soup for so long, but today the West is putting it in capsule forms. Tomorrow we sit here and begin to debate whether it is true, it's curing,
Exactly.
No, guys, we are the ones putting ourselves down. If we didn't put ourselves down, they won't be putting us down.
We are not. I don't think we are putting. That's not the point. We are making side points. This is not the argument.
Let me laugh.
Can I ask you a question?
Let me laugh.
Can I ask you a question? KJ, can I ask you a question?
Hold on. This is my turn.
I know. I want to ask you a question along the line of what you said. Let me ask you a question.
I know good to hear.
KJ will not hear you. Just let him finish what he's saying. KJ doesn't want to hear.
Do you believe in WHO? Do you believe in World Health Organization? Do you believe in WHO?
Should I answer you?
Yes.
You answer that question yourself.
Do you believe in WHO? KJ, do you believe in WHO?
Excuse me. Where was WHO when over 2,000 kids were killed by vaccine in Kano? Did they get paid for it? No, you shouldn't ask that.
Hold on. I would like to know about that one actually.
That was WHO.
What incident?
When those children were crippled with polio this thing in Kano.
Right.
You're asking me if I believe what WHO.
So you don't believe in WHO. You don't believe in WHO.
Do you, Olumide, do you believe in the WHO?
I do believe in WHO, yes.
And that's your problem now.
You see why I don't want to listen to
that's your problem.
It's definitely
me, I believe in God. I don't believe in WHO.
Denigrating traditional or herbal medicine. Listen, nobody's denigrating it. What we are saying is that if you want to show the whole world that traditional medicine works, you want to show the guy in Norway, you want to show the guy in Sweden, you want to show the guy in Antarctica, you want to show the guy in that it works.
It's not a profession. It's not a profession. Can't you take it up? It's your profession. Take it up and do something. And start complaining. You people complain too much.
Listen.
Take it up, do something and start complaining.
Talk now. Stop making noise.
Why are you talking? You're not coming to complain.
I'm not complaining.
Calm down.
You are the one complaining.
You see, if you allow me to
you are the one saying that the whole world is not accepting you.
Give me the platform. Let me talk.
But what I'm saying is that if you want the world
Olumide, don't worry. We'll have the chance. You have the chance to reply to him. Let him finish.
Okay.
Please.
My last point here is this: the pharmaceutical industry is a business entity. It's not a charity organization. It's not doing it for charity. The hospitals are business organizations. If you set up a hospital, you expect to make profit at the end of the day.
So is YouTube.
If you set up Pfizer makes a profit at the end of the day. In fact, let me go ahead to tell you that the pharmaceutical industry is one of the biggest industries that makes more money over $16 billion. More than that in a year. So what we're saying is we're making these people are set up to do charity work. They are not set up to do charity work. They are smiling to the bank.
That's
so
true.
Whether you like it or not, it is called repeated business. You buy today, you treat you small, tomorrow you go back and buy again. At the end of the day, you keep coming because you are a customer. You are not.
Let me hold on. Let me just ask him simple questions. So, because they have a profit motive, does that mean they don't cure anything? If you have a headache, they cure your headache 1 minute. Does that mean you're not going to catch a headache again? That is still something that provides them profit. So it doesn't mean they don't make any thing to cure anybody.
So let us not look at it as if they're doing you and I a favor. That's where I'm going. I'm not saying it's a question of
No, it's a
yes,
symbiotic. It's a win-win. They are offering value to you.
everything on earth is a win-win. If you are going to Lagos and you take a taxi from Abuja to take you to Lagos, you pay him, he drops.
Exactly,
That's win-win.
but is it fair? Okay, KJ, let me ask you this then. Is it fair now to say that they don't make any medicine to cure anybody? No, I'm asking you a straight question now. Is it fair that the flagship went on to say that they don't make medicine to cure anybody?
He didn't say that.
That's what he said. He's here now. He's
No,
here.
no, no. That's so unfair. What,
Hold on. See, he's here. If I'm making a wrong assertion, you can correct me right now.
No, well, I'm just saying to back it.
Don't misquote me. I never said that. Please.
No, say, bro, it's unfair to you.
Let me see what he said then. Hold on. Let me
wait. Forefathers.
You can't speak for him. He's here.
No, I'm not going to speak for him. I'm going to speak for those who are listening.
No, you're not speaking for them. Let you are not the person speaking right now. You can't just jump in like that.
I'm not looking. Forefather, forgive me, but I'm not looking just to jump in.
I'm sorry. Let's finish one point first. He's here.
No, you're being very unfair.
No.
Again,
I'm not being
you're being
unfair.
very unfair.
Because we have to let KJ finish, and Olumide and the Blackstone have not said anything for a while. We have to move on. You made an assertion that I'm misquoting him. So let him correct himself. Please, 15 seconds, correct what you said.
Forefathers, don't misquote me. Not to my
15
face.
seconds, correct what you said, please.
All right? I don't take it lightly. I stand by every word that I say. Okay? So don't misquote me to my face.
Please correct it. If you're not going to correct
knowledge
it,
that I
will
shared
just
with
assume
you
that it's true.
is that medicine is practiced in 3 ways.
That's what he said.
Okay,
That's what I heard.
Now.
Right? Medicine is practiced in 3 ways.
Then what did you say? What are the 3 ways?
Go back and rewind the tape.
What are the 3 ways, please?
Thank you.
What are the 3 ways?
Ask anyone who is listening.
He's not answering. Can you stop? He is not answering.
No, but you can ask anyone who was listening. You were listening. That's the thing.
Oh my God. What are the 3 ways? Let him tell you what the 3 ways are, if I'm wrong.
You told us already.
All I'm trying to say here is that
this camp methodology.
We are tired of that.
I'm asking if I was wrong, he would have spelled out the 3 ways just now. He didn't, because he knew. He said that one of the statements he made was that they are not making it for curative reasons. He used those terms, that they are not doing it to cure people. Am I wrong?
Yes, you are very wrong. Again.
Why are you?
That's why I think people honestly.
I can bring the video and play it.
So let me just make my point quickly.
Against.
Let me just make my point quickly for father. KJ, I just wanted to kind of educate us a little bit that nobody is against. I'm not against my African medicine or Yoruba medicine or call it whatever. The Chinese have their own herbal medicine. The Chinese herbal medicine. In Japan, in Asia, in India, they have their own. At least what we are saying is that it is the safety of the people. Even in the US or the Western world that we're talking about, the UK, Europe, they approve natural medicine, they approve multivitamins or whatever. But when you want to market them, so what they've done is they have this industry where they regulate this thing. And what they do is that number one, before you even come out to come and say you want somebody to take this thing, it has to be safe for human consumption in whatever dose that you claim that ingredient contains. It has to be safe. So if you want to market your herbal products for you want to market your natural African medicine as a herbal product, you understand? They have a little bit less relaxing regulation. All they want you to do is the FDA, which even have that copies, is that it has to be safe in the consumption. When you say they should take 5 meals once a day, 3 times, it has to be safe and not cause any harm. Now, and then you can't claim that this thing can cure this or cure that or cure this. They don't want you making that spurious claim. You understand? The only time you can claim that this thing can do this or do that is if you have done what we call the gold standard. The gold standard for evidence-based medicine is clinical trials. You understand? You have to do a clinical trial. First, you have to test in animal their faith before they approve drugs, and then you have to do human clinical trials. And then that is when you determine what dose is safe what minimal dose they say, what maximum dose they say. You document all the side effects that they experience during the trials, and then make all that documentation, and then you can say that, okay, this medication there's no medication that is 100% efficacious. It can be 50%, 60%, 70%. There's always an improvement over time. You understand? So there are certain things that that is why we use the word peer review. And then even when these trials come out, you have to submit it to peer review. So you have to submit it to other sciences from different fields to show that this your medication does what it says it does. You understand? And then these things are going to be peer reviewed in different countries, in the UK, in Europe, and then these data cannot be pulled together for what we call meta-analysis. So there's a lot of steps involved in this thing. The only vaccine that didn't undergo all of this clinical trial phase and all these steps was the COVID vaccine, because of what humanity faced at that point in time. You understand? So it doesn't mean that they are bypassing process, or they are, and there's what we call post-market surveillance. Even when these medications are now manufactured, they collect data over 1 year. There are drugs that have been pulled off the market after a year, after 2 years, because of the harm they've caused over time that we didn't find out during the trials. You understand? We call it post-market surveillance. You can see that when Aquili was there, Aquili was doing things like that, post-market surveillance, and a lot of the pharmaceutical companies were fighting back. They were trying to fight that. So there's so many things that are involved. Nobody is saying, but do you know what this Agbo of a thing can cost you in 1 year, 2 years, 3 years down the line? You understand? So we need to know, they have to undergo, because you're going to be marketing this thing not just to Nigerians. If they work, if the Norwegian wants to know how it works, if wants to know how it works.
We respect
let's try and come
you're an expert. You're an expert. You're a pharmacist, and I respect your profession. But I want to say something to you. Before I got to become who I am, my great grandfather ate palm oil all through his life, and Gary. He didn't become sick. He didn't die from.
But maybe he did it in moderation.
Hold on, sir.
Hold on.
Now, in this year, I come to this time, the year 2000, and I will go and get up and tell me the worst oil is palm oil. Don't eat palm oil. So because your own oil is better than my own oil, Abi. This is the same thing that this same policy has been played.
Don't think that way, KJ. You know why I say don't think that way?
Hold on, sir. Let me talk.
Don't think that way.
What do you mean don't think that way? He's repeating what you're saying.
See, your oil is high in fats. It can damage the blood vessels. That is what leads to heart stroke. That is what leads to heart attack.
Can we just allow me to talk?
KJ, can I add it?
The best oil in the world is not even Oyibo oil. It is the Mediterranean oil. Olive oil. Mediterranean oil. You're speaking from ignorance.
Oil doesn't cause cardiovascular diseases anymore.
Sorry, KJ, let me come in. Thank you for your way in, but there are a lot of contradictions in the submissions you're making here. One of the contradictions here is this. You said now they are taking our medicine. When they transfer it here, we now begin to praise it. So what in that statement, you mean that what they are giving us is to an extent real. The only thing is just that we are now basing on the fact that they are the ones giving it to us. So what you're saying that the medication works, is that a position you're taking?
Can I be able to talk?
No, so I just want to interrogate the fact. I'm just establishing what
if you want me to talk, let me know, because I'm not ready to be shouting.
It's a yes or no question. It's the one talking, KJ. Yes or no question.
But when I was talking, you didn't ask me yes or no question. Olumide.
Okay, so look at asking you. So look at the point. The point here is there are a lot of contradictions here. When you talk about your grandfather taking red oil, he wasn't taking ice cream. He wasn't taking yogurt. He wasn't taking this processed food. So what we are saying here is this. Nobody is arguing the fact that our leaves, our herbs are not medicinal. Till today, pharmaceutical still base everything on extraction of these herbals. So the problem we have is that we do not sustain what we have. We do not keep record of what we have. We do not improve on what we have until they come to our backyard, they take it away, they possess it. You go to the bush to take this leaf every day. If some other person goes to that bush, bring that leaf, process it and give it a name, he is the founder of that. So the fact is that we've not been able to assert authority to what we have discovered. We allow other people to take what we know and give it a name. And if it is the way we are going,
You know, KJ, is there no time you are not on the wrong side of argument? You know, you supported, you didn't support Peter Obi. And now again, you come and you take the side of the guy that is saying conspiracy is okay, and you are saying conspiracy is all right.
Oh, Father,
you know,
I take
conspiracy
exception to
has
that
consequences, you
statement.
know.
That statement you made, I take a very high exception to it. Yeah, but you see, you are the one who have the finger on the trigger, so you can actually cut me off, and then you have the.
I'm not going to cut you off. Have I ever cut you off?
Say whatever you want to say.
Cut me off.
I cut you off because
I have to step out, please, everyone.
Okay,
Thank you all so much. I have to step out.
Let me say something here, right? Let me say something here. Thank you for everybody has been talking.
I thought KJ wanted to say more, though.
No,
Is that all,
KJ, KJ, give me time, Abi. Let me just say something here, right? We have all been putting blame on our forefathers of not documenting, of not keeping record, of not doing this. Now we that knows all these things now, what are we doing about it? Why do we always like to complain and not put our complaint into action?
You see, that's the question. That's the original question I came up with, actually. I'm saying that we need to change. We need to start creating our own.
What are we doing about this thing now? Now we have now the knowledge. Why can't we now go home and begin to put this in the right perspective?
So, Blackstone, are you going to fund our research?
Leave me alone. Don't ask me questions. Don't ask me questions.
Are you going to fund
find a way and do it. If it's your profession, that's not my area.
Guys, Father, can I say something now when I've been cut off? Can I say something?
Go ahead.
Finally.
You cut him off. I think he said he hasn't finished. Okay,
well, I just because thank you, and I beg your pardon. I wanted to say this. There are those of us who are listening, and there are those of us who are not listening. And when we're not listening, we bring up a lot of wasted time of arguments. What Flagship said clearly is that there are three types of medicinal practices, if you like. There is the medicinal for prevention. There's medicinal for stability or ongoing care, and then there's medicinal for cure. Now, in these three, I think that is the standard. That's what has to be taken on board. But unfortunately, you either didn't listen to that, or you just jumped over it.
He said something else to it. He said those three things. He said those three things, but he said the practices that they practice in the West is for maintaining and prevention. That they are not doing.
But if we don't just want to argue, we should go to the point that is standard, and that is what he said, and it is standard. I didn't hear necessarily what you're saying that he said. I didn't necessarily hear that, but I did hear him.
You didn't hear
those three facts. That's the first thing.
You see, that's why I was challenging him. I didn't challenge him for what you just said. What you just said, I agree with it. The reason why I challenged him was because he went on and added that part.
Okay, fair enough. Well, maybe we could have got through that if me and you just spoke instead of you cutting me off. You know, it's part of the conversation. In any case, let me move on. Food is medicine. Food is medicine. I need to repeat that. We in Africa have become, especially in West Africa, but I will say the whole of Africa, have become traditionally used to a way of eating. And that way of eating has largely kept us well over the years. New diseases from cross-fertilization of the human race have come in, and we've now had to sort different ways of medicating ourselves. But what we must understand, that there are many parts of the world that do not have an NHS or any particular medical service. If we go into the depths of Brazil and in South America, Australia, Papua New Guinea, if you see these people in their habitat, they are extremely healthy. They don't go to the doctor. They don't go to the dentist. They don't go to all these places that we can't do without. But they're extremely healthy. You need to ask yourself why. How come they're not taking all my penicillin that I'm taking? How come they're not all taking Valium? How come they're not all taking all these tablets and all these mercurial medicines that we have out here in the West? We're not asking ourselves these questions. We're just looking to, I don't know, be pompous somehow. The world works on a particular basis of biology, and that biology is given to us in our locality where we are born. This is the basis that we need to be speaking from, the basis of what is natural. Because what we are eating right now is largely petrochemicals, synthetic drugs. We're not swallowing anything that's natural to us in any way. Yet we're having this way of arguing. For me, it's like it's for us all here as Africans, it's rather shocking how much we are willing to sell ourselves out. We're selling ourselves out not just on a global basis, but even on an individual basis. We will sell our ass to anybody, and I find it a great shame. I need to say it. Cheers.
I just
Thank you, Jagon, for saying that. On that note, I'm stepping out, guys.
Chemicals.
Thank
That's
you
why
so
we have
much.
this
but the black sheep, he didn't confirm that what I said was accurate about what you said.
What did you say?
I said that you went on to assert that that the curative part of the medication, they are not practicing it because it's not here. It's not making money for them, and that is what I challenged.
Okay, let me correct you and also educate you a little bit. Please, I'll take 2 minutes in this one, no more than. I did say that there are 3 ways that medicine is practiced today. Preventative medicine, management, and curative. Then I went further to say, and listen, the majority of the medicine that is practiced today is management. Period. That was the statement that I made.
I think you qualified it with majority. You made it several times that they don't practice.
Okay, go back and rewind the tape. If you find
believe me, I'm trying to find it. I've not just been able to find it. Because that is the reason why. If Tabini put it like this, why would I intervene?
To Father's point, when you made that statement about,
because you made it in another way too. You also made it in another way. I think about research too. You said it in another way, so it's not only in this way to show you that this stuff I'm saying has weight. You made it in another way.
The knowledge that I'm trying to share. One second, please. I think I'm still within my 2 minutes.
They were deliberate to not wanting to find cure. You made that statement.
The knowledge that I'm trying to share with you is
that they have all the cures, but they don't want to release it.
Listen,
for everything. You literally said that.
Again, what I said is there is no disease. Listen and listen carefully.
Exactly.
There is no disease known to man that there is not a cure for.
That is not true.
No, you said they have it, but they are not sharing it. Come on, stop it. You know that's what you said.
That is not true.
You're just trying to be slick about it now. You said it.
You see, you just contradicted yourself. That preventative
if you
management and curative
in the recording, send it to me, please.
Is based on the understanding of a disease state.
Something
like diabetes, for instance. How do you cure diabetes? They're still trying to find cure because of the nature of the disease.
Olumide, again, listen, if you don't know, just ask, or perhaps go.
It's not fair for you to be saying
that.
No,
we've already asked for evidence. You don't have any evidence.
I don't like people that are being.
You don't have
I respect your opinions and everything, but what you are doing here is not right.
What I'm telling you
because you have to be straight with
people. There is no
and defend it. Don't start wishy-washy about it.
Manufacture every day that cures diseases. Don't come and tell us that they are deliberately don't want to put out cures there. That what you call orphan drugs.
There is no disease known to man.
I don't remember him saying that.
There's
I
no
don't remember it.
recall.
You're putting
There's no
words in his mouth
recall
I
in
again.
never,
Osmond Agbo.
I never
Okay,
heard that
let's
anyway.
clarify
So
something that
that's
he's
like,
saying
I
again.
never
He
heard
says
that.
there's no disease that doesn't have a cure. But are you trying to, because that is a theoretical statement that can be said to be true. But are you saying that, because what you said before was that they have the cure, they don't want to share it because they want to manage
I
it?
don't remember him saying that.
I didn't say that. Again, forefathers,
Because
please.
when you say, hold on, when you say,
Go
let me
back and
hold on,
review
let me finish the
this.
point. Let me finish
Go
the
back
point I'm
and
making.
review the
You've
recording.
said your piece. Now let me
If
just
you
say the
find
point
it,
I'm trying to.
send it to me.
If I yeah, I
Okay?
will do that. I will do
Don't
that. You see,
misquote me.
I like
Until
that.
you
I like
find
what
that.
you did just now, because some people will
Until
not
you
even want to
find it,
see
don't
evidence.
misquote me,
And
please.
if I find evidence and I'm wrong, I will correct it here. I'm telling you, I will. I
Okay,
don't have
until
any
you
business
do
in
that, please
maligning your
don't
statements.
misquote me. I don't
See,
get in that kind of
because you
conversation.
say, see,
Please,
it's not
that back
the
and
reason
forth.
why it's not wrong. Think about it yourself. You've said this stuff in different ways. You also said it in terms of the research that they are doing, that they are not doing it to actually cure stuff. I said something like that, and I said you shouldn't be doing that because there are a lot of people doing a lot of good work out there to actually cure things. That you shouldn't be making blanket statements like that.
All right.
I remember actually telling you that.
Listen
You made
to
a
me.
lot of
Forefather,
blanket statements here
can
today.
I wait, flagship, just wait a moment, please. Forefather, in terms of your assertions here today, are you telling me that a company like Pfizer and the history that Pfizer have in creating medicines, if you have looked upon it at all and seen the catastrophic errors that they have made in medicine, yet still they were pushed forward to provide a vaccine? That in itself, forget the arguments that you're having right now. Are you aware of a company like Pfizer's record? Are you aware?
So
Well,
Jagun,
I'm
I want to
aware
ask
of
you this question in
the amount
response.
of
Jagun,
errors they made.
Father, can I ask Jagun in
Oh,
response?
I'm
Jagun,
aware they can make a lot of
would you say
errors now.
Pfizer has saved more lives or they've killed more lives?
On that note, I end my conversation this night.
Would you say they've killed more people or they've
brother
If
flagship,
I find that I
I
am
mean, you're
misrepresenting
you
just
know how
coming up with
trying
questions,
is a
and I'm
is a
surprised
lonely
by it.
game.
It doesn't
it
make
is, but
sense.
if I'm correct, I will
You
admonish you
don't make
further for it
sense.
to. If I find
The
that I'm
questions
aligned,
you're
I will
asking
correct it.
are totally outside the scope of the conversation. And I'm directing it to you, Olumide. You come up with
What is the
questions that
question? What is the
it
question?
really doesn't make sense.
About
If
what?
Pfizer has saved lives or not, that's not what we're talking
Even
about.
with the COVID vaccine, do you know how many lives they saved? Do you know how many people were dropping dead in the
Well,
US alone?
Olumide,
You
hold
you
on. You
all
see,
you're asking me to do, Olumide,
you know what? You will force me to get
all you're asking me
to
to
say
do
what
is to forget
I'm not
the
supposed to.
data. All you're asking me to do is to forget the failings. All you're asking me to do is just to allow them to do
I'm
what they
not
wish.
saying that. I'm not saying
That's what
that
you're
didn't
saying,
happen.
my
I don't
friend.
think
I'm not
that's
saying
what he's
mistakes
saying.
didn't
He's saying the
happen. I'm not
similar
saying
stuff
people
I'm
didn't
saying.
die. But do you know how many people have died that we don't have
I'm
statistics
trying
for
to get
in
you to
Nigeria?
understand the reason why they
Do
make
you know
What
how
are you
decisions
many
talking
people
wrong.
have
about?
died in that country that we don't have
But
statistics
bruh,
for?
what are you talking about, you
Can,
muppet? You're
Huh?
talking about
Good
nothing.
night, gentlemen.
Nigeria,
We
yeah.
don't
I'll
have,
Let's
at
sign
least
off
they
from
have
here.
data.
Hold on
The
now,
mistakes they
Lumide. Now
make.
let's not make it to a brawl. See,
Olumide,
okay, Jagun. You see, the reason why I think sometimes like Pfizer now, when they make mistakes, governments can sometimes say excuse them because they look at cost benefit analysis and they look at the greater good that is being done by Pfizer. Because and this company too, not only that too, they also have a lot of power.
Well, there you go. There you've landed. You've
yeah,
landed on the right
there are
word.
different
They
areas.
have
You see,
a lot of power
yes,
because the
but
mistakes that they have made, bro.
you shouldn't grab on
If
only
it's
to
any
that
other
one.
pharmaceutical company in the
I said
world,
multiple things.
sorry, I just want to add that the what you land on in the terms of saying the word power is exactly right. And
But it's not the only reason they are being preserved.
for this, we have to understand that any other company in the pharmaceutical industry who was coming from a African world, if you like, or any other world, they would not have that power. They would have been struck off for the level
Of
of
course, they will
errors.
not let you have that power. See, the
They
point I'm
wouldn't. They
making is that
wouldn't.
the point I'm making is that power has limits. If they were making poison that was just killing people left and right, you
They
will find out
were.
that their power will
Bros, if
suddenly have
you
limits.
look at it,
Hold,
if you look
let me
at
finish
Jag,
my point now so that people
no,
understand what I'm saying.
I do want you to finish your
But
point, but
Jagun, from my own understanding,
forefather,
there
I
are
just want
small
you to
companies,
understand the
small
errors that I've
innovative
read
companies
about
that come up.
are
What
catastrophic.
happens What
They're
happens is that
catastrophic.
Yes, but they've
if a
also
They're not
small
saved
easy.
millions
innovative
of
company
lives.
has an
That is what
idea
these people
that you
look out
can't wish
for.
away,
If they
the
were
big
busy
ones
killing
buy
people
it
every
up.
day,
The
people
big
they will
ones
not have
buy
the
it
power
up.
that they have. Power comes
Any
from somewhere.
Nigerian who thinks he
Olumide,
has a cure from
hold on.
traditional medicine, take it to the big companies. They will do the research. They will market it. They will make you rich. They will help you market it. Do the
Olumide,
research.
let me just finish this point. I think where Jagun is coming from, I do understand the dangers of or the power that these people wield. Sometimes it's corrupt power, but the reason why they wield those power is not just because they have power. Their power has limits. If they were making medicine that were just killing people left and right on the street, you find out that the power will disappear very quickly because people will go after the government and go after the state for killing so many people. The point is that their power has limits because they actually they have the power because they actually they actually offer some value. If they were not treating people, having people live longer in society, they will be called upon. What are you delivering for people? Just like Facebook now, Facebook is offering value. Hold on. Facebook is offering value. YouTube is offering value. WhatsApp is offering value. That's why the government allows them to get away with a lot of things that they get away with too. If they find out that, okay, these organizations are causing a lot of problem for the society, their power will disappear overnight.
Forefathers, don't compare IT companies with informatical companies. There's excuse me, what I may call systematically destroying of life. Do you know about the dusting powder?
Yeah.
Do you know for how many years that powder was being used on babies? For people who are using it.
Is it bad?
Okay, now you are asking. Okay, go and read it.
Is it bad?
Go and read. No, go and read it.
Why are you telling me to go and read now?
Okay,
I'm asking you, the expert.
So it's one of the things that costs some cancer, something like that. Cancer.
Yeah, dusting powder was bad. Oh my God.
Yes, it was bad. Go and read it.
That's awful.
It has been withdrawn.
Wow.
So let me tell you something. These medications, right? They are not just made to kill person instantly. Or I won't say their intention was that used to kill some people.
It does
right?
It did have a
right.
function.
That is accountability now. They have regulations.
Let me finish.
So who tell you say you're Agbo if I drink them, you know go affect me down the line. Agbo is safe. With this enlightenment where we get to
this guy get
your pikin said give them the Agbo, you know go drink them. I'm sorry, your pikin no go drink them.
If Yoruba man be a Yoruba nation, now product, yeah. And they drink them, not concern me. Yoruba nation product.
With this modern day and age, I want it to be safe.
Oh, okay. Let me ask you one question.
Okay.
I don't make spurious claims. Don't tell me you can cure.
Hold on now. One at a time.
You can cure heart disease.
One at a time, Olumide. Jesus Christ.
Let me ask you one question.
Dusting powder. Hold on. Before you go on, what is this thing about dusting powder? I don't see any information about dusting powder being bad. The Blackstone.
There's a court case in the US.
There was actually everything you want to find it on the internet.
There's some patients against Johnson.
Where do you want me to find it now? Where am I supposed to check online?
On news.
No. It's in the US. They won a big huge amount of money.
For dusting powder.
Hundreds of millions.
I can't find it
because they were marketing it for applying it to around the groin, cervical, the vaginal area, and they right from birth when you were young. So these women they came together, they filed a suit in the US.
That's
and they won
interesting. You see, what you are saying now is slightly different from what the Blackstone said, which is similar but not the same. It's like you are saying that because of the way it was used. That is what they consider problematic.
No. The company was too because they marketed it to be safe.
Yeah, the way it was marketed, to be used.
To be used around for the indication, to be used around that area.
That area, okay. Yeah, you see what I mean? Because they are selling it, they are still selling it everywhere.
But in the US, they are claiming that their product didn't cause the cancer. But they went to court and the court deemed it that it was the use of the product that caused their cancer and the other risk.
Like they still sell it in the US.
They won millions of dollars in. They are still selling it, but I think they filed an appeal. So they filed an appeal. They didn't want to settle because
maybe
that
they're not
money,
going to use it in children's growing area anymore.
because
Now.
the
Maybe
money
that's
that
the problem.
that money will make them go bankrupt if they pay that money.
Of course,
So they have
should.
to
If they
appeal.
knew about it, they should go bankrupt. You can't go and poison people and get away with it.
But
Okay,
that
who
product
hasn't
is
said
a
anything?
natural product too. Talc. It's talc. You know, it's, if you want
Yeah,
to argue for
that's
natural
why
product,
that's why
it's
I'm a bit
talc. It's a natural
surprised. It's
product
talc
too.
and a kind
So
of
who knew
mint.
that natural product will cause that long term
But
effect?
but
This is what we are talking about.
Olumide, do you know that something is someone like oh, how would I put it? It's not just it's not some effect or there's some heat, something like that, like a hot metal, something like that on that product, dusting powder.
It's talc. It's natural. The natural product talc. That's what they claimed caused that thing. That's a natural product there. So who knows what anything can cost? That's what we call post-marketing surveillance. That's how we have post-marketing. Even after years
I'm
of
not willing.
manufacturing,
I'm not yet.
what is the effect?
I'm not yet to receive
Man, I'm really confused though.
pharmaceutical.
They are suing. They are suing these people left and right. Look at this one again. You know, sometimes people they are making me feel sorry for medical companies now. Look at this one now. This one is not even dusting powder. They say they have to pay. They have to pay 18 million dollars. What is going on with powders? Powder is it a poison now? Why are they suing them left and right for using powder anymore? And you see, this is the thing about medicine sometimes that people don't understand. They too have accountability. They do get to pay a lot of price for mistakes that they make sometimes. They don't always get away with it.
After how many years?
That's true. That's true. They do make a lot of money before they get called upon to this. Okay, look at cigarette too. The cigarette is like that. I think what governments do is that they do cost benefit analysis. It's like roads. You have roads, kill people, actually does kill people regularly, and they know it's going to kill people. They still allow cars to run riot.
Road do not kill people. For father, please.
Okay, cars kill people. Okay, which one kills people? The driver
kill people.
Okay, okay, the cars kill people. So, but point is that they still allow people to go and drive, and knowing that is going to happen.
That's what they are doing. That's why there are rules and regulations.
Yeah, but the calculation they do is cost benefit analysis. Are you going to shut all the cars? And the benefit of owning a car, of doing all these things, outweighs the risk. Because if you remove cars, there will be more deaths. Actually, you see what I mean? If you do your calculation, you take cars out, the benefit they offer to the economy will result in more deaths if you take the car away. And that is the kind of calculations governments make when they approve like drugs, or they are a little bit lenient to some of these pharmaceutical companies, because the calculation is, if you take this away, the side effects, is it going to cost more lives or save more lives?
Forefathers, let me tell you something.
That is what I think people should be considering.
Anything that comes to business, powerful companies, there are politics involved in it.
Of course.
We are just talking from the surface.
There's politics, there's corruption, there's everything involved.
Let me tell you something. American political parties, the major sponsors are the pharmaceutical companies.
They are very powerful.
They are the major sponsors of American political parties. The Democrats, mostly the Democrats. So that you should know. So these companies are very powerful.
Those companies, they have access to some of the most dangerous viruses in the world. They have some access to some of the most genetically or engineered viruses or pathogens in the world. Their research labs are extremely. They are the ones responsible for creating biological weapons that are very, very deadly. So these were very powerful, just like nuclear power companies. They may even be more powerful than them. Nuclear weapons, everybody sees it when you release it. These guys, when they release one virus now, the entire world could be in peril just by the virus they have control over. So they are very, very powerful, and this is why governments have to listen to them. If you want to make a decision in America, they have to be on the table there for decision making in that country because of the power that they wield. It's just that simple. Yeah, this is KJ. I was surprised that you came and you came full out and just said, I'm full on conspiracy theorist. And you said something about having, You said something about I want to be fair to him. He said he has seen a lot of conspiracies come to life that has been proven to be correct. And I did ask, which ones? Can we list the ones, your conspiracies that have actually come to fruition? We have to try to give conspiracy theories.
Forefathers. Forefathers. Oh, can you hold on first? Please hold on first. Forefathers. Do you know before the COVID-19, there was a film exactly about what happened before 10 years before COVID-19?
Yeah.
And people already predicted, people have already said they're going to be COVID-19 and so and so time, so and so time. Do you know that?
Would they call it COVID-19?
It's called
What do they call it?
It was called Corona, something like that.
No, contagion. I'll send it to you.
Contagion.
Okay.
You see, there have been many films.
But it's to be expected. That has happened before in history.
No, if it never happens, we call it a conspiracy theory. Now that it happens, what do you call it?
I think it's to be expected. Like now, if somebody predicts that there's going to be a pandemic again, no, hold on. I want to say something. If somebody predicts today now there's going to be a pandemic again, is that such a controversial statement? It's not a controversial statement because there's likely to be one again.
You are arguing from the point of from a blind point. You know what? You have not watched the film. If you have watched the film, you will have known that what you're saying doesn't apply because exactly the protocol that was applied in real life is exactly the protocol that was applied in the film. Everything played out the way it was written out.
No, I agree with
apart from that, if you can add this to your understanding, forefather, over the years, I'm a bit older than people here, not to take that as anything, but over the years, since the 1980s, there have been films warning of these times that we're going through. They don't particularly play off on the COVID thing, but they play on the global aspects of a thing. And this is what's to be taken for a serious point. Globally, we have to imagine, globally, the world came to a standstill, the whole planet. Now, if that's not creepy for you, then if that's just acceptable that this is what the world is doing, then I think that you might have a problem with what do they call it, sensitivity as to what's going on in the world.
It could just be what is expected based on what society is doing. Like sometimes society.
What I'm saying is that they're telling you that it's going to happen, or they're telling you
because they know it will happen. Like I know it's going to happen.
They're putting it in your mind.
Hey God. Who are they?
But if I tell you that it's going to happen again in the future, I don't have to be God to know it's going to happen again.
No, see, forefather, you like I said, you are arguing from the point of a blind spot because the terms that were used, the preparation that were made, everything that was made was the same way it has been projected. That's just talking about one, not as many as others. If you also want to know if some of these things are sat and planned, you can equally watch The Simpsons. You can check The Simpsons prediction for 2024. You see, and then you can go backwards to see what they've said and how they've come about every other this thing. If Simpsons may be just a cartoon, but those who are behind it are very powerful. And whatever they've been projecting so far, they've been fairly accurate. Almost
very
accurate.
So, absolutely.
That is one.
I think okay.
Yeah, there are many. Look, I don't know where to start because this is a public forum. Forefather, don't put me.
No, I wanted to, whenever whenever they ask you something, you say it's a public forum. Tell us where the conspiracies have come true. You see, I hear what you are saying about the film, because like the 9/11 one, there is one that seems to be quite similar in terms of from The Simpsons. The Simpsons is a very, very weird one. In terms of, I think who else? Brian, the one that died in plane crash, Kobe Bryant or something like that died in plane crash. There was a way that they portrayed him in The Simpsons that seems to replicate what happened to him in the real world. And there is the 9/11 one, in the Twin Towers one.
Trump coming to power.
Let me see the Columbine shootings that movie that Michael Moore made. I have seen that, and it's still there. If you check that movie, that 9/11 hadn't happened. The guys in that said that the people that was there was talking about flying planes into the Twin Towers in that video. 9/11 hadn't happened. That happened, and that video happened maybe a year just before this is 9/11. So there's a lot of things that maybe it could be coincidence or a bleed through. Maybe somebody had the knowledge, and then the knowledge passed on to others. Because if they were thinking about it, maybe other people were thinking about it too. So we don't necessarily know whether it's conclusive. You see what I mean? So we have to be careful. The world is very complicated.
This is what we're saying. The world is very complicated, but we take a stand on where it's lying because we have to, as human beings, we have to really understand the writing on the wall because they're not.
That Kobe Bryant one really got me because the guy is not dead; he was alive, and he died in a weird way, similar to.
My goodness! I mean, there are too many signs that tell us that there is something going on. There is a conspiracy. You see, I feel that the word conspiracy theory. It was put forward by the CIA back in the day. They are the ones who put that terminology in our mouths in such a way to defer our minds from the actual conspiracy. KJ says he's a conspiracy theorist. I know what he means. I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I'm a conspiracy factualist. I'm dealing with the fact of the conspiracy. If you believe that there is no conspiracy, then you are a blasted damn idiotic
there's
fool.
definitely conspiracies now.
So let's understand the words as they've been used. You understand?
The moment human beings started breathing, there was conspiracy.
No, okay,
people always have conspiracy. There's always a conspiracy out there.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you one question first. Do you believe that there are some powerful organizations that sit down every year to determine what the world is going to be, what they are going to do? Do you believe that there are some powerful organizations, people from all over the powerful people from all over the world, they come together to decide what they want to do, what to be in every year?
Yeah.
So where does those things, where they come from? Nobody knows them. They come together, they put their plans on the table, and they begin to work it out.
They make their own plans for their own people. It doesn't necessarily
because they are their own people. I say for the world. What?
Not for the world. They don't make their plans for China and India and the other countries. Those ones determine their own fate. Come on.
Who be their people? The World Economic Forum. Who be their people?
Their own Western, this in the hemisphere that they are deciding.
So what is African leaders doing there then?
I don't think they invite African leaders for the highest level ones. Those ones are house boys. Like they are not even worthy of serving drinks, so they are not even invited. Why would they? They are not in the league now. They are not in that league. Why would they invite African leaders? They've not made themselves worthy. That's the problem. So it's just one of those things anyway. I really appreciate the conversation because we still haven't gotten to the crux of the matter about our own scientific method that we could come up with. Okay, I speak the truth.
Well, fathers, the body lies in the hands of the African people, and all these people in diaspora are coming to make noise here and there. I don't know what they are even talking about, because if you think that you can do something, why don't you go in there and do it? We are just condemning what we have. We complain about it. No, it's like when most Nigerians, Africans leave African shore to diaspora, it's like they are just being brainwashed. You understand me? Let me finish.
Thinking about our own scientific method.
Let me finish first. Now, let me finish. You cannot believe that Dangote, as rich as he is, he has no foreign passport. He has no house. He said he has no house in another country except Nigeria. That's Dangote, as rich as he is.
Yeah.
You understand me? So if you look that we that are, let me say, average people, when we leave Nigeria for diaspora, our country become a shithole. Like nobody will come here, shithole, and it's carrying the Yoruba nation on his head. You understand me? So when we are supposed to sit down and learn from this Western world and take back home to develop our country, but we are so going back to go and destroy our country the more. So don't you know that there's a problem with African mentality?
Yeah. I must say, I do admire the idea that Dangote doesn't own any property in any part of the world. That is quite admirable. I have to give him credit for that. And he also actually offers value. This is one of the reasons why, for me, when people offer value, you have to give them a little bit of credit, because it's not easy to make anything. Try to make anything in this world, you find out how hard it is. And he is doing something. The others, they just steal money left and right. It's not like he doesn't steal. All big companies get away with murder. That's true. But if they are offering value, go after the ones that are not offering value first before you go after the ones that are actually offering something. I would like to suggest. But our own scientific method, though, because if we don't think about something, how are you going to come up with it? We have to start thinking about our own scientific method because we need certain things that is going to allow us to leapfrog where we are right now. Because if we keep thinking that we can chase these people from behind the scenes and catch up with them, we may succeed, but maybe there are other ways we can also do it so that we can try to catch up faster. Because I remember with the conversation myself, and I speak the truth hard the other day when we're talking about democracy, when I talked about a more advanced democratic system. Because we have to start thinking outside the box. We can't always think about, okay, this is the only thing that is out there. Maybe there are ways to do these scientific processes that is more advanced, that is faster at delivering solutions that we could explore. But I also take into account that it's good to go back and see where we were and track our way to where we should be now, because you can't completely divorce yourself from the past. So I think we should be looking at that.
Let me give one.
If I can just add this real quick, my brother. If we look at findings, depending on where you are looking, you can state Egypt and the technology that Egypt has or had that we ourselves are still grappling with. We're talking about now between 3,000 and 12,000 years. If you go into the depths of the Amazon, they are finding big cities that were there in the Amazon.
Yeah.
The technology that they were using to be where they are, that they found that it's easy to look down on this technology, but all it is, they said, is a different way of going about it, and sometimes a more clinically natural way of coming about certain levels of technology. So, it is for us to understand that these things are being squashed a lot from the Western point of view. And we as Africans have to look beyond what the West is giving us or showing us and look at other civilizations that have amounted to certain structures in history, because this gives us an idea and an ideal as to different ways to the same point, or as you say, to even a greater point. So, it's not for us to scrub our minds and say, oh, the African this and look down upon ourselves the whole time. Yes, we know that there are odd practices that we have that basically lead to nothing. Yes, we know that there are terrible traditions that we have that don't put us in a glad light. However, we also know of these traditions that make us proud. We also know of medicines that we have come up with ourselves that work. We do have to build upon it and know that it can be built upon, as opposed to really doubting ourselves the whole time, because we do a lot of that. And I feel it takes away our energy. Just like it said, one person said on this line, during the Biafra War, there were technologies that the Igbos came up with particularly, that if we didn't stop there, if we continued through security measures, we could have been a lot more further forward, because we would have been producing our own artillery. We would have been producing our own military devices. We would have caught up, we would have expedited in a certain area. We would have done so many things. But a lot of people on the platform took umbrage and said, no, this is a ridiculous thing to say. How can you expect to the opposite sides to that the winning side would accept what the losing side is saying? I mean, all these levels, the way we see things and the way we read things, very poor in my estimation.
I think I remember that. I remember that conversation. I think it was basically taking into account the state of affairs in the country. It's like now, if you want to cede power to the states, you find that the center is often very wary because they know the center is not strong enough to control the state. Their bell is even strong enough to control the states. The idea that the Nigerian center is very, very strong, I laugh at it because if you look at the way the governors behave, they don't listen to the center. They might pretend as if they listen to the center, but when they mean business, they push against the center.
No, that's not the way. That's not actually what they mean by the center being powerful. You know what I mean? The states still have their autonomy, right? This only when it comes to the issue of some regulation like the financial autonomy, things like that. You know, that is why when they say the federal is very powerful. Some like when it comes to the financing of the state or remittance and so on and so forth, right? Every money that's collected in Nigeria goes to the federal, right? Even the VAT collected from your state goes to the federal, so on and so forth, right? And the federal now redistribute this money back to the state.
We don't want to get off subject. We don't want to get too far off subject. We're talking about
the scientific method, to be fair.
Yes, this is what we're talking about because, and I still push back that the fact that you know the center is weak or whatever. We're talking about the power. I mean, I'm surprised a little bit at what you're saying, Forefather, because you're always going about security. Now, if a war is just finished and there was a side of that war that was known to be manufacturing its own artillery, for a state not to recognize that somewhat is a failing of that state. It's a failing. It means that you just want to beg from the West. You can't see. It means that you're blind. We can't be having these arguments
from that point of view. I agree with you that they could have capitalized on it and went on to start manufacturing those things themselves. But the like you said, our people don't think that way. They think they have to rely on the West for some.
All right, everybody, I have to leave. Good night.
The argument is different from
Blackstone, now you bring me
the
back.
argument is different from saying that they should start making this weapons again for us.
So
Yoruba Nation, leave me alone. Yoruba Nation guys.
What in Yoruba Nation do you? Now Yoruba Nation say make food go up.
Bruh, this Olumide, you like to fight.
You didn't see anything about Yoruba Station.
You like fighting.
What did he say about Yoruba Nation now?
No, the guy was saying something about Yoruba Nation, like saying that Yoruba Nation.
Yoruba people.
Yoruba Nation spawn Nigeria.
You let game mount.
Yoruba Nation spawn
Can you stop this, Blackstone? Can you stop with this? You want to start Wahala now?
What is wrong with over 60 million people aspiring for their own country? What is wrong with that?
Can we let I speak the truth talk? Because we are talking about scientific method.
You see that for Germany. You betting your life for Germany.
Hey, hold on. We are talking about scientific. You see that? You know this Olumide.
Why you don't go back?
You know what he does? He has his hand very close to the mute button because he knows he will mute him and he will mute himself. Can you stop unmuting yourself? Go back to Nigeria. Stop unmuting yourself. Stop unmuting yourself.
You are a lost man.
His hand is always close to your mute button because he wants to unmute himself. He knows he's going to be muted. So I speak the truth. See, we're talking about this scientific method. It's a very serious conversation, actually, because I think we have to start really talking about ways of forging ourselves for the future. Because at the rate we are in right now, we are not even practicing the current one properly. And I was asking about the research that was being done at our universities, maybe not only in Nigeria, even in Africa. Whether there are breakthroughs we've had of recently or ongoing research that is quite exciting that is going on, and whether there are ways we can practice it that is a little bit more, that is a bit faster at reaching solutions. Because even in the West right now, there's something that is going on in the West now where they have this idea that if you are building stuff now, you don't have to wait for all the certification and all the tests to be done. That they can take it to the field, practice it, then fix the errors along the way. So now they are seeing that they have to be faster at getting things out there. So you see, they are learning, their processes are being fine-tuned so they get better at offering solutions to any problem that they face. And if we are facing such people as any challenge, you have a humongous task on your hand if you don't have any process that adapts so fast. And it leads to the question I'm asking. Our scientific method that we are following right now, which is the traditional scientific method of the West, is there something we can do to move things forward, so that the processes can be faster? At least get to the point where they are right now, where they are actually taking things out in the field and experimenting with them. When the result, they come back with it and improve upon it.
Let me give you my answer.
Is your name speak the truth?
You see that?
No, I'm listening now.
No, bro. Let's play the game correctly
right now.
Okay. Go ahead.
We can't hear you and speak the truth.
It sounds like you're mute, but it doesn't look.
It's not muted. It's not muted, but his audio is not coming through. You may have to go out and come back in again or something. I think the Blackstone has taken your mic.
I cannot take his mic.
You wanted to say something now, so maybe life is favoring you. Go ahead, the Blackstone. When you fix your stuff, your turn is still there. Whenever you come in, you can always. Yeah, we can hear you now. We can hear you now.
Yeah, I've been saying. So yeah, I've been trying to say the same. I heard the question the first time. I heard it like hours ago. Each time I tried to talk, somebody had to interrupt and jump in, so I just had to be patient. And I think the criteria that you're given of what you think we have to catch up to the West, I think it is wrong. We can only play on our own level.
All right, everybody, good night.
And we can.
Good night, my brother.
Yeah, good night, Blackstone. Thank you for coming in. I appreciate you.
Have a nice week ahead.
You too. Have a good one.
And we can only play on our level, and we can only practice science on our level. I wish our flagship was still here, because he said something. I think it was Olumide that said something that he replied to.
Okay.
And I think one of the things he said was about the problem our ancestors had was the fact that they never passed it down, and it wasn't documented. It was documented. It has always been documented. And just like not everybody can be an engineer or a scientist. Not everybody can be a virologist or a philosopher. So the people that understand these sciences still exist. Maybe not in the way you expect it to exist, but they still exist, because there are still traditional African solutions. In fact, there are even other solutions, religious, definitely not Christianity, no, but there are other solutions for certain problems that you can have. So science, like I said, science is very vast. And how was it, if you want to say in written form? Well, we had libraries, for example, where most of Africa, the most enlightened, the most educated people back in the day used to take all their researches and their developments to the library in Alexandria in Egypt that got burnt. So
yes.
Yeah, we had that. So to say, and most of what Africa used to write, and back then again, I'll take it back to Egypt, were in hieroglyphics. So just because we cannot just translate that language or bring it into the English language does not mean they weren't documented. They were documented, maybe not in a language that we understand today. Just like if
but the
something,
Nigerian empires and the kingdoms were not linked to the Egyptian ones,
well,
so they themselves didn't document theirs.
they all technically were. So what Africa used to do back then, as far from the little we can glean and from what we glimpse of the past, was they would take all everything they discovered, all the discovery, and everything was articulated, put up, and kept in the central library, which was in Egypt, in Alexandria.
Are you serious that most of the practices
definitely.
in
No.
including sub-Saharan Africa?
I was going to actually ask you, forefather, whether or not that is acceptable to you, that Egypt was a pinnacle of the understanding the science of the African continent, and there are connections. Do you accept that, or do you refute that?
I'm not refuting that Egypt was the pinnacle of knowledge, by and large, of the African continent. The question is whether the African continent, the knowledge they have of the African continent, was linked, and it was vice versa, whereby the kingdoms in Nigeria were getting the knowledge from Egypt to apply some of that knowledge that they've gathered all over Africa. I'm not so sure about that because there's no direct evidence of direct link.
Okay, so
Can I put this to you? Can I quickly put this down? So sorry, my brother. Speak the truth. Can I put this to you that the Yoruba language, amongst many other West African languages particularly, but other African languages as a whole, the Yoruba language is closest in the world to, and when I say in the world, in comparison to Europe or the Middle East, to the original Hebrew and to the original Kemet language. Commission language is how they call it. Kemet being Egypt, being Mizrahi.
The Semitic language has no relationship with the Yoruba language. I don't
Not
know.
Semitic. I said Kemet. Kemet.
Okay, the Egyptian language.
Correct.
From what I gather, the Egyptian language is supposed to be Afro-Asiatic, so I don't know.
Well, I'm saying there are too many Yoruba words that are either exactly the same or just one word difference, one letter difference in terms of, yes, all these things are there,
It could
but
be
we
those
don't
specific
look
words
for
that we
them.
got from them, though. It could be just those specific words. Like if you like go and read English now and you want to convert English language to Yoruba language, or like translate English engineering books to Yoruba language, there are certain things you don't want to replace the word because it's just going to be, you have to invent a lot of Yoruba words for it. So you just take the English language and slap it into the
but
Yoruba translation.
Yoruba as a language is very old. And it didn't begin in what we now call Nigeria. It's a very old
but
language.
it doesn't have the word transistor in it. So if you want
The
to
word
translate transistor, it doesn't have a transistor, a resistor, or a battery in it. So if you
but
want
we
to
can make those
translate
words.
the
We can
language,
make those. We can still make those words up. We can still make
but
that.
by and large, if you're the one doing the transition, if you're the one doing it, yes.
Transistor as a word is again manufactured. It's made. It was what they made
I
that they
know.
described it.
But what I'm saying is that I feel like if you're about to translate the language now from, like you get an engineering book, you want to translate it from the Oyibo man's language to Yoruba language, some of those words will remain the same from the Oyibo man's translation because you will have to invent so many new words in Yoruba.
I don't think that's a bad thing, and I think there are Yoruba.
It will be difficult to teach people if you do
No,
that.
no. In Ibadan, where they have the center of the Yoruba language as part of their educational system, that's where it grows from. They can speak Yoruba without speaking a word of English in modern terms. In modern terms,
that's interesting if it's possible.
So it's just a case of putting the word there but making it Yoruba so we understand it from. If it's now pronounced, the person who's never heard of this before, who speaks Yoruba, would know what they're talking about because it's been explained in such a way. You understand?
But the point remains, though, that the reason why they were making that point earlier on was that when we are in Nigeria, we didn't see any documentation of anything. You see that there was no documentation of the medical practices.
Let's speak the truth. Go on with his thought. I beg your pardon.
Okay.
All right. So the fact that we cannot translate those languages into today's understanding does not mean they did not exist. We had civilizations which also included people that were deep in scientific discoveries, some of which are still being used today, and they were discovered thousands of years ago. Maybe they were being improved upon, or maybe we just added certain innovations, but these things do exist. So us saying, well, they weren't documented, I don't think it is that's true. We still have traditional practitioners, people we will, for all intents and purposes, call babalawo or all the spiritualists today in the traditional African sense. They were passed down, maybe not in terms of like the vastness how supposedly it was before, where they would have schools or initiates to study these things, but they do exist. But also thinking everything starts and ends with Western medicine, I think that's a fallacy. I don't know if there's any of African descent that truly believes that. Maybe some people, I think a lot of people that take that position do that for two reasons. Two people are either ignorant of the power of African spiritualism, or people want to pretend, and because they think others are going to call them backwards or
Yeah, but
unenlightened
it's
if they
not.
resort to if
It's
they
not.
re-
We don't have to defend the past that they stored information, but we know right now in Nigeria, 60s, 70s, 1940s, they were not passing. They were passing out records or knowledge verbally. It wasn't necessarily written down. Okay, you have to give this prescription, otherwise they will be teaching it at school like that.
who
It
says
wasn't
it
like
has
that.
to be okay? So you still not listening. Why does it have to be written down?
Because human memory is not very reliable. You know about the
It's not about human memory.
experiment.
Let me cut you off because again, I keep telling you, got to stop looking at everything from the Western way of doing things. Now, in
You can't
African,
just say that. What
in
are you
Africa,
replacing it with?
in African spiritualism, for example, our ways of doing things, you had to be an initiate. Okay, so I don't practice African religion, spiritualism, but this much I know. Back then, you had to be, for example, you can't just pick up right now and say, "Oh, I want to be a Babalawo or a Dibia or whatever African name we have for these people that do their own types of science." So you had to be an initiate. So whatever the process was, it was still schooling. But yeah, it was still schooling, it was still education, it was still teaching, and you had to graduate. It's like everything else. So that's why I told you science is vast. It's not just Western science. So you always got these steps. You have to graduate, and however they process it, you graduate until you become good at it or you become an expert. A
Let me,
cardiologist is not made in just one day. You just don't become
absolutely.
one. So exactly. So there's grades to it. So, but to discount African or whatever else foreign sciences and say, well, because I don't understand it, then it doesn't exist. I think
It's
that's
an error.
really, really
It's
funny.
an error.
Yeah.
Can I just put this just to buttress that point? In West Africa, we have so much that we forget that we have it. During slavery, when they were carting people off to the Americas, do you know that from Senegal, particularly from other nations as well, but Senegal in particular, they were great horsemen. So they took a lot of people from the Senegambia as per for horses. They actually constituted the first cowboys in America. The first. Secondly, the grade
But
of
are we not
cotton.
being
Wait.
defensive? We are
Let me
supposed to be
just
talking
put this
about
to
new
you.
ways of doing things, but we are
No,
going harking back.
I've got to put it to you that the West is not just Oyumbo. They have taken already the medicines, the methods, the practices of other people into what we call the West. So we give it all to the European, but it's not so. When you talk about cotton at that time, the West African cotton was deemed the best in the world. So they brought those cotton pickers, those cotton graders from Africa. Rice, the cultivation of rice in America is strictly African, strictly. You understand?
I
So we
know.
can go on and on and on as to what
What do
we
you
have added
forefathers?
But
into
they
the
have
grand
built
scheme of
upon all that.
education.
We've taken all that, just like they took from Germany after the Second World War. They've taken all that and built on top of it. My point is that I even describe some of the practices that they are doing now. That means that they are going to even be advancing even faster and faster. What are we doing about these things? And I'm saying that, do we come up with a scientific method that is a lot more progressive? I'm not saying that we didn't do stuff before. What do we do
Same.
now?
What do you mean? What do we do now? It is still the same. It is they are doing what they've always done for thousands of years.
Actually,
Say,
no.
see, yes, they are. So just
No,
because you don't
they're
know,
not. See, let
yes,
me
they
explain.
are.
See,
Just because you
you
don't
can't just say
understand.
that and you don't substantiate it. Okay,
All right.
substantiate
So,
what you're
but
saying.
when just because you don't understand something does not make it wrong. I would hope you would imbibe that
That's true.
practice in your life. You have to know just because if you tell someone, for example, and I keep going back to the West African way of traditionalism or spiritualism, there's certain things you cannot ask them to explain. They wouldn't even have time to talk to you. They'll probably just laugh. Like, just because you don't understand, you telling me, oh, prove this to me. And they're looking at you like, just come get the cure. You want the cure, come get the cure. You need help, come get your help. And keep it moving. But don't ask me.
That is what has gotten us here.
No, it's not what has gotten us here. It's like, I think at a point where people, let me tell you something I always say about Nigerians. If it's not in a book, a Nigerian does not believe it.
Not necessarily true.
100% true, because you're doing it right now. So if it's
I'm not
not in
doing
the
it right now. I'm
if
saying, what are we going to do to surpass what they've done?
surpass what who has done?
What the Western people have done.
And I said earlier when I started my submission, there's levels to this. You cannot use their own way of doing things to create our
That
own
is
way of
exactly
doing
what
things.
I'm asking for. We need to leapfrog. What is the solution? Instead
You're
of
not
saying we are
leapfrogging
defending the past,
anything.
instead of talking about the future.
No, there's no past and there's no future. What you're doing is saying,
What?
you're still trying to say in the end, I want to see Western medicine. And I'm telling you, they don't have to be the same. The bottom
No,
line,
I'm
both
not
of
saying
them,
they
wait, wait,
want to
wait, wait,
see.
wait, let me finish. So both of them can actually work together. The main thing is if, for example, you have an illness or you have a medical problem, the main thing is if you find a cure. That's the bottom line. They could actually work together. Like in Indonesia, for example, or Malaysia, for example, or even say Saudi Arabia, if you cannot find a cure, for example, with Western medicine, they have alternative medicines, one of which is called rukia. So they have these things. It doesn't have to be necessarily the Western way of doing things. There are other
Okay.
ways of doing things,
Yeah, but is that way more effective?
which again, let me finish. They have other ways of doing things, which you, as someone that probably is used to getting solutions in the Western way, might not understand, but they know they're going to get a cure. So if it works, it's not about it being more effective. Is it effective? So if you have a
Actually,
good,
it's about, is it more effective?
well, it's
You
not
haven't
about
to be
more
listening to what I'm
effective.
saying.
It is about it being effective. So my point is, if this side is not effective, this side could be effective, or if brought together, they
See,
both could be effective.
if you use a horse to travel from London to Birmingham, it's effective. But a car is more effective. That's what I'm describing here. Just because it's effective is not a reason to say we should embrace that method. I'm saying What is better? What should we do to help us do better? Should we just, okay, we can go with their method and actually look to implement it well, or we figure out then there might be more advanced ways of learning. Like me now, if you ask me to think about it off my head, I could think about like, okay, maybe every single person can be, or now and again, more people can be recruited to gathering information, scientific information that will be fed into a certain system to give us faster results. Maybe there are ways to do these things that we need to start thinking outside the box, because they are learning and they are learning how to learn faster. They even have a subject, I think Pategogi or something like that, they have a study of studying. They have that. So how to learn faster, how to acquire information faster and use it to make decisions. And if you want to do well in this world, what I've seen is that the people that advance in knowledge are the ones that go on to inherit the future. It's just that simple.
So again, if you say you want them to improve, for example, what do you want? What kind of improvement, for example, in everything I said, forget about, I don't care about what anybody else said earlier. In everything I said, what improvements are you looking for in terms of, like I said, like for example, traditional African spiritualism?
Definitely improvements of record keeping. One, maybe it's a different type of record keeping that we've not seen before. Something that is even more efficient and effective, so that retrieving it is
So
very,
let
very
me cut
simple.
you off. Let me cut you off. Again, listen to what you're saying. I want the Western ways of doing things. And I'm telling you, we don't have to do things in the Western way. All you're saying, hold up.
It's not
All you're
Western way.
saying,
It's the
it
only
is a
way.
Western way. It is not the only way.
It's like
It's
saying
our,
1+1. There are certain things that it doesn't belong to the West. There are certain things that are just universal. If you say 1+1 is 2, it's not Western.
so
It's
you want,
universal.
for example, and this is not something I subscribe to for certain reasons. So you want, for example, a Babalawo, okay, that knows his ways around certain traditional aspects of life that will behoove someone that even went to Harvard, that knows how to do certain things in ways that you do not understand. Even if he was doing them in front of you, you would not even have an idea
I
what he's doing.
understand enough to
Hold
know
on.
that he
So
was
you
inferior.
want him to document, to keep records, to make data, to say this is how I talk to my gods, and this is how I talk to my ancestors, and this is how I talk to this, and this is how I got this stuff.
Yes,
You want him to do it.
that's
And
actually a true work of God. Let me say this: the
a true
idea
work
that you
of
think
God.
that, yes, what you don't picture sometimes is a picture what our forefathers experienced in the world when they didn't know zero. What they saw was a world that they understood some things and some things that they didn't understand. And the things that they didn't understand, they wrapped it to an extent in superstition. And the things that they understood, they also wrapped it in superstition, but also made use of it. Like in most of the studies, most of the fields, I think I've said it before. Like if you see the Ogun, this thing, God, is also tied to metallurgy. The Olokun is tied to understanding water too. Is the science behind some of these not things that they practice that we call superstition and talk about gods and all the rest. When you talk about the worship of God, the creation of God, the creation that you see in the world is part of God, and it's God is in himself. So studying these things is understanding the divine itself. The idea that we separate it is a mistake, because that's what our forefathers did. Our fathers didn't actually separate it. It's just that later on there was a lot of superstition in it because they didn't develop this scientific method. Hold on, my final point on this is that if it wasn't true what I'm saying, why is it that when they separated the scientific method from the superstitious aspect, there was a rapid advancement in technological advancement? That should tell you something, that something is right about that method that they were following. Don't you think?
No, I don't agree. And I'll go back to this, to what I'm saying. Um, there are, you cannot judge a fish by its ability to climb a tree. Okay, so you can't say, well, because you're not doing, just because you're not doing this way, it has to be wrong. Again, you're not asking. If you ask for African, and I'm gonna keep going back to our ways of doing things in the past. African spiritualism, for example, like I told you, it involved, there were levels to it. So you, just like we have schooling today, when universities and secondary schools and primary schools were invented, and it was just very recently in the West, you have to pass tests to get to every stage. So you telling an adherent of African spiritualism to say, well, I want it written like this, and he's telling you, well, sir, before I can even reveal XYZ to you, we have to initiate you in this way and this way and this way, and we have to make sure you're connected to the world or the universe or whatever in this way and this way. But you say no, but well, in advancement, you have to write it down, and I want to see data, and I want to. You're still asking for a Western way of doing things. That
No,
is my
see,
point.
your problem is that you're contaminating actual scientific processes, a way of understanding the very creation of God Himself or Himself. I don't know how to describe God. You are ascribing that to a Western and it's in label. That's what the Chinese are practicing right now. It's not Western. Point is that what they have, what the truth is that they are actually studying the world for what it truly is. They are not cloaking it on in mystery. The areas they don't understand, they tend to call it dark matter, dark energy, dark stuff. Some they will tell you what they don't understand, and the areas they understand, they use it because it's actually useful for us. If there is any purpose to this life, I beg to agree that that could be one of them, because we are not here for so many things. We are here to survive. We are here to do eat and all the rest, but it's also to understand. Maybe this is a way for human beings to go to a new level, just like a child can grow from a child and become a grown up. You can't freeze in place and say, let's remain where we were, because our forefathers never remained where they were. They would have remained in the caves, maybe even not even made it to the cave. If that was the case, they always had to advance. They broke ground, they traveled the world, they conquered the world because they were adaptable, they changed, and they learned. My concern is that we seem to have frozen in place. And when we talk about trying to move forward, you are coming with a term that is Western. It's not Western. It's just what nature does. If I learn to eat tomorrow, doesn't mean that it's Western eating. Eating is universal.
Say a Babalawo, for example, again, because we're talking about African traditional ways of doing things. You want him to start using the iPad to talk to his ancestors, or do you want him to use a Beats by Dre headphones when he wants to receive messages, or do you want him to use a MacBook? Like, what are you saying? They're not frozen in place. They have their own methods, and the method does not have to be Western ways of doing things.
No, I'm not saying it should be Western. I'm actually arguing the opposite. I'm saying, can we come up with our own way that is more effective, that is more repeatable, that actually advances us faster? That's what I'm asking for.
Advances us faster in what way?
Technologically, psychologically, biologically, in any Kali you want to
Well,
call
it's
it.
it's it's
Eh?
man, it's
Any Cali in the alley.
any Kali. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
it's if you, I mean, starting today, the topic was about with Dr. Ikenga. I didn't see the show, but or Dr. Agbo, but if it's Western medicine, or if it's medicine rather, then what advancements in technology would you expect from someone that practices, e.g., African spiritualism?
Zero.
Okay.
That's why it needs to change. It needs to
Update.
adapt.
Update, yeah.
Damn,
That's
You
what
see,
dude,
I'm
man,
arguing
he
for.
called this
you
friend
know
for blood
me.
sucking. He wants to suck my.
What I secretly wish when I'm thinking about the world and the calamity that we're in, and how things are so messed up, that we do have to secure ourselves, and we do have to protect ourselves. And there should be a haven where Africa is concerned, and for Africans most particularly. I always feel that we don't want to create more nuclear bombs. It's rubbish. What we want is a force field, a defense against any nuclear, something that covers the whole of Africa, Nigeria particularly, but the whole of Africa. You know, that if somebody was to send a missile from America, Russia, and they're aiming it at us, that missile will bounce off the force field, right? Is many miles above ground, doesn't affect us at all. And it'll just bounce off there and go directly to where it came from, back to sender. That is the technology I wanted Africans to come with, to satisfy some level of serious defense, security measures for the nation. That's me.
It's called African spiritualism, not African physicality.
This
Meaning
guy.
what? Meaning what? What does that mean?
Meaning they deal more with the spiritual aspects of life. They deal more.
There's nothing. There's nothing.
They deal
You know,
more
when
with unseen. Not
no. When you talk
so.
about spirituality, my brother, for me that know a bit about this spiritual world, when you're dealing with spirituality, that is normally the beginnings. That is a part of the body of the human being that we don't exercise. So anything that was the Babalawo was dealing with in the spirit world, he was to manifest in the physical world. That was the whole idea.
That's not how it works. With all due respect,
That's how it works.
that is
That's
not
how
how
it works, homeboy.
So,
That's how it works.
so if that was how it works, why haven't they developed something like you said to bounce back the nuclear weapons and the bombs? Because that is
No, it's not why I have it. I'm saying I'm wishing forward. That's an inane question, if I dare say. What I'm trying to get to is that there are, when you're dealing with this, just as they say, so above, so below. That's a connectivity, meaning what they do in heaven that we don't see, we're going to do on earth for us to see. That is the transformation of what is spiritual. That's just the law. There's no arguing that. You can argue if you want, but there's no arguing that. You know what I mean? You can spin yourself round and round in a corner. If so, just like the computer. If when I began using the computer back in the day, I thought if this computer doesn't make sense to me in the real world, then it's fucking useless. It's useless. It has to make sense in the real world. You understand? There are many people who are locked onto the computer and they've entered into the computer. So their reality has become somewhat computerized. Whereas I'm not working like that. I can't work. I have to work in the physical, spiritual world that I am in, as opposed to any other way. It's a way of focusing one's life and understanding in
if you
what
look at
motion.
if you look at the comment section, do you see why Africa is Jagan? Oh, okay. If you look at the comment section, do you see why Africa has a problem with developing? And this was actually a note I took down because I actually wrote. I said, when people, that was why I wish this dude was still here. What's his name? Flagship. Yeah, thank you, Flagship. Because I was gonna say when Olumide kept attacking them or going at him, I said, I wrote something down. I said, listen, even if he was documented, forgetting about the comedic aspects of things and Alexandria and all that, even if it was documented in English, guess what? Africans are so brainwashed that whoever is gonna disagree with whatever your position is will still disagree, even if it's right in their face. Now I say that to say, look in the comment section. You would think if someone was to come on like a person, random person just came in the comment section, you would think we was talking about sacrificing babies or worshiping seeds and sacrificing goats or virgins. There's people on there now, at least 2 people, scared of this topic.
Why? What are they scared of again?
talking about, oh, it's devilish and spiritual darkness, and let's not talk about it.
I didn't see
But if
anybody.
I'm looking at it right now. But I'm saying this is because their minds are not open. You know what I mean? When people, they've made Africans so scared of their own self that they look in the mirror and they become scared. Because why? The white man told me what my forefathers was doing.
I think I begin to get where you are coming from. I think you are thinking that I am thinking like that, like, oh, our traditional stuff is not good and stuff like that. No, I'm not thinking like that.
I didn't say you. I know what you said. I'm not saying you. I'm just saying in general. This is what
I found recently that the way we learned maths, like we evolved to learn maths, was almost like binary. That we evolved to learn maths in a binary way, and our way of solving maths questions is slightly different from the way the Europeans do. So, but the way we learn maths now is not. We are learning maths the way the Europeans do. We are not learning maths in our own way. So, and this is part of what I'm talking about, and this is why we have to start looking deeper into some of all this research and information that is coming out, because there might be parts, because of what I just said regarding the way we learned maths, to shifting our way of doing research and our way of doing things to match the way our minds work. And if we do that to match the way our minds work, we'll reach our full potential in terms of our ability to innovate and this thing advance the way we actually absorb and innovate and create solutions for this world that we are in right now. Because I feel like we could go with the Western way, like the Chinese went and Indians went, and catch up, try to catch up with them and all the rest. Even that we have not done, but maybe there is a way we can do it too, that from where we are right now, we could leapfrog some of these processes and still catch on to where they are. And like, how I talk about the democratic stuff and every other aspect of our life, there's always room for improvement. The world is infinitely complicated. The world is infinitely has potential for improvement. So, and it's good that we start thinking in that direction than not at all, because we're not trying to open doors that are out there.
Well, I hear you. I don't know how much worried there should be, given what we're doing in the world as Nigerians, particularly as Africans generally as Africans from wherever, and the kind of heft that we actually do carry within, right across the sphere, really. But let's keep it down to the education and scientific points of view. There's a young Nigerian guy. I've forgotten his name. I was actually looking for his video to just throw it to you to play. He was number one in his class at mathematics, physics, sciences. Coming into Europe and into Japan, he's high up right now in AI globally. The world is searching for him. We have these individuals out there, a lot of them, in all spaces of science. I remember I was quite good at maths when I was young, and that's because I think I used to take extra lessons that my mother was forcing me to do. So by the time I came into class, I was ahead of the class. But there was this guy that came from Nigeria. He was doing maths completely differently from everybody, and he was so far ahead of us because of what you underline in terms of the way we used to learn maths back in the day. It was quite different from the way we were brought up using maths in the West, and he was just fast with maths. He actually finished a double first in applied maths at Cambridge. This particular guy. So we have a brilliance. We do have a brilliance, but it does need. I mean, with a level of education right now in Nigeria. I was in Nigeria about 10 years ago, and I was going through a lot of CVs from the young ones, 18, 19, 20, and the level of grammatical mistakes with people who had their first degree. I was so totally unimpressed, because 10 years, 20 years prior to that, that's not the kind of writing I would have seen. That's not the kind of CV I would have been looking at. So things are getting a bit dicey where our education is concerned, no doubt. And we have to kind of pull our boots up You know,
Gentlemen, we are going to be
yes.
rounding up soon, and today
Me
is
too, guy.
work day in Her
Nine.
Majesty's His Majesty's realm, and we have to catch on with what is going on. I think this conversation will carry on, because I really think if I was a Nigerian official, maybe a minister of education or something, I'll be commissioning a research in maybe one or two universities regarding this topic, whether there are paths that we have to advance our scientific process, because we don't want to necessarily start from behind the queue, because you're just going to spend longer catching up. If there are easy parts or available parts to get in there, maybe it's something that's worth looking into, so that we when we want to start pushing forward, we can now start from a place where we know when we start we are going to really advance forward a lot faster than the ones in the past did. We will anyway, by default we will, because we have more technology at our disposal now than the people that started in the past, like the Chinese did. It has to be different. We have to tweak it to match the current age, and that consciousness needs to be there. Otherwise, you can lose your track and start going backward in time and say, copying China exactly the way the Chinese did it. No, because now it's
If you
different.
keep going with that narrative of we have to come into the future, you're gonna keep on losing most of your tradition. You're gonna keep losing most of your tradition because you will try to forget the past and try to bring things into the future, and most of it is not going to work. And the people that understand these things,
But
the
that's not
people that
accurate though.
understand these things know these things, because they do not work in tandem. Until you understand that just because you understand something one way, or you have a way for your thing to work, does not mean this other person's thing has to work that way. You're not gonna understand.
I didn't say we should just leap into the future and completely leave the past. I also referenced our way of learning maths. We have to tweak it to match what we do already,
Still
but we have to
need,
advance into the
if
future.
you keep
We like
saying
it or not.
tweak, you can use all these keywords, okay?
Yeah, tweak.
You can say tweak, you can say bring it into the future, you can say we can advance it, you can use all these words that you like.
Yes.
The bottom line you're still saying is, I understand you do certain things this way. Because you've used words like superstition, you've used words like,
Yeah.
you've used all those words, all those
Yeah.
nice words. So you're still saying, I want to see your way in the traditional, in the Western way. And I'm saying
No.
I'm saying every society has their way of doing things, and the be it and be all should not be the Western way
I think you are
of
equating
doing things,
advancement to everything Western, and that is
because that
anathema
is what
to.
you're saying. You
No, that is
are
not
the
what I'm
one
saying. I
saying it.
said we need to do something better than they have.
Bring it to this, bring it in tune with what it is, because the way that, this is your
You are
words,
saying we should go
wait,
backward. I'm saying we should go forward.
because the way we're doing things is we are stuck in time. These are your words. This
Yes.
is your words, and
You are saying we should go backward.
saying some things. Let me tell you something. I'll give you a good example, because this is what I think a lot of the world always
Guys,
misses.
I'm out for right now.
I'll tell you
All right.
Thank
something.
you so
Thank you
much.
for
Thank you so
thank you for
much.
joining us, Jagun.
You see the problem, for example, that the Islamic world has with the rest of the world today, especially with the fanatics on, and pardon me when I say it, especially with the fanatics on the Christian side, on the Western side. The problem the Islamic world has with the rest of the world is they always say one thing that ticks them off. And when every time you speak to a Muslim, speak to a Muslim scholar, I'm not talking to someone that just bears a Muslim name. I'm saying a scholar, someone that is a professional, that is an expert in Islam. And what ticks them off the most times is the rest of the world telling them, well, you know, things were like this 1400 years ago, Why don't you just change it to come in tune with the 21st century? And they're telling you, no, we're not going to tweak it because it's not going to work the way it is supposed to work. So if you don't understand something, I think I get it. This is what I get, because a lot of people don't, I think they don't take the time to go study things or learn. So they just, and again, we can all go to the level of our understanding. I can only jump as high as my hands can reach. So that is just the truth. So we all
But
go
why
to.
would you argue for going to the past when it doesn't yield quick solution and many solutions?
It used solutions for what it was supposed to use solutions for. It was just like jargon.
For
I
what?
said
For not
something,
inventing vehicles? For not
and
inventing aircrafts?
no, that wasn't what it was built for. That is what
Yeah,
that
but
is.
then, but why would you want to keep yourself there?
If something was to build aircrafts, he'll be called a scientist. He'll be called an
Okay, so
automated.
but the
No,
question now is, why do you want us to remain there?
he'll be called an automated engineer. Okay, so you're not
Yeah,
remaining that.
but I'm asking you now, why do you want us to
You
remain
asked me a
there?
question, so let me just answer.
Okay.
This is the third time you're saying it. So
Okay.
it is working for what it is supposed to work for. Okay, so it is not, those kind of arts are not supposed to be for building cars or building planes, or like Jagan said, to stop a nuclear weapon coming and you do something to stop. No, this is not what they were built for. They were built for a different aspect of life, which is
Okay.
called spiritualism.
Okay,
They
I
were
hear
built,
you.
well, let
But
me finish. Let me finish. Let me finish. Of course, you didn't hear me. Just trying to
you
rebut
said they
real
were
quick.
built for different
So
type
they
of
were
life.
built for a different aspect of life, of which most people do not understand. And it is spiritualism, and it was built for the unseen. It is the unseen aspects of life that this kind of things, arts, people study. So they're not science, they're not automotive engineers, they are not businessmen, they're not doctors in the Western sense or cardiologists. They are for spiritual incidences, not necessarily. It might be for problems and it might be for
That's
benefit.
why the Ogun, this thing is tied to metallurgy, and the others are tied to different areas of disciplines.
I would assume so, yes. So
So there is a level of science in them.
definitely.
Okay.
Definitely for the people
So,
that practice them well, yeah, definitely.
and that is what gave it power. In reality, not the spiritual aspect that gave it power, it's that scientific part that gave them power.
Their own
Because
type of science.
yes, because they tied the metal to spiritual stuff that actually allows them to win wars and all the rest of it. So if you are saying that, okay, those things were built for that purpose, the purpose they were built for, the world has moved on to a point whereby if you leave it at that purpose, the world will come and determine its destiny.
What do
Like
you
it has
mean
done before.
move on? What do you keep going?
Okay,
You
let
keep
me explain it now. Let me explain it. Like, if you say it was designed for spiritual and that limited scientific purpose, which is metallurgy and all the rest, it's not designed for nanoscience. It's not designed for brain
forefathers. Oh
surgery.
my
Hold
God.
on, let me finish my point now so that you can answer. It's not going to take long. It's not designed for brain surgery. It's not designed for genetic studies. So where does that fit in this modern world? That's what I want you to put it. How does it fit in? You want to keep it like that, and you want us to rely on that, or you want us to keep practicing that but still go on to practice Western methods?
You know, I would implore you to imbibe something. Okay. And this is what I always ask, notably Nigerians. I always beg them. I always say, yes, everybody's way of processing information is different, but I always imbibe something. I always ask people to imbibe something. Listen, just don't hear the person. When the person says something, just don't be quick to rebut. I already said this already. I already gave you reasons. I said it already. You cannot I made a statement. I said you cannot judge a fish by its ability to climb a tree. And I've already
Actually, you
told you
can.
this science. Huh?
That's why I don't like to correct. I'd like to
You
challenge
said you
people when they say
can.
stuff. Actually, you could.
You could judge a fish
What
by
if
its
one fish
ability to
can climb
climb
the
a tree.
tree? Yeah, why not?
All right. Okay.
Because some
So
can try, some may not.
so so so
Yes.
these you just like you would not go to a cardiologist if you have a toothache.
Mm-hmm.
You would not go to an African spiritualist or an Arabian one or an Indonesian one that practices alternative medicine, a Malaysian one, if your car has a fault. So saying, well, why can't we build cars? Why can't we? That is not what they are for. This is not what they practice. Their practice mainly does not deal with that aspect of life.
Okay, fine.
Their practice deals with a completely
So then how
different.
do we deal with this world now that we
Then
are
that
in?
is why we take our own people to study the people that build cars, the people that build electricity projects, the people that can build better roads, better buildings. I said this earlier. I
Okay,
said you
so
cannot.
I'm
Right.
trying to understand you now.
But let me land.
Okay.
I said you can, if you have a problem, you can proffer this solution or you can proffer Western solution, or you can use both at the same time to find a solution. And I gave examples of Indonesia, and I gave examples of Malaysia, and I gave examples of Saudi Arabia. I said this earlier, and I said when they have, for example, medical incidences, be it mental or other aspects, physical problems, they imbibe their own spiritual ways of getting a solution, which they call rukia, or they go with the Western medicine, or they take both of them and try to use both of them. I've been said this.
So just to be clear, you are saying we leave the past practices where they were. We don't have to change them, which is fine. There's no real reason to change them. And then we go on to learn how the people that did all this modern technology and science did it and practice it that way. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. So you
Okay.
don't necessarily, if you understand that these are different sciences, you can't just say,
Okay.
well, why? I hear people criticize, why haven't we used all this to build roads? Why haven't we used this to do this? Because that is not what they for.
Okay, okay, fine. Maybe
You want
there
to
might be
learn how
common
to,
ground between us then. Okay,
yeah.
if that is the case, can we then, with this scientific method that we are going to learn from the rest of the world, can we advance on it in terms of the process of learning so that we can kind of have our own scientific method that works faster for us?
But then that is on the individual. So if you are an engineer, it's on the individual, it's on the society, it's on the government. But you cannot expect, like you cannot expect a preacher, excuse me, you cannot expect a preacher to start building roads for you or be, build cars. You know what I mean? You
Hmm.
really can't do that. So, you
God
know,
no, God no, well done, well done. We'll soon be rounding up anyway. I think by 10:30 we should round up. So, but you see, we are meeting minds here now. I think we are beginning to have common grounds because he says leave the Babalawo where they are. We need to move on to learn other things. But I disagree with you on the point where you say it's individual based. You can have a systematic approach that yields greater this in outcome because you scale it up in terms of a more efficient way of reaching solutions, modern solutions, uh, faster. Because if you can reach it faster, what that would mean is that you'll be advancing faster than the other groups. Like I said earlier on, the East right now, China, Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, their level of development, the advancement, they are advancing actually faster than the West. It's more recently the West is beginning to try to push through because they've discovered that, oh my God, where were we? We are asleep, and these are just going and staying away. As we speak, they are advancing faster. This is why if you go to Japan today or South Korea or even China, the digitalization of their economy is crazy. Some of the stuff you can do with electronic stuff is more advanced than what you can do in the West.
And why is that?
Because they embrace technology in a different way from the West. They saw it from a slightly different, because the West, what they had when they became superpowers, they had their own ways, the Victorian system and all their Francophone and their systems. So when they became advanced, they are building it on top of that. But these ones, they were literally on the ground. The Chinese were on the ground, the Japanese were on the ground, and all of them were. So when they wanted to build up now, they had the option to reshape it in the way they see fit. So they did it. The Japanese did it in a dual way, where they had their tradition and still maintained and went for a very, very advanced technological approach. While the Chinese went from they didn't even embrace their tradition, they fought against their tradition, and then went for technological approach just to develop themselves. Today, they are advancing a lot. The amount of concrete they are using to build, they say it's more a year. It's more than what America used to build in the last 10 years. So they are advancing so rapidly because of it.
I was going to ask you something. So did the Chinese blame the acupuncturists for the lack of for the advancement and the development? Oh, like the Japanese said now. Oh, because we stopped our past traditions, that is why we developed rapidly.
They can't say that. Actually, the Chinese had, I told you before, they had what they call the four olds that they went against. They went against all their ancient traditions. They
But
went
that's not
against it to
true.
develop.
That
They
is not
did.
true. That is not true. You cannot
What is
tell me
not true?
now. You cannot tell me now. It is not true. For example, acupuncture still exists. So you cannot tell me now that the
No, I'm
Chinese.
not.
You cannot tell me now that the Chinese.
Acupuncture is not
You
spiritual
cannot
stuff.
tell
It's
me
not
now that the
tradition. It's just
Chinese. It is Chinese though.
it's a
So you
medical
cannot tell
procedure.
me now. Yeah. So it is Chinese, but it's Chinese tradition. So you cannot tell me that the Chinese and the Japanese totally abandoned their
Oh
tradition.
no! I didn't say
But that's
anything
what you
about
keep
totally.
repeating.
Hold on, hold on. I didn't say that. What I said was the Japanese actually kept their Shintoist and all
No,
their
you said
traditions.
abandoned.
No, hold on. They didn't abandon it. I actually said it for the Japanese. I'm talking about. I'm going
You
to go to the
said the
Chinese.
Japanese.
Let me finish Japan. If I say the Chinese one, Japanese one like that, then I'm mistaken. I
Okay.
apologize. But what I'm saying is that the Japanese clearly they married the old with the new. But the Chinese, when they came along with the second revolution, the second revolution was to get rid of the four olds. They call it the four olds: old tradition, old ways, and whatever they call it. They wanted to tackle all the old stuff. They were going after intellectuals, They were destroying things, destroying buildings, old buildings. They wanted to destroy. They wanted to destroy this thing. What they call that city, the Forbidden City. It took a lot to stop them from doing that. They want to destroy everything. So it shows you their approach. They were not just talking about it, they were doing it. Can you imagine going
I
after
think
your babalawos and everything?
you keep conflating events. So not saying that incident did not happen.
Okay.
But it was not because they wanted to abandon their own traditional beliefs just in preference for Western ways of doing.
No, not for Western,
It
for communist
was
ways.
exactly. So it was a means of control by the Communist Party of their people. And how do we control our people?
But they did it. That's the point.
How do we control our people? We have to take away the things that control their mind, and we have to reinvent. So it wasn't
And it
like, oh
worked.
well, and it wasn't because you keep conflating.
It worked in their favor. That's my
You
point.
keep saying the Japanese abandoned their traditions.
Japanese didn't abandon.
Okay, this is what you said, and you corrected yourself. You said that's not
Yes,
what you
I corrected
meant.
myself, and
So
I'm telling the
now
name.
You're saying the Chinese are banned now. You're going to the Chinese again.
Yes, the
Oh, they
Chinese,
did the
yes.
4 O's. You always bring up the 4
The 4
O's.
O's, yes.
Okay, but that was not why. It was more political than anything else. It wasn't because of
What
it
is
was
political again if it's not something that the people wanted to do?
it was a means of control by the communist group. So it's just like you want to.
Even if it's a means of control, the point is that the communist group are Chinese. They did it because they felt that this stuff is holding them back. What is your problem with that? I'm telling you that if this, I'm saying these people did this stuff, and you're arguing that they did it, but it's the communist people did it for political reasons. What is it? I didn't qualify it for the reason why they did it. I'm telling you that they did it.
You did
to make
qualify
way.
because you said because it was for advancement, technological
Yes,
advancement.
they did it for advancement. They did it for advancement. Why would they go after their traditions? The traditions is not holding them back. They did it so that they wanted to advance their society in a communist way, and they succeeded in doing it. That is the point I'm making. Did they not succeed? Is it not the China that you see today that has brought more people from poverty to a higher standard of living in history? That's higher than standard of living in a very, very short period of time compared to the West. This regime has proven themselves to be the best regime in terms of the living standard of their people, the continuous progress that they've experienced in history, in the recent history anyway, in the last 100 years or so.
So this goes back again.
Mm-hmm.
So this goes back to what you're saying, because when I say it now, you say, no, that's not what I'm saying. So this goes back to abandon your old ways of doing things in favor of the Western way of doing things.
You keep calling it Western. It's not Western. There are only a certain way of doing things. There are certain things that are more fundamental than Western. Like if you say, how do I put it? Discovery of this thing, a star in the sky. If you discover a star in the sky, is that Western or is it Eastern or is it just a discovery?
It depends who discovered the star, who invented the ways of discovering astronomy, who started it.
They didn't start it.
No.
Egyptians.
You asked me. So who started astronomy? So if whoever started on astronomy, it's their way of doing things.
Then I think you are missing the idea behind this in discoveries. Discoveries, you can attach it to Western ways if you follow their if there are other ways to do the same thing and you choose to follow their way. That is Western way of doing things. The areas that can be changed to your own way and you choose to follow their way, that is Western way. But if you follow a method that is universal, that is why a Chinese person can write a paper and a Western person can understand it, that is universal. That is not Western way. That is a scientific way, because the method is the method. If you have a method of, I'm trying to find good example. If you have I don't know, man. I'm running out of ideas. If you have a method of extracting, let's say, a seed from a plant, you know, you have a way of extracting seed from a plant. Clearly, there can be many methods of doing it, isn't it? And that method of extracting the seed from a plant, this person, the Western people do it the Western way, and the Chinese did the Chinese way. But in the end, they all have the seed to show you that they extracted from the plant. You cannot say because the Western person extracted the plant first that the Chinese is copying them. You see what I mean? It's different. They had different solutions to the same problem, but the problem is the same, and they arrived at the same answer. So some things are inherently universal. It's not. It doesn't belong to one person.
So the bottom line is finding a solution, regardless of what method is used.
Yes.
Okay, so how then can you try to criticize our own way of doing things?
No, you actually consider that your own way of doing it is not built for these solutions.
No. We're
You
not talking
conceded.
about no, I didn't concede that. I considered about building cars
Yes,
and
it
building
wasn't. Yeah, that's what
rockets
I'm saying. That it
and dodging
wasn't.
rocket.
That's
No,
exactly what
you
I'm
use an
saying. That's what
example.
I'm
You
trying
use
to
an
deal with.
example. No. That's why I let people talk. Because I know give a
No,
man a shovel. You give a man a shovel, eventually he'll dig a big enough hole to
I didn't
put
dig any
himself in.
hole. You are the one that
So
just
okay,
waffling.
so if a Chinese man, if a white man was the first to figure out a way to pull out a nut from something, and a Chinese man used that same method.
No, a different method.
Oh well, a different method to achieve the same result of pulling out
Yes.
a nut. So what if the African used his own method of pulling out that nut too?
Then they have arrived at this and the same solution in different ways.
So what's different from everything I've been saying?
What you've said is that the traditional method that we have is not designed to solve this problem. So,
No, you say
you see, no.
cars.
It's your turn to be quiet, please. You considered that our traditional ways is not designed for this method. You went on to say we should learn how they make the cars and all those things. So, when it comes down to making these cars, the method that we are going to use to get this solution, this seed out of the plant, that's what I'm arguing for. I'm arguing for this method to be more advanced so that by the time they extract one seed each, we've got 1.5 or 2. You get where I'm coming from?
No, I don't.
Okay, let me
Because if
repeat
you
again.
did my bottom line is you can, like I keep saying, you cannot ask something that is not built for something. It's like someone saying, "Well, forefathers, you're a good moderator. You this," but a whale looking at you like he can't. He's not a good moderator. If he stays underwater for 2 minutes, he's gonna drown. He's gonna die. He's not a good moderator. Look at him. He can't even hold his breath 20 feet underwater. Underwater. That's what you're saying. So what I'm saying is, if this
How do
science
you
is
not understand what I just said? I thought I made a great point.
no, you didn't. Because we're saying, no, you
Oh my
didn't.
God.
No, you didn't. What we're saying is if we agree that there are different sciences and there's different specialties, and everybody, depending on that science, for example, if a person has, let me see, miscarriages, if a person has a proclivity to always have miscarriages, okay, and they say, well, there's a Western way of doing this. You do this operation on the lady, and you do that operation on the lady, and we can do this and do that, and then she'll be cured, right? And then you find someone else in the African ways of doing things and says, well, we can actually do this and rob this herbs or whatever, or drink this or drink that, and you can get cured and you can not have miscarriages anymore. Those two things are comparable. But
Yes.
saying, well, the Westerners make cars, why don't our African spiritualists make cars? I think they're not
I'm not
built for
saying
that.
our
That's
African
what I'm
spiritually.
saying.
I just said our, and you see, you are making a mistake. I've already considered the point. You agreed with me here that we should leave African spiritualists from modern engineering and everything. I'm saying now, after we leave our tradition in their place where they belong, we are now going with the scientific methods now of this modern world. And let's say we started with the Western versus Asian scientific method. I'm saying we should develop our own scientific method to give us better output, faster output than the Western or the Eastern this is scientific method. That's what I'm arguing for. That's why I gave the example of extracting that seed from the plant. If they are extracting one each, we want a method that will allow us to extract 2, even if it's from the same
Okay, well,
scientific method,
this
similar
is
scientific
it.
method.
It is all over the place. Let me get you straight now. Now we're not talking about African spiritualists.
No, we are
So
not.
we're not talking about the African spiritualists.
No,
So
not at
now we're
all.
talking about people. Hold
Scientific
on, hold
methods.
on, hold on, hold on. So now we're talking about people trained in Western technology.
scientific methods
people trained in Western technology that
and
build
Eastern
cars.
technology. Let's assume we had access to all of them, like we do actually.
Okay. Let's forget the semantics. People trained in automotive engineering.
Yes.
Which is not a specialty, as we have agreed, relating to African spiritualism.
Yes.
So
Neither is
why?
it to the Western one anyway. So I don't know why we are going there.
What is Western spiritualism?
Yeah, and there are scientific methods,
Okay.
and this is not tied to their spiritual methods.
Okay.
It's not even close.
All right, good. So we both agree that it is not tied. The African spiritualist cannot build cars.
No.
He can't build rockets. He can't
And
build
neither
spaceships.
does the Western one or the Asian ones.
Now, well, when you give me a Western spiritualist, I'll go with that. But we just agreed now that
Okay.
they don't agree. They can't build rockets, right? So now we know that automated engineering is the specialty of the West, or like you said, the East, right? So how is that the fault of the people that practice the old methods of African spiritualism?
The reason why I reason it that way, that it may be linked to them, because they had the only scientific methods that we had, and the West had similar, and all civilization that before them had religion and science mixed together. What the West did was they were able to separate religion from the scientific process, and they actually separate religion from government too, on top of that, to get to where they are right now. And the Chinese had similar problems too. Hence why they had to jettison a lot of their ways in the past to embrace their modern way of doing things. The Japanese had similar challenge, but they just did what you said. They set their traditional ways aside and they embraced the Western scientific method and ran with it from there. So the reason why I called out the traditional method that we had in Africa was because they didn't separate it. The Europeans did. And you can argue that the Japanese didn't separate. Can you argue that the Japanese didn't? Because when they encountered the Europeans, immediately they started making guns at a large scale. And the Chinese, to an extent too, they separated theirs too, even if it's tied to their spiritualism, but they separated theirs by and large too. It's just that the West separated theirs in a more methodical way, repeatable, and in short, the empirical method that they developed was a kind of invention that they created that has lasted the test of time. So that is why I called out our past. We didn't do that. We kept it the same. And from your argument today, we should keep it there and just box it there the way the
So
Japanese did.
see,
And move
when
on.
I say something and then you're gonna say, whoa, that's not what I'm saying. So basically, you're still saying the same thing. Abandon the African way of doing things in favor of the white's way of doing things, even if
More advanced way of doing things, not the white way of doing things.
if the African way of doing certain things is beneficial. And I
No,
gave
actually.
you, well, I gave you an example, for example, of a woman, because when you said the nut issue, I said, haha, good. So he's not talking about cars and rockets no more. Let's go with something else. So I gave you an example of something both sides claim to cure, which, for example, let me go again. Erectile dysfunction, fibroids. Okay, so both sides have different methods of curing it. But you keep taking it back to, well, they are stuck in one place. But I'm not talking about cars, but I'm talking about no, for just get it here. There are different aspects of sciences. They are not built, they are not made, they don't practice the art of building cars. If they had to practice Western science, guess what they would be? They would be cardiologists. They'll be
But that is the point.
psychiatrists.
I just told you just now. That's the point I made. The Babalawos will remember Babalawos, but the people themselves or the governments themselves would have separated the scientific method from what the Babalawos are doing. That's what the Western people did. It's not like they converted the priests to Christian to scientists. The priests remained what they were, and they moved the scientific method out of it. Simple. The Galileo was jailed for life because he said that the earth revolved around the sun instead of the sun revolving around the earth. That was the period. That was during that period that science was beginning to challenge some of the notions of religion. And because of that, he died in house arrest. And eventually, the Enlightenment period occurred, philosophy and everything challenged all the norms of Christianity. Darwin and all of them came along and they separated science from religion. And when they did that, you can see the results, the rapid advancement that occurred throughout that time to date. The advancement that has occurred in the last 300 years eclipse almost everything that has happened in the last 6,000 years alone. Just
Because
300 years.
because they worked on the results of those that laid the path before them.
Yes, those
It
laid
is
the
not
path before
because
them, and it
it
took
is
them
not it
thousands
is
of
not
years to lay
because
that
the white
path.
man is just singularly this brilliant genius.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm
They
just saying they stumbled across a solution like everyone else stumbled across some solutions. They stumbled across a solution that worked very well. I don't think they knew what they were doing deliberately, that this was going to be the outcome when they were starting it. But they stumbled across it and it worked very well. It became a machine for innovation.
So you think every African science or every other science that is not Western science, their ways of doing things is not real or is not effective?
The ancient African science is effective for its time. It's about scale. It's about repeatability. It's effective. It was curing people. People were managing to survive at a certain level. But you can't compare that to when they found the cure for like the penicillin and all those
I get
things.
it. So let me ask you a question. So let me ask you, I'm not asking your religious beliefs. I don't care about, with all due respect. But I'm going to ask about your a certain belief that like I said earlier, a lot of people shy away from, and Africans, Nigerians just pretend like they, they whatever, like we don't know you guys. Okay, so do you believe in the unseen?
Of course.
If you believe in the unseen, you
I can't
believe
see the
there.
air. I know the air exists.
Okay, so no, I don't mean that. I mean spiritually.
I believe we are living in our spirit world currently exists. Your mind, can I see your mind? I
Okay,
can't see your mind.
so you definitely believe in the unseen.
Yes.
So you would agree that there are some problems that will blow the mind of someone that does not understand. Like we as Africans have been talking, you mentioned Ogun and I mentioned the Babalawos. And so you would agree that there are some things that will, as if a Western person was to hear about it, it'll astonish them.
Yeah, there are some things that might still astonish them.
Okay. So if you say something like that, the unseen, because I kept telling you, like, this art is different. So if you believe in the unseen, if you knew someone that had a problem, the African problem, would you tell them to go to a cardiologist or would you tell them to go to a dentist?
If somebody has an African problem, what do you mean?
Yeah, like a spiritual problem.
If somebody has a psychological problem, I would
No, I didn't say
recommend the psychological
psychological. I
solution.
specifically said spiritual.
You see, spiritual problems are another way of saying psychological or
No.
mental or I don't
I
believe in
specifically.
spiritual as you understand it. I believe that people misunderstand what spiritual means. People completely misunderstand it. They think it's some kind of ethereal stuff that is just out there floating and a totally different reality.
Okay,
It's
so I get
false.
it. So again, meaning we could
That
that what
meaning that what we perceive.
meaning.
If you want me to say
So
it or what?
meaning, I wasn't asking, I was talking.
Okay,
So
go ahead.
meaning that again, you believe wholly and solely in the Western ways of doing things. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that.
I
I'm
don't
just
believe
saying,
in the Western way of
I'm
doing
just
it.
saying,
It's not the
own it.
Western way.
Everything
The
you're
problem
saying
is that you don't think Africans can think for themselves and come up with their own postulations.
How did I say
You
that?
seem to think that everything I think is belongs to the West.
Where on earth did I say you don't?
You just
I don't
said it.
think,
When I tell you that we should try to invent our way to a new scientific method, you say it's Western. If I say that my
you are
perception of
saying,
reality
if
is not,
anything, you're the one saying we
it's not
can't think.
this thing is not as spiritual as you think. You say it's Western. I don't understand it.
If anything, you are the one saying we can't think, because if I'm saying we have our own method of dealing with certain aspects of life, and you're saying, well, no, it is superstitions, and we have to, it is psychological issues, and there's rumors, and people just don't understand.
You are
It is
mixing things up. You are
it is
mixing things up that I didn't mix up at
it
all.
is mythology. It is mythology. This is words you use.
You actually
Mythology.
said we should separate them. We separated them, and I went on to tell you that that separate part of it, that we should advance it, and you still argue with me.
And I'm saying, if you say advance it, I asked you to clarify what advancement
And I did
meant.
clarify it. I
Let me
said,
learn, forefathers. I know what you said.
Then why are you asking?
I'm not asking, it's a rhetorical question.
Okay, go ahead.
So, if you keep saying advance it, that we are stuck in time, our sciences are stuck in time. And I kept asking, what do you mean stuck in time? And you guys started bringing, for example, automated engineering. And I'm saying, well, those are not African sciences. So if again you're coming and you're saying, well, we should advance it. Well, guess what? Advancing means you're basically saying abandon traditional African beliefs in favor of Western ways of doing things.
You just said, you are the one that said we should leave African
And
beliefs where they are. People can practice it, but they can carry on with their scientific methods.
I just mentioned technology, okay? When I mentioned I asked you your beliefs, because this is what I do. I always try to see where the other person is coming from. And I just don't hear people, not because I just don't like to hear the sound of my voice. I like to hear where people are coming from. And if I believe something and I know something, I'm very open to correction. And on this topic, neither of us is right or wrong. At least I'm not saying you're wrong. You might say I'm wrong. That's fine. So I'm not saying I'm right. I'm just saying I have a different perspective. And I agree with your perspective. But all I'm saying is people should stop negating our traditional beliefs. Maybe, again, I understand. Maybe people, like I said, people don't understand, and people want to pretend like they don't understand, because we see these things, for example, in our movies every day. We sit around the dinner table and our Nigerian parents is talking about these things. We see about it, we've heard people talk about these things. So for us to now act like, oh, all of a sudden we don't believe in these things.
Yeah,
You get what I'm saying?
I think they are saying we should round up for the day.
I don't
Yeah,
care.
I do enjoy our conversations actually, and but on this one, I really think this is a topic I would like to come back to. I will try to note it down, because I think um, it's very, very relevant. I did play a video yesterday. I don't know whether you saw it. I don't know whether you saw that video of Neil deGrasse Tyson about the research that is being done in the world, in
About
our
what?
place in it, research that is being done in the world.
Oh.
And he was damning. He was damning of Africa. Like man, it makes us look like we are dead already. I think maybe I should just share it so you understand why I feel a little bit concerned about our fate. Because sometimes maybe I should have said it from the beginning. Maybe that would have helped with the
I've heard
confusion.
Neil deGrasse Tyson along. Listen, all those people can't. There's nothing they're gonna say because
That's
no,
not
no,
they're
no,
gonna
no,
say.
no, there's nothing they're gonna say. Listen,
They are not talking about us, so it wasn't us. It wasn't about us. They are talking about themselves.
Okay,
So let
because
me
if you
just.
say to abandon African traditional beliefs, I think it's foolhardy, man. You know?
Okay, so I'll just play this quickly so that we see what I'm talking about, because this is quite informative. I think I've played this on this channel before. It's just that maybe some people have forgotten it or were not present. Let me just play so we see.
Per capita. Some countries will shrink, others will expand. Let's take a look. There it is. America's sitting fat and happy there. That's America. Yeah, we do science. Okay, look what happens. The great tragedy. Okay, look what America. Papers per capita the way it is. Don't get alarmed. Okay? So just don't get alarmed. So let's watch what happens. How much science, total number of published research papers per capita? Some countries will shrink, others will expand. Let's take a look. There it is. America's sitting fat and happy there. That's America. Yeah, we do science. Okay, look what happens. The great tragedy of this map. Take a look at Africa. Near zero map area. The only area it has is at the bottom there. That's South Africa, where there are actually observatories and physicists doing work. You've got Argentina there. You've got Brazil in South America. Wait a minute, what's this big purple zone in the upper right? What was that? Wait a minute, what's that purple? It's Japan. Whoa. And take a look at Europe. They're split up with Eastern and Western Europe. So the sort of pinkish countries are Western Europe. Look how large they become. What's interesting is the research in science correlates with wealth. The poorest continent is Africa. The least science goes on there. South America is not that far behind. Japan has a burgeoning economy. China is kind of on its way. But actually, this is not the map we should be looking at. No. We should look at the difference in science that's being published. Take, say, over a 10-year period, the theme of this workshop. So not the total science, the difference in science. I keep looking at you guys and not like the front row. I should make more eye contact with you guys. I'm sorry. Did you feel left out? A little bit? She felt a little bit left out here. Because I'm just kind of looking over your head. So hi guys, front row. You got here early. Good, yeah. So, let's look at the difference in science. That's the trend line. That's the writing on the wall. The difference in science between 2000 and 2010, the difference. United States shrinks badly. We are still shrinking. South America is getting bigger. These are trend lines. Europe is huger. China is huger. Japan is still large. You want to see the world map of the future? That's the world map of the future. That's the last 10 years trend line of who's investing in science and technology.
How that is concerning. If we are not doing enough of this, we are not going to be here for very long. And this is the concern I have, that we may have to invent our way out of the mess we are in. You can see the graph. We are not even on the chart. It's like we don't even exist. What do you think?
Brain drain, corruption, lack of education, lack of industrialization, nothing to do with our old ways of doing things. Absolutely not. So we all actually have Western problems because of Western problems.
Either way,
we have Western problems because of Western problems, not because of our old ways of doing things.
I think you seem to be defending our old ways like I'm just going after it. I'm not going after it for like he's supposed to solve our problems now. It's just the old ways, and I believe that we should leave it there and pick up what is out there right now to deal with the challenges of this century.
I disagree.
So
I
we should
disagree.
bring the old ways to solve the problem of this century.
No, we don't. We can't bring the old ways of.
Then
So
why are you
again,
disagreeing with me?
forefathers let me land. So I disagree in terms of there are certain problems in life that no matter how you might wish it, the Western ways of curing those things can't work. There are certain problems in life that Western science ways that you might term, like when I brought it up, the first thing you said was, oh, well, rumors of mythology and psychology and a lot of mental illness. Like I always say, though,
How
you
do you
can
know a
only,
spiritual problem? You don't have any proof for it.
what you understand is what you understand. So, like I said, I asked you a
Something you
question.
cannot concretize, and you are
Like what
claiming to know it.
exactly. So what I asked you, what I told you earlier when we started talking was, for example, the Babalawo, are you going to tell them? You said, oh, they should digitize and data and this. So I said, oh, basically you want them like
We're
writing a
talking about
script,
passing knowledge on.
like writing a script for a Western way of doing things. Some things in the Western way, in any event, is not the final way of understanding life. And it's not the only way of understanding life. And it's not the final way of reaching solutions.
I
And I just
am
leave it at
arguing
that.
for something different from the Western way, and you are fighting me. How can you
No,
fight me?
no,
You should be on my side. I thought you were arguing on that side that we should
no, not
change.
at all. Hmm?
So you don't want to, you don't think that we should follow the Western way. I'm arguing for something more than the Western way.
I didn't say we should, I'm not fighting against the Western way. I'm saying everything comes in handy, but let's not destroy our ways of doing things just because maybe we don't understand it in favor of something that might not necessarily have a solution to certain problems we might encounter in life. That's what I'm saying. So
I,
if you think,
I think I can't disagree with that. I'm not saying we should jettison everything,
oh, but that's
but
what you've
there
been
are some
saying.
things. There are no. I'm not saying we should jettison everything. We can. You can. You want us to start doing human sacrifice. You want us to start doing all the old things that we used to
That's
do.
not what
No.
I said.
And so that's then we are on the same page. I'm saying there are certain things you preserve, the fundamentals, you preserve it, then you change the areas that you need to deal with the challenges of this century. Maybe you don't have to change. You may just have to keep that one for that practice and go and do something new. Point is that we need to face the challenge of these centuries, and my argument is that we need new techniques,
And
new
again, I'm
ways
asking
to do that.
you, and I'm asking you, how is African spiritualism, for example, the reason why Africa is not developed? Why is
I
Africa
gave you the reason. They didn't separate science from religion
why is Africa tops on that chart or lowest on that chart, however you want to see it?
because they didn't separate science from religion.
You really think the
Yeah.
reason, the sole reason why that chart that Mr.
Not the
Tyson,
sole reason. Come on.
but that was what
But
you
it's a
just said.
massive, it's a big one. If they didn't separate science from religion, you're not going to
It
this
doesn't
advance
even
scientifically.
count. It doesn't. Our traditional ways of doing things don't. It will not even appear if we were to start listing the problems why Africa is tops on that list. You have
Oh, our traditional ways will not appear at all.
you have
Okay.
maladministration, you have misgovernance, you have corruption, you have lack of education, you have brain drain, you have lack of industrialization. but you put African spiritualism on the top.
Who says it's at the top? I never said it was at the
All
top.
right, so I just listed 6. Where would you place it?
If I'm to grade it as the reason for our downfall, I would say it's somewhere around third or so.
Before what and what?
Third.
Before what and what?
Tribalism did play a role. Divisions, tribalism. The
Are
power
you
of the
even
Europeans
sure you
helped too.
understand the problems Africa is facing?
Of course, I do. To an
If you
extent, anyway. I'm not saying I understand it 100%. I'm saying if you're asking me my opinion, I'm telling you that tribalism was one of them because we didn't band together enough to be able to forestall some of the things that happened to us. And there's a cultural aspect that I feel like we don't value life as much as we should have. That part is there too. And then there's also our religion. Our religion, let me give you one example that our religion even made a big difference. That's an example that they give. I don't know how true it was, but it's an account from the Congo where Che Guevara of Cuba,
Che Guevara.
yes, he went to Congo and they were struggling against the Western people, the Western people support. And one of the problems was that because the Africans were taking on charms, traditional charms to protect them against gunfire. So when they go into the field and there's an ambush going on and one of them gets shot and he dies, the others will freak out and take off. That is an account of where traditional beliefs has an effect on our ability to deal with challenges. Something that a Roman military will know that, okay, yeah, this one dies, okay, I'll march on. I'll maintain the phalanx. But we didn't do that because one man dies, they freak out and run away. So what do you think? That's an example that I read about.
But that's a bad example. That's just an example of lack of discipline in the military and lack of organization and reliance on superstitious
Charms.
ways of doing things.
And
So,
you asked me, I gave you the example.
So I'm not espousing that kind of spiritualism. I never mentioned that. Even when Jagun mentioned nuclear weapons and coming down and we can block them, I did not espouse that. Everything I've been espousing has been in the medicinal aspects, both the seen and the unseen. Now, the unseen, I understand that's a whole different topic that might go over too many people's heads or that
Let's
you
reserve
know
it for
but
next weekend. I think it looks like we are going to be having a lot of debates because somewhere along the line we are supposed to share the same views. But I think you are like Mike, where we have to talk for 5 hours before our ideas come in sync. We have to talk for at least for 5 hours before it starts synchronizing. So, but next Sunday we are going to do more of this, so that I can be able to get. Oh, it's 11 hours already. I speak the truth. I really appreciate your time here, and don't miss coming down here. I like the way when we chase everybody away, so that we can be able to discuss. See this guy. We talked about we are going. He was always in the chat too. He came in the backstage. You see, this is a regular here. So you stayed at the backstage all this while, chatting in the chat session, and you heard that we're about to leave. You jump on.
I was with my people, man.
Okay, that's
I say
good,
make
man.
I call greet my people for platform now.
That's good. Thank you for coming to say hi to us. Yeah, it looks like you got to the haircut and all now. You're raking in all the money in Canada. Right. So are you in the US now? You're in the US now, isn't it? You say you're in the US now.
One day. You gotta put me in trouble one day.
I'm sorry, I don't want to put you in trouble.
I'm in Nigeria.
Oh my. No wonder you look fresh. Oh my God. Oh my God. No wonder he looks fresh. He's in Nigeria. No, I should have known because when we go to Nigeria, our skins change.
No, that's not correct. That's not correct.
Are you in Nigeria? No.
I'm in this space.
these guys in Nigeria. I conclude now because the way your skin is, it looks like you're actually
Hello.
Nigerian. Paul, you are
I
driving.
greet you.
What's happening? Why you are driving?
Follow where you they go.
It's mute.
I just want to find small trouble as you take talk about this guy that make you can come in.
Check over. Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I think it was. I think he went to Congo too. Now I don't think it's only Angola he went to. Was he only Angola? Either way, the story was the same anyway. Che Guevara, you know what he experienced when he went there because of some of the traditional beliefs that people had. Some of the guys were running away. The moment one person got killed, it felt like the charms is not going to work anymore. They took off from the battlefield, and that's not the only problem they had. They had other problems too, but that was one of the accounts that was given.
This suffer that like traditional beliefs.
And
you really like them.
I think he thinks to be sympathetic to him is that he doesn't think that we should jettison our old ways necessarily. We can modify it, but we shouldn't jettison it, and I do sympathize with some of that. But my argument was that with the modern world that we are in and the new scientific method that is being used, that is there ways we can advance it so that it will allow us to also advance even faster. Because you can see that even in the West, they are also advancing their own scientific methods. They have changed the requirements to do a lot of certification and all that kind of long processes to get products out there. Now they want to be doing it. I think they have the name for it. I've forgotten what it's called. They have a name for it where you have the stuff go into the market, you get feedback from it, you advance, you refine it, you put it back, you refine it, you put it back. It just keeps circulating in the market. And there is a new form of process they are using. And that is a way of sharpening their scientific methods in a way. And I think that if we want to compete, you can't go and copy the old ways alone. You have to compete where they are now and see maybe there are ways we can even, advance faster than they are advancing right now. So I don't know if you have anything to add to that. AY.
Oh, me?
You just assume that nobody's talking to you. Why?
No, I thought it's Paul actually.
No, Paul, I can't see Paul's face now. He's driving.
No. You came before me now, AY.
You say you Malgana, maybe you say I disrespect Malgana, they will come pursue me for work.
No. I fight what is this guy's name today? Our pharmacist today. So I don't want to do what he does. So you go ahead.
I was just listening today, man. Even since yesterday, I would listen and go. One thing I really wanted to comment on. Father, what you said is true. You can't, if you are gonna go back in time, you have to see what is going on today, and you can't just go back and you gotta be living in Stone Age. So basically, you have to see what is going on today and kind of incorporate everything. That's the way the world functions, right? You can learn from history, then you beautify the process and whatever you want to do. Basically, that's how the world functions. I know you guys were having a lot of argument, man.
Don't mind I speak the truth. He's very, very stubborn. He argues with me for no justifiable reason. Even when I'm agreeing with him, he's arguing with me anyway.
No, I speak the truth. It's not insulting. He doesn't insult anybody.
No, he's not insulting.
That is my own. If you are communicating, we can disagree respectfully. It's when that fight you are insulting, it become a problem to me, causing headache. Yeah, and some people they just argue to win. Not really. I don't argue to win. If I see superior argument, I take it.
Yeah, definitely.
That's the essence of having discussion.
I look for superior argument like somebody's having of water. Really.
Let me ask AY a quick question. AY, you know what Rukia is?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, no problem.
I can perform Rukia.
What is
Okay,
Rokia?
Maybe I need
don't
to
worry.
do
I
forefather.
now that I knew what I was asking.
What is Rokia now? I don't know what
You
Rokia
weren't
is.
listening. I kept mentioning it. I mentioned
You
it
see,
over a billion
you see his
times.
attitude.
I
You
mentioned
see his attitude.
Malaysia.
I'm asking for something
No,
now. He
no,
doesn't want to tell
because
me.
that's what I say. Like, if it was me, if someone kept mentioning the same thing over and over and over and saying, using countries as examples, I didn't mention one country, I mentioned like 6 countries. So if someone kept doing that, I'll say, whoa, what's he talking about? I'll say, well, what was that thing you said? But no, you never asked. And I'm just like, oh my God, this guy.
I didn't know what you were saying, baby. I
But
didn't
I
hear
said,
you
look,
say
let me
Rokia.
ask AY, because I know AY.
What is Rokia then?
It's just alternative medicines, alternative science, Islamic alternative science. That's what it is.
So Islamic alternative science.
But it is deep. It is deep.
You know,
It'll
forefather
blow your
don't believe
mind
in
when you see it in
Islam.
action.
Yeah.
Okay, I would like to know a bit more about that because it's a form of. You see, that's quite enriching actually. If there was a kind of different scientific method out there,
Yeah, it's more spiritual rather than
it's
scientific.
more spiritual. Okay.
Yeah, but
It's
it is a
spiritual.
part of science. It's a different kind of science.
This guy, you know, the definition of science is not that thing. Probably doesn't fit.
It's vast. That's what I keep saying. The definition is very
Rokia
vast.
is ROKI.
RUKYAH.
Forefather go search.
I will find. Yes, now because I think it's quite fascinating actually.
Yeah, it's good. It's good. It's a very interesting stuff.
AH.
RUQYAH.
Oh.
You might see different spelling. So when you put
it might be
see.
QYA or QYAH.
Yeah, Rokia. Yeah, I see it now. I definitely will. Yeah, what is Rokia? You're asking. I definitely want to find out
It is
more
deep,
about it.
profile. Listen, it's not something you can learn in one day. You probably have. I tell you this. Don't come back next week and pretend you know what you're talking about. You're gonna
You
sound
will
crazy.
start with me. Don't start with me. All I need is to go through the Wikipedia page. I'll be like, I'm the expert now. Don't try me.
You could put in 6 years. You still won't understand everything.
You know, forefather can confuse things sometimes.
Oh God!
He will read the
this is
surface.
something.
He will start hitting
This
your
is a
needs.
science you will study all your life.
How do you know? See, I will go and study it. I will take what I need from it.
I know
I'm not
forefather
studying the entire thing of Rokia.
He do study, but sometimes he can just mix this up, and he will so much believe in it.
No, I hold on to what I believe in until you knock it off. You have to justifiably destroy it. Then I'll move on to your belief.
And the thing is,
Forefather, now that you talk about you're going to check maybe Wikipedia and everything. Sometimes people push their cause so much. So when you go online, you don't know that you are seeing all your research from one fact base. And that may just look like what you are thinking is right, but the fact may be coming from one place. It's just like what the flagship tried to do today. And I tried to tell him that, why don't you give me some of your facts? Give me books. You understand? Like I can tell you books that you can read. You understand? To get some things and everything. And the same way, maybe some other person will give me the alternative of that same book. You understand? That can help balance my narrative very well and the likes. But when you don't give me nothing, sometimes you just want me to go check on Google, Wiki, and everything. Sometimes we may also be wrong because people can push all those things out there a lot. So by the time you look, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, what is popping up may just be from one side narrative. And that may just look like it's real, but it may not be 100% real. You know, sometimes this thing comes. I could remember some years back, I went to my village and I went to see my king. So when I talked to the king was mad because the king had issues with my father for many years. And the king said, God, he said, men never die. He said, exactly, I talk like my dad. And he told me, he said he agreed with everything that my father said that he disagreed. He said he has come to agree. But he said if he, as the king, tried to do what my father was telling him, that I'm talking now, he said the chief would do everything possible to take him out of that throne. Because it will look like it's a cause. You understand? Because so many things of our culture that will say, oh, it's secret, it's only few people who see these things. And this thing, there is nothing special that they make it secret.
Exactly.
You understand? So I try to make the king understand. I say a white man will come to this bush that you said is evil forest. My great grandparents did not go to that bush. my great-great-grandparents, my grandfather, my parents did not go. One white boy went inside this bush and come outside, nothing happened. But the whole of us that own this bush, this local forest, we've never been there because you condition us evil forest.
Mm.
And there's nothing special
And
there.
and
You
and
just
and
meet
when, and
few
when the
people
white
in this
man
village
enter and come
so
out, now
relevant.
everybody
It's
will
only
see
few
the
people
white
that
man is
enter there.
special. Because we went and did this now. When the
So
white
that's
man
why
went
we
in
end up
there,
say
goes
white
in
man
there and
have
comes out.
more power than us.
You see?
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
hope you're
Then
listening.
we just
They
accept
speak
that
the
the white
truth.
man is more stronger than us. Yeah.
I think I like that point that you made about when people die in Nigeria, they just always attribute it to superstitious reasons. A neighbor or village people did something when the person probably took one of these Agbo concoction and got it wrong. And you know, so a lot of things go wrong in that country, and they associate. I've been in a village somewhere. They are every time nobody ever dies of natural cause.
Nobody die for free in Nigeria. No,
There's
you
always
can't die.
somebody that caused their death. You know, they
Oh,
will
but I will
blame
tell
the
you
wife.
something that happened in America last week. I was watching the breakfast show. Thank God you watch the breakfast show too, because I know that you
Yeah.
talk about Chalaman the Ghana. Guess what? A
Salame.
25 years old guy killed somebody just because of the person stole his lunch meal at work, and they put him in prison for 100 years just because somebody stole his lunch meal. But do you know the first time in my life that I consume weed? Growing up, my friend just put it in my food to eat, and they were laughing. I slept all day. I didn't wake up, and they were laughing, but they don't know the implication of what they just did. You understand? And this is the same way, like I talk about that seed. Out of joke, play, I may just go put 3 or 4 of that seed in somebody's food just to laugh. That person can purge and die of it.
Yeah.
You
That's
understand?
horrible.
You know, so that may be the thing that will say, oh, we don't kill person. You understand? Because I don't even know the implication of those things that I take. But if we were to be in the West, by now I will know how many that I supposed to take. You understand? So many things like that. We don't keep good record of the things we do and everything. So it's just hard for us to complement some of those things very well. It's just hard. We are not saying it's not working, but sometimes we just try everything for anything. You understand? That is just anything. Oh, you are having fever, cut this leaf. You are having this, cut this leaf. You know, just like I said about my own health when I see my doctor. They try all type of things. You know, my nature of my job, I stand a lot due to the nature of my job and everything. I complain about my leg, my foot. I'm having this pain at night and everything. The doctor started asking me, started digging deep about my family history. Anybody? Oh, my mother had diabetic and everything. I run, they check all my this. Okay, I don't have diabetic and everything. They check. Guess what? Before I know, they send me to go to neuropathy. That on its own, I got panic. I can't wait for the day to do the test. You understand?
Yeah, it's
After
stressful.
everything, run all type of tests and everything. The end of the doctor just said, I think you're having restless leg.
Restless leg syndrome.
I'm just having what you call restless leg. I never even heard that word before. Because I don't feel pain at work. I don't feel pain anytime. But when I relax at night, that's where I feel the pain. So the doctor just prescribed all this nonsense, cream, lotion to rub like old people at night whenever you want to sleep so that you can sleep well.
Dr.
You
Ekeze, why do you always
You know?
try to show up at this time again? I know you have to work, but whenever I'm trying to close out on Sundays, that's when you show up. We are going to be closing out soon.
When we were looking for doctors, he did show up.
Leave him now. He left only the doctor that we didn't know he wasn't a doctor. It's a shame because people and people did that though. It wasn't him. He didn't say he was a doctor. They just assigned him the position somehow.
X0,
Yeah.
what is his name?
Yeah, X0 started it. I think he started it. He just assigned the guy.
But hold on. You don't have to be a doctor. He works in that field, right? You don't have to be a doctor for you to. Even some doctors said they don't even understand the details of those stuff. You guys are making a mistake.
I see, but my concern is that he was making blanket statement. I didn't care where he was from, whether he was a doctor or not. I would challenge when he makes blanket statement like that.
That was you don't, Father, didn't you see the Nigerian Cameroon doctor during COVID time? the Cameroon woman at school, University of Calabar, that come out with all our own stories and the like. So sometimes people say all these things, you know, people just say all these things for all the care.
Yeah.
But we must be very, very careful.
We have to be. So, doctor, can you say what you have to say? Because we're rounding up. You know, we can't be here for long. I think we have 5 minutes or so to clear out. But thank you for joining us. You came late. This is going to 11 hours, 30 minutes.
Wow. Yeah, thank you, everybody. I want to apologize for always coming late. It's because of the time differences, you know. So where I'm staying currently, like the time differences is kind of like now it's around 9 a.m. where I'm staying. So the time differences really affects like my time of coming on the show.
You're in Australia?
Yeah. So I don't really know what is the topic today.
The topic was that is it a good idea that we look for a more effective and advanced scientific method so that we can be able to catch up with development in other parts of the world, given that we lag behind in a lot of technological advancements. And the reason why I raised that point was because when I saw a video from Neil deGrasse Tyson, he was showing the research that is being done all over the world, and Africa as a map. They showed a map. Africa was nowhere. It's like we don't do research at all. And he was saying that picture you are looking at there is the future of the world, because if you are not advancing technologically, you're not going to be of any factor in the world. And so the question is now, given that we are in a very, very dire strait because we barely show up on the map, if we are to go into technology and we try to catch up, we could make a lot of progress, but would it not be also prudent for us to look for ways to advance faster, develop a scientific method? Because the Europeans developed a scientific method which they are honing as time went on. So can we not do something similar, and so that we can advance faster? That was the topic.
Okay. Thank you very much. My take is understanding how technology and information works. It's something that takes time, and it's something that takes a lot of resources, you know. So looking back to like when you read your history and the advancement of industrialization and all that. So all these countries you're talking about, when you talk about the Western world, the Europeans, the Americans, and the Asians, you know, they've started this research like thousands of years before Africa. And again, if you look at what is happening right now, these people, they are spending much of their resources on advancement in technology and science, not just technology, even also in science. So they are spending a lot of their resources there. But when you tell it back down to Africa, you understand that we Africans, we are more engrossed in still having this superstitious belief, having these beliefs that most of the things in the sphere of Africa can be solved either through diabolic means or through traditional means. And those things, for me, they are not real. They are not factual. They are not. They don't have any evidence to prove their effectiveness. So the Western world, for years, they've always tailored towards science and technology. So they pump in their resources in all these things, and it has been helping, you know, in terms of security, in terms of advancement, even in terms of giving them that ability, the power for them to believe in themselves that they are the rulers of the world. But we Africans, we tailor our own more in terms of technology. We don't even have that ideology of thinking towards science. We don't even have that ideology of thinking towards technology. So that, in a way, is what is affecting Africa, and that is what will continue to affect Africa, except we come down and change this mindset of having to remove our mindset from these traditional and diabolic beliefs and think our mindset towards technology and science. it will go in a long way. It's not like the brains are not there. It's not like the resources for which to achieve these things are not there. It boils down to the mindset of those that are in leadership, you know. So they have to start changing their mindset. They have to start putting their resources. Instead of going to Dubai to buy a house of 200, 300 billions of naira or worth of millions of dollars, if they should invest those things in Nigeria, let me tell you. Okay, let's take for instance, even in the aviation sector, you find out we don't even have any company that is being engrossed in terms of producing drones and other security architecture that we need even in Nigeria as of today, which is 2024. So these things are things that, okay, like the advancement in science. Before, we don't have things like drones, but all these things are researches, you know, all these things are technocrats that put in their resources and their time to search out for all these things, to search out for advancement in technology. But you find out that instead of our leaders to take towards that direction, rather they would prefer to go and buy the ones that have already been made by those countries. So these things are things that if it's just about we having the right leaders, you know, at the top, you know, liaising with all this Western world. We can send our troops, we can send our educated, we can send our troops, our military to go and learn, you know, advance in aero technology. And we have, the thing is that we have even universities that teaches all these things in Nigeria. But when you go to these universities, you don't see those resources that can impact on the people that are studying in all these fields, you know. So when those things are not in place, how do they expect advancement in technology? How do they expect advancement in research? As of today, even our pharmaceutical companies, they are not functioning, they are not working. We are still importing drugs from India, from China, from Switzerland, from Italy, and from France as of 2024. So these are the things to tell you that we Africans are not ready to progress. Because if we start thinking, if we start making those amendments, which are possible, these things are not rocket science. It's just for you to sit down and go back to the table.
Okay, I think you have spoken quite well on this. I'm quite surprised. I wouldn't say I'm surprised because, to be fair, whenever you came in, you never really had a chance to speak your mind. You always have someone other person interjecting and fighting you. I'm not sure why actually, because you are very on this topic. You seem to know what. It's almost as you have been listening to us for a long time. Actually, it appears because you seem to know the lay of the land and everywhere. You know what needs to be done. But the idea now is, okay, yeah, we need to do these things. How about within the scientific process that we need to employ and the technological innovation processes? Are there areas, is it worth looking into whether we could fine-tune our own to be tailored to our own way of doing things, for one, and also make it more advanced in terms of the ability to yield results faster?
I don't really understand your question, but
what I mean by that, let me give an example. Let's say we are trying to get a seed from a plant. In one day, a Igbo man with their technology will be able to get one seed from that plant. The Chinese man in one day will be able to get one seed from that plant. If we go and copy their method, we'll be able to get one seed from that plant. But if we refine our methods, we may be able to get two seeds from the plant. So the point I'm making is that, is there something we can do with our own scientific methods that can allow us to advance faster?
No. The thing is that when you talk of research, there are layouts, you know, like in terms of research, it goes through processes, you know, hypothesis, you go to the field.
That's what I'm saying. Is it something we can do to ours to streamline it to be? That's exactly what I'm saying. Those processes that it needs to go through, is there something we can do to ours to streamline it to be faster?
That's the research now. So what you need to do? That's the.
You don't need. I think. Yeah, the thing is that the layouts are already been laid, you know, for years, you know. So the process of achieving your aim in terms of research, you know, the layouts have already been laid. It's just for we to key into those things, you know. At least let's start from there. And if we are better off than the ones that are already been laid, and we feel like we have more advanced way that we can impact, you know, on the ones that are already on ground, then the other parts of the world will believe in us. Do you understand? But we don't even have the ideology of starting. The basis of starting with the ones that have already been laid on ground. So how can we advance when we don't even have the ones that are already been laid on ground, which are yielding results as of today?
What if you advance and you show results? Because in the end, scientific processes is based on results.
You can't advance. There is already a template for you to follow in achieving something. And you're coming up, you want to.
You don't always.
Dan, can I come in, please? 1 minute.
Advance. It's not possible. That is not possible.
1 minute, Dan. 1 minute. It's okay. So what you are asking is actually possible to advance. The way research goes, right? Where you can copy and study the problem and the solution. You try to understand it. But you need to have full understanding what methodology was used. Yeah, you will now look for how to improve it. That improvement will bring the advancement. So we don't even have a system that can make us to study a problem. So we need to have a system. This cut across board, not only in medicine, even in engineering and sciences, technology generally, in other areas. That is how research are done. Even in the university, just like even in America, that's what is going on, right? So you have it's just like car technology, for example. Different technology every year. Company keep working. Okay, now you can open a car remotely. Before you know, you can get your car facial identification to identify and open your car. So these are improvements. It just those little improvements mean a lot.
Exactly, and the processes you are talking about, all those hypothetical processes, and you write your reviews and the peer review and all that stuff. You can, like now, while we are talking about it, some idea came in my mind whereby you can technically employ AI to speed up some of these review processes. Because some of these AI have very, very high aptitude to be able to understand what you are writing. So it streamlines the process that if it was supposed to take 6 months, it takes 3 months for us. So the idea for me is that if we try to catch up with the world where they are, we are always going to be chasing them. And you want to have processes that might allow us or enable us to leapfrog or move faster, at least to catch up. Then maybe if we choose, we can slow down. But I don't believe that if you don't think about it, the danger is that they will think about it and advance even further, because you are trying to catch up with the past while they are already going to the future. Because I just sat here, thought about the process of quickening the process. It means they too are thinking like that. You see what I mean? So
you can't jump to step 10 without even starting step 1.
I get what you mean. I get what you mean.
Doctor, I understand what forefather. Let me just come in with this little place. Something happened 2014. I was in Cornell. Cornell is one of the 8 Ivy League universities in New York. My little niece is graduating. So when I saw the graduate of the Japanese students that graduate, guess what? These people graduate and they think these people, you understand? So some of the professors that also came for their graduation, so they were asking them, do you guys have any jobs? They said no, their government sent them here. And immediately they're going back to their institute of research to go work with people that have been doing so many work for a very long time. But guess what? AY just graduated from school. He just got a job. He finds himself in the labor market. This is what we get in Nigeria. But over there, it's time for us to say, okay, we want to dedicate 2-3 universities to do more research based. You understand? You bring your knowledge, you are working with team of people where government can say, we want to build second Niger bridge. You understand? Let us go University of Osuka. Let us go and get the right people there. Because there are researchers that must have come out with so many things, anything you want to do. I think with that way, it can help more than just looking for one expert somewhere else to say, come do everything for us.
Yeah, let's take for instance, let's start with the one that at least we have on ground, you know. Like Nigeria is known for producing oils, like we have crude oils and all that, and we have this institution in Forum or whatever that is more of a petroleum something. So even as of today, when you go to those institutions, you will not even see the materials that are needed to impart on those students that are studying there that can display their knowledge on the field, which is that
That is
petroleum.
true. That's Petroleum Training Institute, Efurum,
Yeah,
in Warri there.
You find out that these things are not rocket science. It's just for our government to pay more attention to pay more attention to the necessary things, which are putting more money on education, spending more on research. When you check out the Canadian system, you find out that they put every year there is a budget that is set out for research only. Only there is this amount of budget that is set out for only research in every field, both in science, both in technology. We don't have those systems in Nigeria. So how can you advance when you don't even have the step one?
We don't put money on it. We don't put money on it tangible. Anything we can't see, we don't put money on it. We like to put money, say you are building house, everybody's seeing the house.
Yeah, the UK spends about 14 billion in 2021 on research.
So let me say something very important.
So how much is your country spending on research? So that's the question you have to ask.
Nigeria will barely be 1 billion. Nigeria will not go near 1 billion.
Father, you never can tell. We might spend more than even though the UK.
Nigeria
but you will not see the money.
1 billion for research and development. I doubt it.
But you will not see the money, Father. So they will chop the money.
Let me say this. That is where the problem is. Even the UK that is already advanced are spending 14 billion. We that we don't even have step one. We are spending one. You see, that's the difference. So if we can channel our resources into things that are more important, into things that can help.
Nigeria spent quite a lot too. 1.5 billion. I didn't think it was going to be up to 1.5 billion. You know, from 2020 to 2022. Yeah, 1.5 billion is not exactly little.
No way. We're spending 1.5 billion.
Billion, Father, naira or dollar? Father, naira or dollar?
No, it's dollars. I'm looking at dollars. Yeah, I find it hard to believe.
So let me say this.
That's what it's showing.
The truth of the matter, what is going on? The leadership of Nigeria, past leaders, till now, they didn't really understand what we have. We have the resources. Who is doing that? We have the people that can do the research. Nigeria have hot brains. Even in terms of university, we had UI, you could have made UI a really solid research university. OAU, we have universities.
Even UNN.
So the new university, you can have university like Unijust used to be very good in medicine. Unimate used to be very good in medicine. We had all this. So the problem is misplaced priority. We have the people. Nigeria, you will not understand how deep Nigeria are.
Who are they spending 1.5 billion dollars for? I don't know where they are spending all that money.
Father, hold on. Hold on. Right now, Nigeria kids, they are more smarter. I kept saying this thing. It's not late. The kids we have now are way more smarter. These kids are copied at any level, all over the world.
We are not giving them the opportunity now.
We're not giving them the opportunity. Most of them, they finish school because the way they understand it, one bank will take them and pay their peanuts. Their life will just head from there.
It's not about them. It's about, just like what I said about the Institute of Research. The junior one can't work with the senior one because the senior one feels some type of way that this junior one is coming too fast. They hoard everything. That's one biggest problem that we are having.
That is part of the problem. The other thing, that money you are looking at, forefather, these professors, they collect what they can collect and put it in their pocket. They're not doing research. No, nothing is really going in Nigeria. Maybe 1% or
That
5%.
I'm a bit surprised because if our budget
They,
is about
they
27
don't
billion,
even understand. They
that's
don't even
I'm
understand.
surprised
Some
they
of
spend that
them
kind of
is
money for
copy
research.
and paste. They don't do shit.
So,
So
fathers, where do you
Nigerian
get this kind
professor
of stuff?
can rush. They want to be professor. They just look for paper here and there.
Yeah.
You see where
You see
this
when
comes from.
you see when you are coming to the West, you want to get all the scholarship. Just look for university for research base. 100% scholarship, you get the scholarship. Once you look for any university, research-based university, you want to be a part of that team for research, scholarship is there for you. You
I did
understand?
research. I did research. I didn't pay one dime to get my degree.
So you said you don't pay school fees.
It's one of them now.
I beg go. So the
Let
thing
me
is,
see.
we have, because what they do, right? So let me tell you what they do. I don't want to disclose too much. Let me tell you what they do. America, Canada, UK, especially let me focus on America and Canada. They look for the best brain. You are messaging a professor, he's looking at your degree, he's looking at your grade. This is a student, this is a good student. All over the world, especially the third country, India, Nigeria, all Africa countries, Chinese, they give them scholarship. You come here, you come and start doing research. Iranian, what all they need is, let me say, 1% of that population to have a breakthrough. They make all their money. That's it. They need 1% to make a breakthrough. They don't need all of you to make a breakthrough. Just 1% breakthrough.
Yes.
They progress. They make their money, and they do that next year. They do that coming year. They get the best brain. It's brain drain. So if Nigeria has set up for that, even when you are using Africa countries, look for people from all over Africa countries, the best, their best, bring them to Nigeria to come do research, to come work for you. Ghana, they are trying that aspect now. Ghana, they are giving people scholarship to go do research in Ghana. They try. I'm telling you, my friend just finished
My,
with that.
my concern is that this research amount that they claim they are spending for research may be going to like scholarships and other things instead of the
In
actual
Nigeria,
research. Yeah,
in
that
Nigeria,
1.5 billion is a lot of money for
in
Nigerian by
Nigeria,
Nigerian budget standard.
which scholarship for Nigeria? This one has scam. For I didn't tell you, said Baba forget. I know what here
It's
they
one
talk.
point
Forefather,
five
who did they
billion.
give scam? Forefather, they interview first-class students in Unilab. They interview a first-class student in University of Ibadan. They ask them, how much school fees did you pay? They pay school fees. You can never hear that thing in the West. That you're a first-class student, you are paying school fees. You already have scholarship. Except your father is Dangote. That is if you are so rich, that's why you pay. You understand?
So,
Other than that, how do you want to pay?
Forefather, let me clear this out. PhD is like work. If I want to quit my job, say I want to go do a PhD, I will have negotiation with my professor. Say, hey, this is how much you're going to pay me. If you are not paying, I'm not working with you. It's like work. In Nigeria, PhD students, now there they pay school fees. They go even give money to professor. It's messed up.
Yeah.
It's messed up. You are not supposed to pay for your PhD. If you pay for your PhD, you just want to brag. You are not supposed to pay for your PhD.
Yeah. Do you know what's PhD? PhD, you have a lot to do. Not be money when you want to pay school fee, you they take off. So it's messed up. Yeah,
That's
it's
true.
messed up.
Steph, I've seen you in the chat as always. You chose to come in when you heard that I wanted to close, and
No, let me first of all commend forefathers today. He really tried.
Thank you for the commendations.
You're surprising me this year.
Forefather, so forefather, your background that changed. It really changes you.
This is the second time.
I just thought I should change it.
Dropping my heart for forefathers.
Thank you.
Yes, I watched Sport through today. He really impressed me a lot.
Okay, so Steph, you mean because of the flagship that everybody like him because of his voice that his conspiracy theory today make you like forefather?
Flagship switched body with forefathers today.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
Oh my God, this type of compliment. I don't.
Hold on now. Yesterday I was watching.
At this rate, you are busy.
Yesterday I was watching the show where Chim wanted to end the show, I was shocked. Then I was telling him, like, you see them, all of them were there. This is how I said, nah, they're gonna no work. What for father they do? You see there, sometimes people.
And that was actually, I heard that in, if I
Yes.
have Dr. Rudolph's number, because I heard him today before he ended the show where he was talking. I don't know the changes he want to make, but I hope he doesn't want to ruin his show. You know?
I told them, I was like, you see,
It's not
them, all of
everything
you are
that you
here
do
now.
democracy with. It's just like doing democracy in church. You can't do democracy inside church. The kind of image my forefather bring to the program. Except if
these
you see another person that gives that kind of dedication.
I said these people when they
nobody's
shout.
perfect, but I always say I give it to
I said these
forefathers.
people when they shout.
Dedication to the job.
We can be doing tag teaming. You know, somebody can hold for a while. So I join, and you know, we can tag team. I think that's what they want to do anyway. They are more people are going to join.
Father, what happened that you didn't join the show yesterday like that? I was shocked for the first time. 5 hours something on a Saturday show.
Go run things.
I was taken away. You know,
you were working on your background.
My London. this background has been there all this while.
Father was in the other room.
The background has been there
Exactly.
I thought I should change it up a little bit.
Father, you change the background. The background is also to match with your shirts. It's really tough.
Yes. I instinctively, because when I got on, I thought this shirt is different and it doesn't seem like it is good for the golden background. So, and I knew I had this image. I said, let me try
again this year.
Yeah. What did I do? I was so disciplined. I was just asking the guy the question that I normally ask.
No, it wasn't the way you usually ask.
Yeah.
Okay.
You were not mad, you were not argue, but you asked the right questions. You make it hard for him.
Questions only based on what he's saying.
Yeah.
Yes.
You know.
That was cool,
he did not intentionally want to introduce something to complicate the whole situation the way he used to do.
I think I felt like he was generalizing too much.
The point I left when he said you're going to search a video, were you able to see that video? Because you're actually 100% correct in what you're saying.
Yeah, no, I tried to find the video. I couldn't find the video, and I told him.
No, I heard it. I was watching. I'm in the popular stand watching. I saw everything.
I even went on to say that because he said it in two different ways. He talked about even through the research area.
He emphasized it.
Yeah, he kept saying it. I was like, no, you can't be generalizing. And it's like what triggered me was that's how people generalize in Nigeria. Like everybody in Nigeria is corrupt. But there are people doing good work there. It's not fair to be generalizing all of them. You are making it look like their life don't matter. It's not fair. And that's what he was doing. I was like, no, you can't do that. No. And X0 was like, oh, because he's the doctor. So just because he's the doctor, it doesn't mean he's correct.
No,
there are certain things the doctor can be wrong on.
Right. And what I speak that truth said, you know, I don't want to dwell so much on the conspiracy of what happened some time ago in the world. But it will be, I feel hot when I see anybody that really pushed that conspiracy to the level of denying an event that I witnessed with my own eyes. You understand? Especially in my own city of Chicago. I witnessed, oh my God. Who will write those things off? The hospitals were literally, people that have critical illnesses were turned away from the hospital because there was no space. People were kept even in the basement of hospitals. People were dying.
Imagine.
Somebody tell you nobody died.
Don't just even say too much. Even Trump had COVID.
Yeah, Trump got COVID. Told I told him I caught COVID too.
I caught it too.
I know somebody that caught it.
I caught it too. I caught it.
Imagine.
I know somebody that had COVID. I had COVID several times.
Listen,
and I took the jab 3 times.
My pastor was part of the conspiracy when it started, but some months into it, this man nearly died in a hospital. He spent 21 days in the hospital. He nearly died. Was on ventilator for almost 7 days. He didn't even know where he was. He nearly died.
Steph,
when he came back, he was humbled.
Steph, I had friends that work with these people. They were working at the hospital. It's not news. The thing is, people deliberately come distort news. You look the person, you know muscle. There are people like that. I know them, me, and they keep quiet.
AY, one of my very good friends one of my very good friend here in Arizona, the guy bought a property in Omole Estate for 160 million naira. He made the hell of money, but he don't have a life during COVID. That is, he said the traffic in the hospital is like hell. You understand? They lost almost like 50% nurses and doctors. The one that died, the one that choose not to work again. Even when they threaten some of them with their license, they say, go away with the license. I'm done. I'm tired. But you know that Nigerian spirit to some people, he was working back to back to back.
There was a nursing home here that almost half of the residents died.
You forget he consumed one of the most popular governor that would have been contesting for president by now, a New York governor.
You tell me the man intentionally sacrificed himself?
What's that his name again? That New York governor. That was
I forgot his name now.
There was one of that guy.
Como.
Okay, somebody of his
Como.
Somebody
Andrew Como.
intentionally sacrificed his job just to. Oh my God. No.
Yeah, he ruined his career, isn't he? Yeah, gentlemen, thank you all for coming in. And it's getting to 12 hours. Nobody's going to see it if we keep talking after this time. So I speak the truth. I really thank you for coming in. I appreciate you. Which one?
Did you sell it?
What's that?
He put it in auction.
Yeah.
What? The background, you mean?
British people don't take it from the hand. British people just took it.
It was not real?
The background is not real.
The artifact
not
wasn't real?
No, his background is defect.
They're just backgrounds. They're not
His
real.
background.
What do you take me for? You think I go and sit in those type of areas and come and sit here for?
No, this thing actually made you earn my respect, honestly.
Oh, thank you. I can get you backgrounds now. If you need backgrounds,
me that it's not real. I don't know what to do with you.
It's not. It's not real. Not at all. It's not real.
Forefather, what is your take with KJ? When KJ also support flagship, what was your take?
KJ scares me because he got COVID-19 and he took the injection and he still supports the conspiracy. And he supports the conspiracy on top of it.
Who was surprised that KJ supported flagship?
It's like any conspiracy.
Conspiracy.
I need the injections too.
I know that KJ is going to sign.
Please.
I know because KJ is Republican. He's Republican.
And for the first time today, he actually came open. He said yes, he loves everything that's to do with conspiracy.
Yeah, he came out openly for it now. I don't know, man. I can't help him on that one. So thank you all for coming in. Dr. Emezie Okorie Daniel, I really appreciate your contribution actually because
thank you very much.
I really, because he is the one that actually went into the topic and then he opened up the actual conversation regarding that because that is quite good. Thank you. And
so what about Olumide?
Paul, Olumide was very good. He said Olumide he's defending his career. He knows he's into pharmacy. He can't. I like the way he was very.
Yes. It's very well.
When it comes to their profession, it's like when somebody talks about marine or aviation, Paul will come here and completely lay them down. He will not let it go.
You see that I get mad at Olumide, but I agree with you 100%. So Olumide, apology not accepted, but go ahead.
That was classic, man. That was classic Paul there. It's like apology not accepted, but carry on. It's okay. So let me thank Peter Pan. Thank you for coming in. And Reabo, as always, I thank you for coming in. Kando, I see you there. A for real, you're on the panel, and I thank you for coming in too. You all just came in, and you've all always been on the chat. I've been seeing you on the chat for hours, and the last hour you all just thank you all for coming in. Tope, I see you there. Thank you for coming in, Tope. And Okorie, I see you here. Okorie, Dr. Okorie, I see you here. Thank you for coming in too. And Aizon, I see you there. Thank you for coming in. Black Experience, I see you. Henry Johnson, is it the Henry that normally comes on the panel and badger people too? Henry, thank you for coming in. If it's you, come in because I like that guy. I do enjoy the way he harass people sometimes. Actually, he does like just challenge people for no reason. Equity, fairness, and justice. Thank you for coming in. And Kando, I see you there again. Let me see if I can find you. Oga, I see you there. Tima Jack, Damian A, I see you there. Who else is there? What other name did I forget even? I have to go up because it's been a while. These people have been here. Boom Boom Ray, I see you there. Boom Boom Ray, are you Muslim? Because I was surprised. There was something about Islam. He really jumped on it today. Boom Boom Ray, I see you there. Eddie A, thank you for coming in, Eddie A. I see you there. Lighthouse, I see you. Lighthouse says that his son is the one that likes me. He doesn't necessarily like me himself.
Lighthouse not my person.
Yeah. Sansnom, I see you there, Sansnom. Thank you for coming in. Soji Adamo, which is alias Jagon. Thank you for coming in. I see you on the chat there. Lighthouse again, Tope, and I think let me go to the Fatai Onoi-Tube. Thank you for coming in, Fatai. Adama, thank you for coming in. Wachuku, Karen Ba. Steph, I see you there, Steph. You're also on the panel now. Wachuku, I see you there. Quite a few people have been there today. So let me go to the people that actually donated. Kolata. These troublesome guys, the one that is donated so many times. Oscar Blackstone is there. Oi. Can anybody pronounce this name? Or this guy is just joking with us. Can anybody pronounce it? Ofori. I think I'll just call him Ofori. Yeah, Ofori. That sounds like a South name, isn't it? Ofori. And
Ghana also bear that name, Ofori.
Yeah, that's true actually. Ghana too. And Kolata again, as always. Alexander Gomez is always there to donate and support the channels. And Alexander again, thank you all for coming in. You all have a great week. And till next time, let's get some advice from our president that is not necessarily doing a good job.
Just go through these baby steps of pain. Baby step of